up to lead us in prayer for the opening of our long-term plan meeting. And Tony's relatively new to the region. He's come up in the last 9 months from Dunedin, so great to have you with us and part of our district.
Thank you.
Pass on to you. Thanks, Tony.
It's a little bit surprising with this rain.
Please stay standing for the council waiata. Please be seated. Great to have you with us, Gav. You got an okay?
I got an okay,
Yep. Yep. Great to have you with us, and I think Councillor O'Reilly is likely to be in here at some stage. I'd just like to acknowledge the team that have been working over the weekend. They've done a fantastic job, a really good example, and I know we all don't get to see it as closely as perhaps I do, but really good example of some agency collaboration. It's really impressive to see, and from ECAN through to TDC, through the Army, Police, St John, FENS have done a fantastic job. So great to see everyone out there caring and working hard for our community. And still a fair bit to go, fair bit of water. We'll start the long-term plan hearings with a dad joke from Peter. Lots of water to go under the bridge, and may we continue in that vein for 3 days. Oh, sorry. You'll have plenty of opportunities later on. So great to have you all here, and such an important part of the council 3-year term. We'll call for apologies. We'll just note, I think, Paddy's absence, but he'll be with us later. And I think we'll address the rest of our agenda later, and we'll just go into community consultation. So we'll have a discussion around that, and then we'll have the opportunity for all the councillors to discuss your own consultation and feedback from the community, and then that should line us up pretty much in time for 9:40, which is the first video submission from Tony. So welcome, Mark, to take us into. Oh, no worries. Yeah, and Jerry, sorry, I note you're on line with us. Can you hear us? Okay. Yep. Fantastic. Welcome. Oh, yes. Yeah. Look, and mindful, we won't go into specific conflicts, but mindful if there's something we discuss that you're heavily involved with, let's just note it at the time. Something you might be involved with, but we'll keep the sort of direct conflicts open. Thanks, Mark. Take us away.
Okay, so just wanted to give you a quick brief overview of where we've come from in terms of long-term plan process and what the next few days is about. So obviously we went out for consultation about a month and a bit ago. Overall, we received about, I think 560 formal submissions or something like that. But obviously a huge amount of feedback from other sources, such as through the engagement events, competitions that you'll see on the wall behind you, some of them, some of the youth competitions, and a huge amount of feedback around particularly, I guess, those key issues that would raise with the community. They were the sort of the key topics and people that came back on those the most, but also a range of other topics that have been analysed through the reports that you have. So in terms of, I guess, the agenda that you've got in front of you, it's split into two ways. So we have reports that deal with those other topics that have been raised. So they've been analysed through the submissions, and officers have provided comments on those. They're all included in those reports, and any recommendations as a result of their consideration of those for you later in the week, and also specific reports on all of those key issues that have been ultimately that's sort of pulled all that feedback, given a bit of an overall summary of that feedback, and again working through in terms of identifying how you might address that later in the week. So the intent with this week was essentially the first couple of days is about hearing from people through all of those sources that I've mentioned, and obviously those people who are coming in specifically to speak to their submission. And then for Wednesday, essentially to be the day we are going through and making those decisions using the agenda that you've got in front of you. So that's sort of a quick overview. We will have some special guests, particularly the ones who have contributed to the youth competition. There's a couple of those coming in later today, I think it is, and some of them who couldn't make it. But yeah, that's sort of the overview in terms of where we're going. Is there sort of any questions on that? Anything I haven't highlighted from my team behind me? All makes sense. Cool. So I guess part of now was the opportunity for you to speak to the reports that you've put in terms of the feedback that you've heard throughout the month. So obviously that's sort of an overview of what you've heard, but we wanted to give you that opportunity to speak prior to getting into the people who are coming to speak.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Mark. Everyone's well prepared. I'll just start to my. You're all good to kick off? Do you want to? Yeah, or I can start to my right. Start to my left. Or just go around in a circular fashion. Thanks, Pete.
So in terms of feedback on the numbers of the LTP submission areas that we went to and were represented, as well as obviously the anecdotal in terms of within the community where we live and deal with people all the time. To be fair, most of it was ring fenced for me. CBD was a really key thing. Mind you, a lot of those were driven factors by where we were, depending on what was stated. Caroline Bay, and roading and footpaths were the keys for us, with some in regard to the stadium as well. In most cases, it was for transformational, I suppose, change from the council to lead these things. There was very little that said, even when you tried to underpin that by saying, that comes at a cost, most people said, no, it's about time and we need to do it. Of course, from those things, a lot of it is actually lines up with where we are in the LTP anyway, in terms of our approach and what we're going to do. And so in terms of that, the representation and what I've read from the submissions lines up with a lot of what's coming through in the next couple of days as well.
Sorry, a question for me, Councillor Burt. Do you think people understood transformational versus enabling? Yeah.
That's why I try to put context to it, because it does. If you're transformational and you're looking at an LTP, you're talking about significant cost for us as a council and ratepayers for a number of years. It didn't seem to change the people I spoke to as far as what we should be doing in terms of leadership as a council.
Yeah, because one of the examples, I think early on in the piece, Trace and I were trying to get an example of what transformational might look like. And if you look around CBDs across the country, an easy example would be Invercargill City.
Oh, yeah.
And that's quite a big project. That's a private public partnership. So it's to one quite extreme end of the scale. So not preempting where we land, but thank you, Councillor Burt. Have you got anything to add? You happy with that?
No, that's fine.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gilchrist.
What a koto. Probably not surprisingly, a lot of the feedback that I got kind of related to my areas of interest, and that's mostly because of the engagement events that I went to, I think. Really good to see so many people engaged. I thought that was pretty exciting. Starting off with climate change. So there were all ends of the spectrum on that one to there is no such thing as climate change, which I find an interesting thing to be saying these days. And there were lots of people who couldn't understand why we would be only doing option 2 or even consider option 1. A lot of people thought that even option 3 wasn't far enough, especially when you compared the cost with the cost of some of our other things, and sort of explaining to people it's not really just about the money, it's about what you can actually achieve with it. But fully support people's push for us to show real leadership about that. And so that came up quite frequently about councils' need to show leadership and to remember that this is, some people say this is a central government problem. Well, I'm sorry, but central government did not make all the emissions that have come out of this district. And some of those same people are the people who are very reluctant to relinquish control of our 3 waters to central government. So you can't kind of have it both ways in my mind. There were some really good ideas about things we could do, the planting trees and the seaweed, and trying to be a kind of an innovation hub for new ways to work with waste or things like that, kind of feeding on from our great work that we did, kind of starting off with the 3-bin system all those years ago. And also came through really heavily, council actually need to reduce their own emissions and make sure we know kind of what our impact is before we're suggesting anyone else should do the same. So that was quite a strong message. Egantai, this was great. It'll never be cheaper than right now to make it safe and accessible. So there was a lot of interest in investing in that, and that it is a real draw card and something that we couldn't replace somewhere else with something different. Aorangi Park, no particular comments on this, but general support for the development and enthusiasm for more and more kids getting into sport, and that's something we definitely want to be encouraging and enabling for our local kids, and also as a way to bring other people to the district. The city hub, that was an interesting one. Lots of people, like Pete said, they didn't seem to understand what they wanted transformation, but they couldn't actually articulate what that would be. But definitely to enable at least, and there's, from the people I talked to, had very little interest in sort of doing nothing. A lot of people commented on how they thought that pedestrianising part of Stafford Street would go a long way to making it a much nicer place to be, much nicer for kind of social things. And yeah, definite support for that, and also something that really draws the Bay and the CBD together, rather than them being these two kind of separate but relatively nice things that don't really join up in the middle. And the other things that came up were the need for social housing and kind of social and welfare assistance, that there are large pockets in our community of people who aren't all that well supported, that there are problems with affordable housing. And another one that came up several times through some of the cultural meetings I went to was the need for a kind of a cultural meeting space that had where cultural groups could meet. They could have their festivals, their religious ceremonies, they could have get together to eat, and it would be a place for the whole community where we could celebrate our diversity. So that came through in 2 or 3 of the different groups that I spoke to. And I think that oh, one more thing, if we had a pro-equity focus, we could cover the cost of swimming lessons for all children in the district. So that's about it from me.
Thanks, Councillor Gilchrist, appreciate that. And Councillor Piddington, you might touch on some of that cultural aspect as well. That's, I'm sure you will. Pass on to Councillor Wills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, pretty much you'll see that I'm not going to litigate or debate any of the issues that have been raised to date. I think the incredible thing I found out of this whole process has been the actual engagement from our community. We've had an amazing sense of engagement, the fact that you go out in the community and people want to actually talk to you about a whole range of different subjects. And that's why I've mostly captured some of the key aspects of those discussions over and above the submissions that we've received. And I'm certainly happy to answer any questions and around some of those submissions and discussions I've had with the community as a whole. I think also too, under the other comments on page 14, some of the other matters that come out was for Caroline Bay about the development and growth of that and some of the possible influence and changes that we could develop it even further to what it is at the moment. But otherwise, I think we'll leave some of my commentary till maybe Wednesday when we get down into the nuts and bolts of some of the decision-making process. But I'd say out of all the times that we've submitted to this community, this would be the most positive and engaging time that we've had the community come back to us. So it's been a very thorough, I think, process that's really engaged in our community. So it's been very enjoyable.
Yeah, thanks for acknowledging that. I think that's, just acknowledgement to the work that Mark and Fabia and others have done. I think they've done a tremendous job. So, we certainly can't fault the engagement with the community. Councillor Oliver.
So we had a couple of drop-in centres with Nige, which were a bit disappointing. We thought we might have had a few more people along, but it was good to have Nige around and we could answer some questions. And we had our Farmers Market Day, which we got a lot more feedback from. Some of the feedback was bringing the Egantai into town and linking it in with increase the size of the cultural centre with the Theatre Royal and bringing it into town. People said that fits more the city hub strategy if that's what you're trying to create. A more vibrant city and a more vibrant hub, that maybe bringing the Egantai Gallery into town would get more foot traffic and people would be there in sight, so it would happen. The climate change one was an interesting one. Being in a farming community, they sort of they have the issues, but they're not too sure whether it is that. I mean, I talked to a guy the other day and we talked about drought, and we farmed out at Rangatata 4 years ago and we had droughts, but we worked with the droughts, we didn't work against them. So they sort of think that maybe biodiversity is more probably required than actual climate change. It's a bigger biodiversity problem than just a climate change issue. And that, agriculture probably has to stand on its own 2 feet a bit more and actually embrace. We've given them water and all the rest of it, but we're still not coping for some reason. As far as some of the topics, the sports centre is a bit of a no-brainer. I talked to quite a few of the sports clubs and that around. Most of the sporting stuff comes to town now. All our hockey from rural gets played up at Aorangi Park. We've got kids coming here at 10 o'clock at night having to play basketball, netball and things like that. So we think that the general realm from Geraldine is that's definitely a yes for us, to get some more courts and make that more social and make it more enabling for the rural kids to be able to come at decent times and get home at decent times with bigger courts and more courts. So we think that that's a really good going forward. had a huge amount of discussion on shingle roads and stuff like that. And like typical when you live out in the country and a lot of the roads are shingle, we get lots of people coming in and telling me all about their potholes and all the rest of it. So, you know, they'd like to see a bit more investment into the roading network, especially with some of these roads that having to contain logging trucks for months and months and months at a time, and how we can, you know, how that challenge could go on for the next, you know, 5 years and what can be done about it. And things like that. So the City Hub one was quite a, obviously the investments in Timaru, a lot of people felt that, you know, we would like our tiles replaced in Geraldine as well. I mean, if the City Hub strategy comes out to replace the tiles, we think it would be good that all the tiles in the district get ripped up because they are a hazard, and going forward, that would be something that the community would like done. So, and the other thing, well, for me personally, I think that the City Hub, it's a great idea, but I just love it to culminate more down into the Caroline Bay. I think Caroline Bay's still getting missed out in some of these things, and it would be great to culminate that back into this bring it back up into the city, and so it would be more user friendly, get more use, do some stuff with it, think outside the square a wee bit with what we could do with it as far as getting people there and bringing people into town, pretty much. But all in all, it was a good exercise. I think that Geraldine people did embrace it. I tried to get it. I pushed it to. We were hoping to get about 200 submissions from Geraldine, which would have been awesome. So I think we had a pretty good time of it.
Thanks, Kevin. We weren't chlorinating the water supply, so it didn't quite get the energy that we normally would from Geraldine. So that's good. Looking in, you know, some of the feedback, I think, around City Hub and the townships, that's very fair, and we can look to accommodate some of those things. But we'll talk to that on Wednesday. Councillor Parker, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So main topics, climate change. So I found that people were quite passionate about climate change, or they were at the other end of the spectrum when they were still passionate but didn't believe it was local government's role. So I think there was quite a lot of diversity and thought. Arangi Park Stadium, overwhelming support for the development, but also overwhelming support for the Age Fit program up there to remain. So I know I forwarded on one email, but I've had other conversations with current users of the gym up there, and it is such an asset to them, and I'm sure in the new development there will be able to be some space for that to continue. The growing diversity of our community, I thought, was really highlighted through this consultation. Ethnic diversity and the need of our growing district, and what's important for families and children and our young people as well as our elderly. So that was really apparent during CBD conversations regarding areas for families to be able to go and enjoy each other's company as well as entertainment. And then Caroline Bay also received emails regarding beautification of our dual Caroline Bay and increasing the linkage to our CBD. So I think I know that's in our plan already to develop and get a working group. So I'm sure the community will look forward to some wheels getting started on that.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Piddington, do you want to just touch briefly on the Selwyn visit if you
Okay, yep.
your chance? Thanks.
I guess most of my engagement, like everyone else, you get all sorts of across everything. My main engagement was over, well, I call it Iraqi Park, or is that too soon? The stadium up there, and it was just get on with it. You know, we need it. Why would you delay it? You know, typical councils, you give us an option, but, you know, so the overwhelming was get on with it. Let's cover up 3 to 6 courts. Let's look towards the future. And I did meet with a couple of people involved in the older group doing exercise up there. They're very keen to get a space kept up there. That makes sense. Probably not where it sits immediately, but within that process. I know Verna and Murray Parker put a very good submission in saying Doesn't have to be where it is now, but as long as it's in the park and we have some access to it, which I thought was brilliant. Cultural, again, I think Barb touched on it, a facility available for meetings, gatherings, that's also safe for their children. One thing that came out of there, though, I thought, and I think Nigel was at the meeting, they're unaware of what facilities we have, and perhaps we should be letting them know there is, quite a space out at Sir Basil Arthur Park. Even the netball pavilion is available. So part of the process, I guess, is to let them know what we do already have. And Nigel and I went on up to Selwyn, looked at their new stadium. A couple of really good things. Another mayor asked, did that happen 3, 6, 9 years after your long-term plan? And they said within the 3 years. So it is possible to deliver a brand new stadium within 3 years. And probably their procurement strategy was a wee bit different. They gave 4 businesses an opportunity and gave them 20 grand each and said, what can you design for our money? I guess some of the design and consultants won't like to hear that, but the Mayor of Selwyn said it was brilliant. We saved probably 4 million by doing it that way, and we were surprised with what we got. So I'd recommend anyone heading up through Rolleston, take a right, go and have a look. Wonderful facility, and a bit like Orangi Park, it's their hub and sporting hub, and it's growing. That's about it, really, Nigel.
Thanks, Councillor Biddington. And they were happy to, what was interesting for me, they were happy to make compromises, less window space and, another, something else was used to replace windows just to bring the cost down. And, they weren't aiming at having, Olympic, type stadium for the, 1 in 10 year chance that it might get used for something like that. It was very much around a community sports centre. So great example, and the team love doing tours up there. So if anyone wants to come through, go through, whether it be officers or elected members, we can arrange that. Councillor Booth.
Thanks, Nigel. My main points of meeting were the Argentine or the Art Gallery. I also attended a Grey Power meeting, South Canterbury Sports Services, Chamber of Commerce, and also went to Farmers Market. It's obviously different groups, you get different feedback, of course. Probably my feedback via climate change was most people were of the opinion to leave that up to the bureaucrats in Wellington, and we do what we need to do, which is what we've already done in regards to consideration during the district plan review. The Grey Power meeting, they were concerned about infrastructure, and Ashley and also it was a couple other guys here with me. What's that? Oh, Sally was there, sorry. And so it was actually very good that we had a good rundown on what state our infrastructure was in, which, actually we're in pretty good shape. So that was testament to what work has been done in the past with the various councils. So, looking forward to Three Waters, we actually are in a good shape. So that was reassuring. Obviously, Presbyterian support, loneliness, well-being, housing, that was obviously main issues there. Things that direct them directly and the people that they give. So that was quite sobering. Chamber of Commerce, of course, their main thing was not to spend too much on, as I say, do what the bureaucrats in Wellington doing in regards to climate change. In general, most people were in support of the stadium up and get on and do that. The Argentine, as you would have, the art garden, I know there was some talk about, okay, there was the odd person said, I'll move it into town and put it with the museum. But the art garden and being part of the Argentine and art gallery is actually quite a unique thing. And certainly it was option one for that with the restoration of the building and a new replacing the rest of the infrastructure that's there at the moment, and consideration for the future bequests that are lined up for people wanting to give stuff to our collection. So that was to be obviously encouraged. So farmers market, that was a good day out, and obviously a different group of people there again. So you get all sorts of different feedback, which was quite broad. So from my point of view, it was good fun, and it was just great just talking to people and getting feedback direct.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Yeah, I think you highlighted the point. I think it was a good process, and I think people really responded from us all being out and about. So, yeah, thank you for everyone, because I think everyone's contributed well in that space. I think there might be an award for one individual councillor that's outperformed, but we'll address that later.
Still say some words.
Yeah, yes, you certainly can.
Participate in the engagement process.
Alan, sorry.
So put a report in, but quite simply, I did participate in 3 or 4 of them, Iwi, Point, Temuka, and so forth. So, you know, I got a feeling. The reason why I didn't put one is that, as I suspect is going on now, you can put your own slant on what you think you've heard, and I didn't want to do that. But here we are giving an opportunity to do that, so I'll do the same as we've all done and do that. So. What I first would like to say is the comment I got particularly was how good the information that had gone out was and how appreciated that was. Everybody said it's the best it's ever been, and they really, really appreciated what was put in front of them. And, you know, whether they agreed with it or disagreed, they felt really, really appreciative of that. So Mark and his team really top marks from the community members that I was speaking with. Look, I won't hobby horse too much, but it was just interesting listening to what people say. Naturally, where I come from and the areas that are of interest to me, naturally the rural rate rise was horrific in the eyes of all. And I guess we've got all those hard things to do later on. The climate change one is in the room. It went from being called climate socialism to do a little, you know, so whatever, you know, it's out there. Everybody's got their own ideas about it. Mass medication wasn't seen as an option by most. It just isn't the way to go. But however, we'll make decisions on that later too. So the art gallery was plainly to remain on site with all the people I spoke with. Clearly, that was the option that was preferred. The stadium, everybody wants it, as long as we can afford it, those sorts of things, timing, whatever. You know, if you can do it, that's fine. So if it fits in and we can afford it, I guess, you know, that's fine. But there's a few decisions to be made around that too. So that's about really all. I won't go on too much because I think we're going to make the hard decision come in a couple of days' time.
Thanks, Councillor Lyon, and good to get that rural feedback as well. That's really important. Look, just to sum up for me briefly, look, I think what was great about the whole process, it's, you know, we got in front of lots of different groups and understanding, you know, how important the actions of council. I think one example around a new road on Dunkirk Street and what that had done to lift their area sort of really brought home to me, you know, the importance of, you know, what infrastructure, planting, some of those basic things can do to community around that feel good. So, you know, we forget what our role is sometimes in that respect. I won't go into, you know, all of the detail around the Big Four, but a couple of things that, you know, came home was that people want us to stay, you know, in a leadership role around waste minimisation, some of those other things. I think if you know, look at some of the things that are topical in the media, and I'm sure Councillor Scott will talk to the likes of the success of My Way later on, but, you know, these things are really good and country leading, and that's the space that we need to be in. So heard a lot of different views again around climate change, and I think the investment in that space is around how you get specific outcomes for people and what it means. You know, it's to understand, and sometimes a lot of what we talk about doesn't speak to the tangible, And that's really hard for people to understand. Also from me, lots of feedback in and around Caroline Bay development time with City Hub, sort of equity amongst the townships that came through, specifically out in Temuka, but the sentiment would be the same out in Geraldine. So I think that overarching work that we do and have, in the background, probably always thought that it would, cross into the other townships, is that we do need to be mindful of investment and what that can bring to those outlying areas. So that's really important to be equitable across that. But otherwise, that's me. As far as timing wise, we're about bang on. So look, I just once again appreciate all that work. It was a fun month, great to get out and engage with our community, and I think they've appreciated that. So hard work is in a couple of days when we have to make some decisions. So we are near on, that's correct time, 22. So we've got the video to start with, is that correct? Yep, okay. So we'll kick into the submission from...
Do you mind if I introduce this?
Yeah, of course you can.
People
Yeah,
understand.
happy for Councillor Gilchrist to introduce.
Introduce it first, if I may. Sorry. Kia ora, I just want to give a bit of an explanation. So this video submission is from my husband Tony, who I'm sure you all know, and I just wanted to explain. Tony's got motor neurone disease, so he's lost his voice. So this being able to submit in this way has effectively given him back his voice. So he's made a video submission. Now you notice the voice is computer generated because he doesn't have his own voice anymore. So it does sound a little bit unusual, but these are Tony's words. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Tony. You know you can hear me, so I really appreciate that submission. Very thought-provoking, and we'll certainly take that into account on Wednesday when we deliberate. So I really appreciate that. Any comments? Just because we're running well on time. Yeah, everyone comfortable with that? So let's look to the list and see if we can do that. Yeah, Pete. Councillor Scott, do you mind coming in early if that's all right? Thanks, Pete. And just like to acknowledge your team over the last few days. As far as the flood event, they do an amazing job, and also I think we've got some great examples of cross-council collaboration prior to that as well, with some good council work. So I really appreciate the work the team's done there, but I'll pass over to you.
Te hei mori ora ki te rihi, riri ngā mihi nui, kai kone here, tēnā koutou katoa. It's really great to be here, and thanks for that the opportunity to do this in person. Look, I think that the work that we do comes to the fore in times like this in terms of rivers and where the water's going to go. But I also have to acknowledge the fact that Civil Defence and Timaru is pretty well equipped and do a really good job. And it seemed to be seamless this time. So, and we're really quite lucky, I think, that we didn't get as much water as our cousins north of us. And I think they're getting a bit of a hiding around Rangiora at the moment, and Ashley, as that system moves away. So hopefully, my hope is that we don't get another one on top of it, because I think we could be in trouble then if that happened. Look, I'm really happy to be here on behalf of our chair. I'll take the submission as read, but I've got some points I'd like to make in terms of the submission. I guess one of the key things that we're making to long-term plan submissions as we go around Canterbury is the need for us to actually have a really close relationship going forward in terms of where we sit today in unprecedented times, really, in terms of the statutory stuff that's heading our way. You know, we've got central freshwaters. You guys will be right in the middle of 3 waters reform and trying to work out what that looks like. We've got the RMA reforms coming our way in terms of the planning. A lot of issues, I guess, around net carbon zero. We've got a green paper on that, and we talked about that, Nigel, the other day at Regional Transport Committee. And there's a big chunk of that's urban development in terms of PT. Just where do you put your roads so that you can access PT? That's a big piece of work. And of course, the reform for local government that's sitting there in the background that we have to also respond to. But I think if we work closely together on those things, I think you're right. And Mayoral Reform's doing a fantastic job on like. Actually, just like to acknowledge you, Bede, in terms of the work that you do for the Mayoral Forum and your continued efforts there. So thank you for that on behalf of ECAN. Climate change, I heard you talking about climate change when you were around the room this morning. And I have been at Christchurch City and also Waitaki and talked about climate change.
I used to run a site called Treasure Hunt, which was a directory for second-hand shops.
Ghost. Of course, we're in that space, and the Mayoral Forum's in that space also. And I think the need for TAs to be in that space is because there's citizens expect them to be in that space. A lot of the answers, of course, will be from central government and the likes of us, but we just need that communication to keep going. I guess one of the sticky points is the Red Roof landfill and the challenges that presents to you in the future, and we just hope that you continue to work away with that and get a good result with that. And of course, we're involved in some of that stuff ourselves with you. And again, that landfill at Peel Forest is a bit of an issue also. So hopefully that we can get our way through that. And as the stuff, you know, this climate change stuff pushes on and the communities need to have things done around those things, hopefully that we can get through that without too much issue. The CWMS, I'd just like to thank Barb in terms of the work that you're doing with the OTOP committee. They're in an interesting space at the moment, so good luck with that going forward. We see that as still the backbone of our communications to people throughout the district. Of course, Plan Change 7 is about to come out, and that will set the tone, I guess, for where we go going forward with that. So we encourage you to just, keep plugging away with the CWMS. Again, I think your council is one of the leaders in terms of Indigenous biodiversity across the region and the work that you're doing there. And again, I think, Barb, you're involved in that as the champion for that group. And we welcome that because there is some confusion between Indigenous and freshwater biodiversity. That don't need to tell you how to suck eggs on that, but we just think that we need to work closely together with that in terms of going forward. The Waitarako Wash Lake area, looking forward to working with your council and develop the strategy to provide a strong basis for the on-ground initiatives that we're going to need there. We noted in our submission, we asked you to allocate about 50,000 to that. We're putting about 100,000 to that the first year of our LTP, and our staff are pushing pretty hard for another 100,000 for years 2 and 3 on that. Civil defence, we already mentioned that, and you're doing a great job on that, and I guess that platform's changing, or it looks like it could change too going forward. And our big success between us all is My Way, but it's your success, not ours, and we're the provider. Your community's spoken pretty clearly about that in terms of our LTP, and we've supported that in terms of supporting My Way going forward. And I think that we still under trial, interesting, still under trial for October, which means that we're still gathering information on that. And passenger rates just keep going up. So we've got it's not a spectacular fare box recovery on that, but we think once we deal to the what's that one that goes around that side, the link, is it? The link, under the new plan, then that will increase. And I did a day here in Timaru listening to submissions on My Way, and overwhelmingly that population that's at the end of their driving careers or approaching the end of their driving careers, those people that are in the lower socioeconomic groups, the people that need assistance, the blind, the people that can't walk properly and the blind people just really find it extraordinary that they've got a service now that they can use, and it can take some pressure off some of the carers in those areas. And lastly, just we're entering a new air season for fresh air. We're looking forward to seeing how we go on that. We're continuing to make really good progress in terms of air quality in Timaru, so hopefully we can push on. Oh, and Sally and Andrew also for the work that you've done on My Way. You're instrumental in getting us to push on with that, so thanks for that.
Kia ora, thanks. Pete, any questions for Councillor Scott?
Surely.
Too easy. We really appreciate.
Surely.
We really appreciate the relationship and where we're all working together on common ground. So
nice to be here. Thank you.
Welcome to some of those that have joined us in person and also online. Great to have you with us. I'm sure just let us know if you can't hear us at all, but I think the comms are all pretty good. So let's go to, do we have Sandra here?
Yep, it's online.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Hi, Sandra, how are you? Come on in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, this is all a bit formal, isn't
Oh, no, that's all right. If not, come on in. Come on in,
We
team.
have a few supporters with us
Yeah,
today.
no worries.
Yeah, hi, everybody.
You can all just jump around the front desk there if you like.
Do you guys want to come around the front?
Yeah.
And the kids want to go around the front? We've just got a little bit of a gift for you guys.
Yeah,
before we
awesome.
start, if that's okay.
Yeah,
So,
thanks so much.
as you know, we've got a number of people supporting our submission today, and two of our members generously donated these plants, and so we're gifting them to you guys for the councillors today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's brilliant. Thank you.
Done?
Oh, I'm going to get them all. There we go.
Good work, guys.
We might pass them around. Yeah, there you go.
Yep, give them to everybody, kids. Good work, guys.
There you go, give one to, that's Richard. There we go, get it.
A mentor, you go sit down in the chair. Thanks, bud. No, that's right. You guys go sit down behind there, okay?
That's a good
Thank
deal.
you. Good work, guys. Well done. Yes, thank you. Well done, kids.
There's plenty of water from it at the moment, isn't there?
Thank
Plenty of water from it. I see it. Pardon?
you. Well done. Well done, kids. Thank you, guys. Oh, and you get a lolly. Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much, kids. Wanna just sit back behind us now? You guys can go sit behind us now, kids, if you would like. That's excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is why we're doing this.
Yeah,
today.
awesome. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks so much. It's really special. So
We've got some Zoom people as
yeah,
well.
cool.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah,
Kirsten's
these
there, I
are
see.
also
Yeah,
our
and
supporters
Judy.
that couldn't make it today. That's great. Obviously, with the state of emergency, we've got a few people that can't make it. So this is excellent. No, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Would you like another seat?
Oh, we're okay.
Yeah, okay.
Standing line. They're going to
No worries.
stand behind me, and very symbolic. So good morning, and look, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to our submission today. We really appreciate it. My name's Sandra Tate, and I'm here today representing more than 121 people, a passionate group of people living in our region with the vision of a happy, healthy Timaru district in the years to come. I'm really proud to speak on behalf of this group today and our submission on climate change. On a personal level, I've always felt the need to live more sustainably, and that we all, me included, have room to improve in this area. I've never, however, publicly stood up for this, and instead just doing my little bit within my sphere of influence. While for many of us, 2020 was the year of disruption, and now 2021 is the year of action. And this is what's led me to be here today. I see this trend changing the way that we both operate in personal life and in business. I personally work for a major food manufacturer here in the Timaru district and work very closely with large multinational customers. It's not possible to do business nowadays with these guys unless we have signed a code of conduct, stipulating that we as a supplier must actively reduce our carbon emissions, corporate social responsibility. This is standard practice in our industry, and it's also audited against. You cannot do business with these customers without evidence of solid policies in place. This has been a massive change in how we do business in today's world. And like all change, this required real commitment from the leadership team, commitment to doing the internal work, to becoming more self-aware and creating a new paradigm in which to look through. We feel like this is what's required to sustain and affect this new way of working to be successful in today's world. And this is our challenge to you councillors, to change your paradigm, to become more self-aware in order to affect real change, the change that we need for our region to thrive in 10 years and beyond. Social responsibility is for everybody, everywhere, all the time, no excuses. Whether an individual believes in climate change or not, it doesn't really matter, as our government is insisting on a coordinated effort from every part of government to take right action in turning around the high levels of greenhouse gas emissions being belched into our atmosphere. We are required to build emissions reduction and the potential impacts of climate change into planning and economic processes. We as a group do not expect the TDC to fix climate change for the people in our district. We expect the TDC to lead by example and to be accountable for ensuring that all their staff are given the right support and the right development to integrate greenhouse reduction initiatives into every decision that is made, giving all of us in the district the best chance of helping us all individually to reduce our emissions and achieve our targets. We'd like you to think of our group as an accountability partner. We will help you keep your commitment to emission reduction targets. We are all in this together. We are a team of 46,000, but we need your leadership. We need your help to make the right choices We need your help to educate the people who are not yet aware. But first, you need to educate yourselves. The data collection and the setting of reduction targets is the easy part. The hard work comes in getting people to change the way they think, to change their habits. This is where we need your real commitment. We need you to lead by example. Start developing your people now to ensure that we sustain these changes. You, our council, need to show the people in our district that you consider the impact on our environment in every single decision that is made, much like health and safety is now considered first and foremost and is second nature to everybody in business. 11 years from now, what would we like to see? We'd like to see evidence of action to reduce emissions. For example, a shift to sustainable transport, safe segregated cycleways, and bike racks for bikes in the city hub. We've seen other New Zealand towns do this really well, so there's no need to reinvent the wheel. We'd like to see priority parking spaces in the town, in the city hub for electric vehicles with charging points. Perhaps the council could change their fleet to electric vehicles to set an example. And I know this is not your jurisdiction, but perhaps ECAN can look at electric MyWay vehicles as well. We'd like to see biodiversity, regeneration and protection of our natural flora prioritised. And I know that Forest and Bird are presenting and they'll do a really great job of talking to this. But in our heads, we're thinking priority given to native species in parks, ensuring by building consents that green spaces are included in all new developments, both industrial and residential. Education and development of our people, both inside and outside the TDC. Invest in development for the TDC leadership team and education in right climate action. Communication of the awesome initiatives that we know you will do to help us all reduce our emissions, which will effectively educate all of us and make us all aware of ways that we can each help reduce our emissions. And we know you can do this because you've done a fantastic job with the waste minimisation management campaign. I'd like to close by saying that we are not opposed to the development of our beautiful region. What we are asking for is that each project is built on a solid foundation, ensuring carbon reduction initiatives are prioritised for every decision made. We can have a beautiful gallery, a vibrant and buzzing city hub, a busy sports centre, all built on these solid foundations of carbon reduction initiatives. We then see these initiatives being communicated to the public to raise awareness of the action that the council are taking to reduce carbon emissions and also to show evidence of climate action. For this to happen, option 3 does not seem like enough, but it is the absolute minimum that is required to start this process. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. That's awesome. We really appreciate that. Very passionate presentation.
Thank you.
It's obvious that you believe and we really appreciate that. And you've put some great challenges to us. So hopefully we can take them up. But we've got a few minutes for questions. So questions prior to the comments. I'm sure we've got some. Team? All right, put you on the spot.
I'll ask a
Oh,
question.
sorry, Councillor.
Can you tell me whereabouts are we stop replacing booms and trees with wider footpaths? What streets have been affected by that?
Yeah. So does somebody else want to comment on that? I mean, this is a group effort, so I'm happy to answer, but if somebody else would like.
Kirsten.
Yeah.
That was Kirsten's input. Do you want to say
Kirsten, did you want to talk to that? Can we hear her? No. I can do it if you like.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but I guess it's just something on my side of the Timaru that as I drove around sort of the Watlington area, we've done a lot of footpath upgrades, and it really seems that we've got far too many footpaths that go straight from the boundary or the retaining wall right to the curb, and we've got a lot of streetscapes that are solid right from boundary to boundary, and we're missing out on opportunities to replace those berms and put street trees back in where they've been taken out when we're doing those footpath upgrades. Yeah, so a lot of street trees seem to be disappearing and not being replaced, and those grass berms that are a really great opportunity to reduce that stormwater runoff and improve the whole streetscape quality. Yeah.
Thanks, Kirsten.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Thank you for the great presentation. Just have a question. I see you've got an amazing amount of membership to your organisation. Do you have regular meetings and or newsletters that come out as a result of those meetings?
Yeah, good question. We've actually, it's a very new group. And I would say Silka is our driving force in terms of getting people motivated. So did you want to talk to that, Silka, or I'm happy to?
I actually think interesting point. We look like a really big organization with our signatures. These signatures were within 4 days of completing our submission, because we had to show the people, obviously, the submission. We couldn't just mobilize people before we had. So it's a 4-day effort of getting people engaged with this topic, which I really believe is a reflection of the importance and the significance of that topic in people and for our community. So we've got a climate action group, which is just a group on Facebook, which is, we've got 125 members, but actually those members, only 10 of those members for the climate action group have signed the submission. The submission was signed by neighbours, by friends, by people on the street, yeah. So we are not an established solid group, but we will be from now on.
Well, wonderful. I just want to acknowledge that, and well done on your submission. Obviously put together very well and well presented. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought the submission was very clever, actually, and the fact that you got a really good buy-in from all those individuals, and it was obviously that read it as well. So looking forward to having a new accountability partner moving forward. So
fantastic, as we are.
That's all we've got time for. Thanks so much. Wonderful submission, and thanks, kids, for coming in and with the gifts of plants. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, that's why we're doing it right for the next generation. So yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
It's a big one.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. Thank you.
Ready. So we're now going to invite Brian is here in place of Reese. So thanks, Brian. And we're going to Sustainable South Canterbury Trust submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to speak this morning. I'm Brian Gallagher, the chair of the Sustainable South Canterbury Trust, and Kylie Galbraith here is a newly joined trustee as well. So we're starting to diversify and get away from the old grey hairs. I suppose 20 years ago with Councillor Lyon here and Ashley Harper, we were looking at waste minimisation for the Canterbury district, and what a I suppose resounding result we've had at the success of that program. But it took quite a lot of work to get to where we landed on for a favourable outcome for the Canterbury district. So now we're talking about climate change and another challenge for us all. So I think we need to take a deep breath, and I think if I can ask you all to take a deep breath now, and as you inhale and then exhale, just think about your personal space and level of comfort. We just saw a number of people come into this room and probably didn't have an impact on your personal level of comfort and space. But if we were to drip feed in another 300 people into this room, so that all of a sudden they're starting to occupy your personal space, there'd be a level of discomfort start to happen in this room. We would notice that it would become hot and stuffy. We'd feel uncomfortable. So what would we do about it? We've got air conditioning. We could adjust that to bring the temperature down. Maybe open some windows, let some fresh air in, or someone's going to take control and remove people or take them out. On a global scale, we've seen our population reach an exponential vertical scale. Similarly, the increase in greenhouse gases since the industrial era of the 1800s has increased as well. We can't see or feel these gases. We can't see all the people in the world, but we can see the scientific numbers to tell us that these effects are real and happening. So the effect, we can see it's happening. Sure, there's been weather events in the past, volcanoes erupting, all affecting climate change, but it's that effect of human population that is doubling that and increasing it. The effects of weather, we can see the recent hailstorm, Patiti Point erosion, what's happening out there in the plains at the moment. The frequency and intensity of those events are becoming more frequent. So as a council, what are you charged to do? Under the Climate Change Act, you have to take some action and report to the Climate Change Minister. And that's just business as usual for what's happening behind the doors here. But as representatives of our community, you have a wider responsibility and duty to act, because the people out there look to you as leaders and provide help. In terms of the agriculture sector, hei waka eke noa, we're all in this together. So in other areas, they're already taking action, measuring and looking at plans to put in place to mitigate and minimise the effects of climate change. So looking here today, option 2, yes, you have to do that. But we just saw this group before us, the young kids coming in. Today is today. What we're talking about is going to impact on them in the future. So option 3, really in your long-term plan, is the most sensible step to take. We're soon to complete the Eco Centre down at Redruth. The council has supported this, and the trust really appreciates your support in making that happen. That facility is going to become the hub for our community. So it's not only representing council and schools, but our businesses, the electricians, the plumbers, our primary industry, that's the backbone of our community. Fonterra, Alliance, Silverfern Farms, Sinlay, Oceania Dairy, bringing them in and their suppliers to a facility provides a neutral ground, but it's a facility that's going to empower people to put in place the changes that we have to make. So the Sustainable South Canterbury Trust, we acknowledge that climate change, the council doesn't have to be doing it alone. The recent joining of the other councils and addressing climate change means that there's economies of scale to be done, sharing of resources. It's not about the council operating in isolation. So this is a joint effort, I suppose, and the trust really appreciates the efforts of the council in making the Eco Centre a hub for the people of the community in South Canterbury. Anything to add, Kylie?
Oh, you did a good job.
Any questions?
Councillor Pinnington.
G'day, Brian. Could you just update us where you're at with your centre down at Redwood?
We're just finalising a memorandum of understanding with the council and Envirowaste as to the operations and final funding. So we've had a little delay. We'd hoped to have started the building in May, but that's going to happen in August now. So the intention is that it will be open by end of February next year.
And the delay is partly around contractor availability, I think, isn't it?
Yes, yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, welcome, Brian. I just wonder how you feel, obviously a few changes going on in our systems, how we handle things, and obviously the outsourcing of our waste minimalisation unit and your contract. How do you see that that's going to, have you got any concerns about that, or are you quite happy about that, how it's all going to unfold?
I understand that the council waste minimisation staff, there's up to 4 positions being made under the new contract. So really it's just a reallocation of operating under a council umbrella to now operating under a contractor umbrella. So we have still to look at some of the details of the contract, but the outcomes is that there should be good communication with the primary schools, the secondary schools, the business sector on waste minimisation and sustainability. So providing that all those positions are filled, then it should be okay.
I guess it's about education, isn't it? About getting out and teaching people at the appropriate level to encourage everyone to do the right thing.
That's correct, isn't it?
We've still got you're quite happy we've still got the capacity.
Providing those positions are filled, so I understand that should happen. So at the Eco Centre, there should be up to 4 staff under the contract, I understand, operating out of there as a base. Yeah, I suppose that the concerns we have is it's not just waste minimisation, it is the wider sustainability topic that should be incorporated into that community education.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, look, and we've got, I think it's important that council, are over that and stay an influencer on that and make sure that we are getting the, desired outcomes as far as education. So it's good that you brought that to the fore, Councillor Booth, but I think there's every opportunity to do that right and probably do it better with great collaboration with a partner in this space. So really excited about, what the trust is going to do over the next 10 years. It's a pretty exciting project and great to be down there with the, the Raptor team as well. It's I think it's going to be really cool for that area and great to see some of the planting started, and what it's going to look like in 10 years is going to be pretty amazing, and what it's going to add for the community. So thanks.
It will be a unique site.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah. So thanks so much, Brian and Kylie, for your work. Really appreciate that. Good. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the grey ones. Oh, sorry, we've got one more question from Councillor Oliver.
I work at Fonterra, and Fonterra rolling in quite a massive biodiversity thing going forward, and I think that, especially just for South Canterbury going forward, theirs is real big, and it's just starting to be rolled out now. So that might be something you might want to look into. Quite a few stuff in different areas, and I think this is an area they're quite interested in helping out with. So yeah,
involved in the dairy sector, so very, very aware of that myself.
Yeah, so it's I've read the whole what they're trying to achieve, and it's looking really, really good. It's one of the real benefits of Fonterra at the moment. I think they're going forward with some of that stuff.
That's the approach. It's got to be a collective approach. We've got to involve those companies that are the backbone of our rural economy. So
very much.
Yeah, look, and there's a real opportunity. I mean, you can debate climate change forever and a day, and it doesn't actually matter. But what are the opportunities that are going to come from this? And there's some amazing opportunities for our businesses to do it better for education and schools, across so many things. So yeah, it's exciting times, I think. So thank you again for the challenge that your submission presents to us. So and thanks for presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. So, time-wise, it's pretty late now. Alrighty, so Nikki, can you hear me? Nikki from Forest and Bird, I think you're on Zoom with us.
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Nikki,
am I good to go? Good morning.
Morning. I'll just pass on to you, and then we'll follow with a few questions. So the floor is yours.
Okay, kia ora, everybody. Good morning, and thanks very much for the opportunity to present. My name is Nikki Snow from Forest and Bird, and I'm the Regional Conservation Manager for Canterbury and the West Coast. First of all, my thoughts are with you and your community this morning with regards to the flooding, and I hope that everything is okay down there. Fortunately, it was well predicted, so it gave people plenty of time to prepare, I hope, and this is a bit of a godsend. I just want to speak to a couple of points in my submission today, and that is on climate change and on biodiversity and biosecurity. On climate change, I guess this event that we've just experienced in Canterbury the last couple of days is perhaps a sign of what is expected ahead, with climate change predicting more frequent and extreme weather events to be thrown at us. So just on that note, we would urge the council to prioritise climate change action and accelerate that action too in the long-term plan. I just want to acknowledge the joined up work being done with Environment Canterbury and the Mayoral Forum Group, and we strongly, on climate change that is, we strongly support and encourage this work. And we totally agree that we're all better off working together on this notion. In terms of climate change, Forest and Bird wants to stress the need for nature-based solutions in favour of hard engineering things, and that especially with regards to restoring our braided rivers and wetlands, and building more swales and things like that in urban areas to deal with the stormwater are all part of the solution. So those are things that we would really love to see you guys working on in terms of climate action and a strategy for dealing with these types of events in the future. So yeah, much more spending on climate change and accelerating the action is the point there that we would love to make. These types of actions, of course, will have a knock-on benefit for biodiversity and habitat for native species. On biodiversity, we really want to commend the council on its SNA program, its Significant Natural Areas program. We think you guys have done a really fantastic job of doing identifying SNAs in your district. You're a long way ahead of lots of other districts, and we would really want you to build on that, and we strongly urge the council to put more funding towards Indigenous biodiversity protection and restoration. And we would love to see the council fund and engage a dedicated biodiversity officer so that you can have someone that's actually dedicated to that job, that can check on SNAs, monitor, and also to help give the land occupiers with biodiversity SNAs on their properties some advice on how to protect and restore them. We also hope that you can find money to increase the community fund for Indigenous biodiversity to help land occupiers protect and restore their SNAs that they have on their properties. Yeah, we strongly want to advise a dedicated person or to that job. You know, it sort of falls through the cracks often, and you know, you've done a really fantastic job of identifying SNAs. The next stage now is to protect them and to help landowners to restore them and maintain them. This will also help you guys uphold your obligation under the RMA and put you in really good stead once the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity is gazetted. And then finally, on biosecurity, Forest and Bird strongly supports Environment Canterbury's biosecurity advisory groups. We think these groups are a really terrific addition, especially in light of climate change and the issues with biosecurity that might be thrown up as the climate changes and as things heat up or things cool down, whatever. We would highly recommend that the Timaru District Council has its own membership on these groups. We understand that there is a member from one district council that is representative of all the district, or you know, several district councils in each region. The biosecurity advisory groups are broken up into 3 sort of regions throughout Canterbury and Banks Peninsula, so there are 4 altogether. But we would recommend that each territorial authority have their own member on there. There's a lot of crossover between biosecurity and biodiversity, and to assist and sort of enhance your own SNA program or your own biodiversity program, it'd be really useful to have somebody attending the biosecurity advisory groups as well, because that's all about pest management and taking care of biodiversity and protecting it from pest outbreaks. So in summary, I just want to summarise my key points here. We really would love to see the council prioritise more spending on climate change action and engage with the other regions and councils and advance the work that is being undertaken by the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. Speed that up a little bit so we see some action, and less talk and more action, I guess. We would love to see you engage the services of a dedicated in-house biodiversity advisor, and we would love to see you guys resource participation in ECAN's biosecurity advisory groups as part of the climate response and to enhance your biodiversity program. So that's pretty much all I had to say. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Good, thanks, Nikki. Appreciate that. Cool. The feedback. Questions, team. Sorry, we're just dealing with some feedback in here. Any questions? Look, really appreciate your submission. Made some really good points. Take your point around, the Canterbury Mural Forum and the work that we're doing there. But you're right, some, tangible some actions would be really good. Let's talk more action, certainly hearing that. And also note your points around biosecurity officers, also funding in regard to the community fund for biodiversity, and also representation around those groups, and we'll deal with some of those things on Wednesday with our consideration. So really appreciate you taking the time, as always, Nikki, to present to our LTP. So thank you. Also, and I've got one question here, or a question from Councillor Booth.
Yeah, hi Nikki. Just looking at your submission on the developing Aorangi Park, you've sort of suggested you're not happy about that, and you'd do 10 years plus. What's that all about?
Sorry, what was that? What was that point? I missed the beginning of it.
In your submission, you've put in about the development of Aorangi Park and the stadium, and you've put in there, delay the development for 10 years plus. So what's your thinking around that?
No, I'm just looking up that because it just doesn't come. Aorangi Park. I don't have that in my. What point are you looking at in my submission? Have we got the right one?
Yeah, what number?
Yeah.
What number are you on?
Forest and Bird.
Yeah, what number?
What number, Para?
It's about the development Aorangi Park. They're just listed in subjects on my.
Is there a number though?
I don't think that I have actually mentioned Aorangi Park in my submission.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's right. Okay.
I've got the submission in front of me, and I've just, yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got the wrong one there. Sorry about that. So
no, that's cool. That's cool. No worries.
But if you'd like to make some comments on Aorangi Park, you are more than welcome.
I don't actually know much about Aorangi Park, so I might pass on that one. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, team? No, that's it. So thanks. So again, really appreciate that, Nikki.
Kia ora. All the best, and hope the recovery is all good down there.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for acknowledging that. We appreciate that.
Cheers. Kia ora.
Thank you. So short break. We'll do the break at those time. Okay, so we're just due to have a short break, and then we'll be back just prior to 10 to 11 with Phil Driver after the break. Thank you. Yeah.
Earlier at 12, so
okay. Righty, welcome Phil Driver up to come speak to us. Thanks, Phil, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your easily understood LTP consultation document. It was very straightforward and helpful. And thanks also to TDC staff for their careful analysis of the submitters' comments. They've also been very helpful. So I'm Dr. Phil Driver. We live at Otapua, where we're developing a food forest based on permaculture principles. My background's in science, technology and business, especially in the areas of energy, agriculture and environmental management. I've also studied climate science and the geopolitics of climate science intensely for about a decade. For the last 20 years, my key work's been facilitating large-scale public sector strategies in New Zealand, Australia, the UK and Germany, where I was lecturing to master's students as recently as last Friday. Today, I'll summarise just 2 climate change issues that South Canterbury must confront. I'll then propose some specific actions. I'll leave a copy of these notes and I'm happy to send an electronic copy in. So I'll assume an acceptance of the science of climate change. It's compelling. I'll assume an acceptance of the evidence that it's already happening on a major scale, faster and more extreme than cautious scientists have predicted. I'll further assume that South Canterbury's climate change mitigation and adaptation can only be done locally. It cannot be done in Wellington or Christchurch. Government can set rules, but it's only local actions on the ground in South Canterbury that will contribute to our district's response to global heating. My generation has a profound conflict of interest in any decision relating to climate change because we won't suffer the consequences of our decisions. Under 60-year-olds will wear the consequences of our decisions, and the younger they are, the more they will pay for our decisions. Is that fair? I'll offer a suggestion on this topic shortly. The number one climate change issue for South Canterbury is climate refugees. Various analysts have tried to put a number on future flows of climate refugees, the most widely repeated prediction being 200 million climate refugees by 2050. On this basis, there could easily be more than 100,000 climate refugees in South Canterbury by 2050. That's more than a doubling of our population. We'd better be confident whether this prediction is true or not, because the consequences are astounding. What will be the most valuable skill sets as climate refugees come here? Should we deliberately invite peasant farmers who know how to sustainably produce large amount of food from tiny plots of land? Where will the building materials come from to build homes for another 100,000 people? We better start growing the wood now. Where will the water come from for a population of 160,000? We better sort that out now too. The consequences of climate refugees are profound. Will New Zealand just put up barriers to protect our privileged lives? Or will we be caring citizens of the world and invite refugees to our precious part of the world? Immigration policy is certainly a central government responsibility, but we should influence it to suit South Canterbury. The number two issue is an increase in extreme weather events, as we've just been reminded. While the average rise in global temperatures is gradual, global heating causes sudden extreme events, such as heavy floods, increasing the flashiness of our already flashy rivers, therefore bigger floods, longer droughts. Another extreme event, early and late frosts wiping out entire fruit crops. This already happened last year on the 16th of October. Around Timaru, huge numbers of people lost their entire fruit crop. So global change isn't an incremental thing. Things happen in big chunks. That's what extreme events is all about. Specific recommendations. Firstly, I recommend the establishment of a citizens' jury of independent and authoritative under 40-year-olds to vet all TDC decisions and actions which may be impacted by climate change. Their generations are going to pay the costs of our decisions. They should vet our decisions. People like me have a huge conflict of interest because I'll be dead before the big problems hit us. Climate strategy. Urgently create a genuine climate strategy for South Canterbury. And by that I mean a validated strategy, not a wish list. Your strategy must compellingly meet three criteria. It's got to be logical. You've got to know that it will definitely work because it's based on robust evidence, and it has to be worth it. And please don't spend years and years on analysis. The big issues are already known. Urgently create an interim strategy, start implementing it and edit it as you go along. Create the first draft within 4 months, not 12 months, 4 months maximum. I'll shortly submit a proposal to the Canterbury Mayoral Forum to do just that. Climate refugees, understand whether that is a big issue or not. I believe it is. If we're going to find sustainable housing and water and work for another 100,000 people, this isn't your typical property developer situation. This is housing, water and work for tens of thousands of mostly poor refugees. I hope I'm wrong with the prediction of the climate refugees, but we better be sure about it. Food forests. Use land use regulations to consent and promote the development of hundreds of food forests. This will create local, high intensity but sustainable food production with more jobs, more diverse foods, lower water use per unit food, and lower food miles. And I formally invite councillors to visit our property to see our food forest under development, so you can see what food forests can do in a very small piece of land. Sustainability training. Please collaborate with Aoraki, Polytech and South Canterbury Sustainability Trust and others to develop demonstration food forests, provide training in permaculture. This training must include growing crops for climate resilience, not just for maximum yield. Simple things like pruning trees differently can increase their resistance to unseasonal frosts. There's simple things we can do that can make a big difference to these climate events. Networks of the willing. Please facilitate networks of people who already want to get on with addressing climate challenges and opportunities so they can work together, like urban people wanting to help with fencing, planting trees and wetland restoration. There's a lot of people just want to get on with it. Please help facilitate them to get on with it and don't be held back by the skeptics. Slow water. The most cost-effective place to store water is in the ground. So provide incentives for replanting water catchments and restoring wetlands, especially in the upper catchments. I've attached a copy of my paper, Achieving Slow Water in South Canterbury, to this submission. If we had had better planted upper catchments, we would have had much lower flood peaks and the water would have kept flowing through the rivers for much longer periods of time. And there's plenty of research and experience overseas to demonstrate that. I think we need to, this is the wild card, look at alternative food production. There's a rapidly growing industries that are producing meat, dairy products and seafoods and bioreactors. You may or may not like that. The key thing is they need plant-based raw materials to feed into those industries. We could grow those plants profitably in South Canterbury, so let's investigate those industries and attract them here. We've already got international distribution chains for food, agricultural products. Those new products could drop into those distribution chains. So those are my specific recommendations. Finally, my generation's arguably been the luckiest to ever walk on this planet. Our ancestors fought wars for us, established infrastructure for us, developed education and health systems for us, and looked after the environment far better than we have. They gifted it to us. My generation has also, by any objective measure, been the most environmentally destructive to ever walk on this planet. Are we going to accept responsibility and pay the cost of our incredibly damaging behaviour over the last 50 years or not? We've been the luckiest generation. We've been the most destructive generation. Will history also label us the responsible generation or not? So for every issue facing our district, I recommend we imagine ourselves in 20 to 30 years having the following brief conversation with our grandchildren's generation. Granddad, you acknowledge that your generation is the luckiest to have walked on this planet. Yep. Granddad, you also acknowledge your generation has, by any objective measure, been the most environmentally destructive to have ever walked on this planet. Yes. Granddad, in 2021, you knew about the existential threat to our lives of climate change. So Granddad, what did you do all you could to protect our future? Thanks.
Questions for Phil, team? That's really good. And you all, you'll flick those notes through as well?
Yes.
Yeah, that's really appreciated. A lot, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Piddington.
Phil, absolutely love your passion and well done on your submission. But for everything else we've promoted, you've kind of said no to. You obviously don't believe in social fabric, 5,000 users of the gym, but, you know, which is a fair proportion, and grandparents go and watch kids play sport. So I'm just interested why it's no to everything else except your specific interest.
Thank you. Because climate change is an order of magnitude bigger than all of those put together. If we have 100,000 people moving to Canterbury between now and 2050, and a lot of them are going to come a lot sooner than that, those problems are going to overwhelm anything else on your agenda.
Yeah, I understand that the process of people moving here, probably because we have other good things in mind within a community.
Can I suggest they will move here because they've got nowhere else to live? They're not going to be wealthy Sydney people selling $5 million properties. They'll be people from Asia who come here with nothing. They'll be grateful for a small plot of land where they can keep themselves alive by growing some food. I don't think that an art gallery and a stadium are going to be high on their list of reasons for coming here. It's existential. That means dead if it doesn't work. They're coming here to live. It's that serious.
No.
Good questions. Thanks, Phil, and appreciate your passion and your submission. Really good. Thank you. And look forward to getting that in regard to the mural forum as well. Thank you. So we've got Michelle. Welcome, Michelle, from Cancer Society, Canterbury and West Coast. Can you hear me all right? Welcome.
I can, thank you. Kia ora from sunny Geraldine. Can you hear me?
Do you want to just say something? We'll see if we can just make sure we can hear you okay.
I can hear her, but I just
no, we're just not receiving you just at this moment.
Kia ora from sunny Geraldine.
I think it might, is it at our end by the looks of it? Might be, might just bear with us.
Please not.
Well, it's going to be that. Can you just say something for me, Michelle?
Kia ora from sunny Geraldine.
I can hear that. I can hear her saying hi. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you clear.
Can the council hear me?
Yes, I can. We'll just try and get some volume up at our end for that.
Kia ora.
She is.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll go with that, and we'll so we'll pass over to you, and yeah, I'll turn mine off. Yeah. So we'll pass over to you, and we'll see how we go. Thanks.
Okay.
So we've got a presentation that I'm assuming Joanne's got the first slide up. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to present our submission today. My name's Claire. I am a healthy public policy intern currently studying at ARA, and this is my colleague Michelle, and we are representing the Cancer Society. The Cancer Society has enjoyed a long and productive relationship with the Timaru District Council, and we congratulate you on the vision for a vibrant Timaru City Hub. We agree this proposed regeneration has the potential to impact the community across all four well-beings. We would like to also congratulate you on your smoke-free policy and of your endorsement of Smoke-Free Aotearoa 2025. Today, we'd like to ask you to consider two things. Firstly, we would like to see the smoke-free policy extended to include vaping. And secondly, we would like to share with you the exciting results of a recent survey the Cancer Society conducted, which shows strong support from local businesses in making Stafford Street smoke-free and vape-free. Slide change, please. So why include vaping in smoke-free policy? Well, the Cancer Society follows the World Health Organization's advice and remains cautious about the long-term risks of vaping and its efficacy as a cessation tool. While it may be less harmful than smoking, it is not harmless. Members, in the latest North and South magazine, there was a wonderful story from a Richard Dykes about a researcher visiting a local high school. The kids were saying, vaping is safe, it's just flavoured water. Well, the researcher came back with what I thought was a really good way to look at it. He said, it is safe in the same sense that jumping out of a 7th-storey building is safer than jumping out of the 70th. So not harmless, not totally harmless. So it can be a useful tool to stop smoking for some people. However, there's now an emerging problem of young people vaping who have never smoked before, and this is a concern. In fact, a latest rangatahi survey found that 48% of people who had vaped, young ones, had never smoked before. So that's nearly half, and that's a concern. So including vaping in the policy has these advantages. So consistency, it's consistent with your local, with your current smoke-free policy to reduce addictive behaviours. It gives clarity, it's easier to communicate messages to discourage both smoking and vaping in public places, and it reduces the risk that vaping can be seen as smoking. Denormalisation, it's consistent with the amended Act to prevent normalisation of vaping and to prevent future generations from starting. So environmental, it helps reduce the environmental impact of tobacco and vaping. So in summary, it makes sense. It sends a strong message that it's not a behaviour that we want to see, including smoking. It's not a behaviour we want to see. We also think it aligns with your long-term plan vision of a vibrant hub and reflects your commitment to a healthy, adaptable and regenerative environment. I'd now like to hand over to Michelle, who will talk about our second but allied part of our submission. Slide change, please.
Thank you, Claire. Can you hear me there? I'm having a few technological difficulties back here.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Loud and clear, thanks, Michelle.
Awesome. Well, kia ora. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the council on winning the Cleanest Water Award for the second time in a year. You guys are pretty amazing. If it's not clean water, you're putting our wonderful South Canterbury on the map with topless recycling. So go you guys. As Claire has said, my name is Michelle and I am the Community Engagement Coordinator for the South Canterbury Cancer Society. Put in simple terms, I had the amazing job of being able to walk up the Stafford Street and talk to the amazing people in the Stafford Street businesses, re a vape-free, smoke-free policy in the form of a survey. If we could ever, did we have a slide change there? So the results that we showed, so we surveyed that 68 businesses were surveyed, with the majority being retail.
Past that slide, I can see that slide.
Sorry, I can't see that there, sorry.
The next slide, please. Yeah.
So is this what we surveyed 68 businesses with the majority? So the next one. Yeah. So we've got, there was fantastic results of the awareness of both smoke-free 2025 Aotearoa goal, and as you can see, the Timaru District Council smoke-free policy was everybody was very well aware of that as well. So do we go to the next one? The council would surely be happy with the level of agreement for the smoke-free, vape-free.
Sorry, go back to the slide before that.
Sorry, I can't see anything from this end.
Next one further on. Oh my gosh, sorry. Go back to the slide ahead and the slide ahead of that. Perfect.
So where are we at the fact that the council will be happy with the level of agreement to the smoke-free, vape-free Stafford Street being complementary to the city hub, especially with the numbers voting for the support of the local council. Okay, can we go to the next slide?
On the slide, that's the same one that you're talking about.
Slide 5. Okay, so would you support a smoke-free, vape-free Stafford Street? Overwhelming support showing that the smoke-free, vape-free Stafford Street, with a majority saying that they would introduce it without a trial period. If you chose to support this policy, you would be in great company alongside the Christchurch City Council, Hamner Springs. They have a Breathe Easy project that they did there, Ashburton, and of course closer to home, the Waimate District Councils. In the middle there, you may see a little logo called...
Slide back.
In the middle there, you may see a little Fresh Air Project logo. Now, what that is the Fresh Air Project was an exciting initiative that was designed by the Cancer Society in collaboration with the Canterbury District Health Board. And what that is supporting smoke-free, vape-free outdoor dining areas. We now have an excess of 200 venues across the country being promoted on the Fresh Air website. South Canterbury is leading the way with 4 venues in Tekapo, 3 in Twizel and 2 in Fairlie as a part of this project. I wasn't going to say this, but wait, there's more. Geraldine has come in with a huge 17 venues that have joined the Fresh Air Project promoting outdoor dining. On top of this, when collecting data on the Stafford Street smoke-free, vape-free survey that we did, we visited cafes and of course discussed the Fresh Air Project. Once discussing this and telling them about it, we found out that 5 out of the 6 cafes approached are ready to sign up. We do believe that this is an encouraging level of acceptability to the Stafford Street smoke-free, vape-free proposal from our community. And I would now like to hand you back to the lovely Claire.
And back to the final slide, please. So in summary, members, New Zealand has a goal to be smoke-free by 2025, and Timaru Council's already shown real leadership in helping us to get to that goal. Today is World Smoke-Free Day. That is why we asked to speak today. And it's an opportunity to demonstrate that leadership by extending your policy to include vaping and to work with us in partnership to promote a smoke-free, vape-free Stafford Street as part of your vision to revitalise the CBD. How this will look is we would like to work in partnership to have a conversation about communicating it. The signage will be provided by the Cancer Society through the Fresh Air Project. So that will be straight to the hospitality venue. So no expense to the council. It's a voluntary policy, which is self-governing. It's again, no expense to the council. So yeah, there'll be potentially a couple, all you would need to do is put a couple of signs up either end of Stafford Street, and perhaps it would be, things would be communicated in the usual way that you communicate the changes that the LTP is bringing anyway. So we believe these changes align with the long-term plan vision of a vibrant hub, and it reflects your commitment to a healthy, adaptable and regenerative environment which impacts your community across the 4 well-beings. In appreciation of the time, we were going to give you some daffodils, but they don't go through Zoom.
And we still will,
Yeah, to talk about how Cancer Society, for the Cancer Society, daffodils are a sign of new beginnings, and it's a symbol of hope for the future of the cancer-free future. Thank you for your time. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I'd like you to open up.
Kia ora. Thank you. Question, Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the work you're doing. I'm very interested in the sense that vaping's having a major impact on our young people in the age groups that you've actually mentioned. But have you got a program of education and support about change around that over and above your smoke-free policy?
That's actually what we're going to be working on next. Because the government at the moment has...
Sorry, can't hear.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that is something that it is the next step, because the government has put in about trying to use vaping as a quit tool, but now it's such an evolving thing that as the evidence has come in, now there's a really alarming need that something needs to be done. So yes, that is what we are looking at next. So not currently, but in the pipeline very soon.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. I can see them both working hand in hand as well. So thanks for the initiatives.
Kia ora, thanks, team. Look, you've got our commitment to work with you on this one. Oh, sorry, another question from Councillor Oliver Geraldine.
Can I just say in general that I've been working close with Michelle and Geraldine. We approached, well, Michelle, the Cancer Society, approached all the cafes, a wonderful uptake, and they've got this really cool signage that goes on the tables and around the cafes to promote no smoking in the outdoor eating areas. I'm really fully support getting that vaping put on. I mean, I see kids vaping down at the skate park that are 10 and 12 and things like that, and it's a real concern going forward. It's becoming more available. It's, you know, they're doing it behind their parents' backs, most of them, and all the rest of it. So it doesn't make very nice family when they get things when they get caught and stuff. So I fully support getting that vaping into the policy, and the sooner we can get that done, I think the better. It'll make our parks and everything more free.
It's just so important to think about what children are exposed to, and given that we're going to go for a smoke-free generation, well, vaping is at risk of re-normalizing smoking.
Yes.
And that's the opposite of what we want. So yes.
In our smoke-free generation movement, this is what we are aiming for, that basically in 18 years' time, or if you were to have a child or a grandchild today, in 18 years' time, they would have no idea what smoking or vaping is or was. It would be something that was in the olden days, which is quite cool.
Quick question for me. What are your thoughts on, you know, the cannabis referendum that we had last year, and how does that help with a smoke-free Aotearoa 2025?
We'd probably have to get back to you on that one, because that is different kettle of fish that we don't have time for. I think we'd have to get back to you on that one, if that's okay.
No, that's all right. Very, you could be a politician. Well handled.
Hey, student.
Hey, thanks so much for your time. We really appreciate your submission.
Wonderful. And you guys stay warm and safe down there.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
Cheers.
For this.
Peter, welcome up. No, not at all. I won't put the cannabis question to you, Peter.
I attended the country club, and there was 3 guest speakers there, Sally, Ellen and Ashley. They've got a good sound system there, just a handheld mic, and that was passed around the guest speakers. And when it come to question time, it was hard to hear what some people were saying. So Sally took charge of the microphone, and she just went around the room and in some cases talked to the people, and the phone was, not the phone, the mic was taken back to whoever the questions were directed at. And one of the questions that was directed at Sally was, why was the showgrounds development given the green light with preference to the CBD? And Sally's response was, well, there's no shops big enough. And the majority want that development. Well, I thought, this is good. I think the council are actually listening to what the majority of the public want. And I've just lost my train of thought here. So well done, Sally. I was very impressed with you. And Alan raised the lack of council spending. You know, you said was the last big spend was under the Wynne Raymond Council. Well, I can remember that. There was a whole fortune spent on those slippery tiles. The arcade was roofed in the piazza, and the two big problems, in my view, anyhow, facing the CBD are all the empty shops and the lack of car parking. Well, the car parking was addressed under the Joni and Air counts when they put that parking building up. Well, you know, that was a good move. But the empty shops, well, you've got the arcade and the Stafford Mall. Well, is there any reason why the council can't take over the lease of the parking on top of that city, the Stafford Mall, in line with the terrace car park. That's free 2 hour. But see, with that Stafford Mall, that's that pay and display. And once you have those and parking meters, that people scares people off. But if you made that free car park, 2 hour free car parking, and then you've got all the empty shops in there. Well, I mean, everything's there, isn't it? You even got a lift. Well, could you not get your Timaru District Holdings on the job? What I mean, if the showgrounds is an example of their work, they're not doing a good job, they're doing a brilliant job. We'll get them on the job and get out and fill those empty shops. There's all, you know, you can have lots of Barkers, Geraldine. You know, I like their products. And if they had a shop in that mall, I would go and buy jam there rather than get it at the supermarket. And then there's all sorts of other opportunities, like a bakery. Well, there's none in the CBD. It used to be Mays. And then there's, you know, there's other likes of coffee shop and a restaurant, and you know, there's chocolate making and all that type of stuff. You know, there seems to be what on earth's wrong with the people that own that Stafford Mall? You'd have to wonder. But when you look around the CBD, there are well presented shops. You know, you could take that Coffee Fast. That was the old 3XC. Well, they demolished the front half and put on a new facade, and you got the parking, it's landscape. That just really stands out. And then there's that other little shop, that coffee. Oh, what's that? Cafe on the corner of Stafford Street and Cannon Street. Coffee something. Coffee. Oh, that's it, Sally. Yeah, coffee culture. Well, the way they've done the veranda, you know, they got the post there, and it just looks so good when you compare it with the others. A great big boxy front on it, and it's just so heavy looking. But I you know, as far as spending on the CBD, I would sort of see the council direct it at the problems, not just have a once in a 20-year spend up, you know, just replacing tiles and widening footpaths and making cutting off part of Stafford Street and making it just pedestrians only. That people have still got to get into the CBD, so they've got to park their cars somewhere. So I just sort of see the money directed at the problems rather than just have a big spend up. That's the CBD, and I think the Heritage Hub. I think the Theatre Royal side of I'm quite happy, like quite comfortable with that. What I mean, that the can's been kicked down the road for years, and there's been that much spent on it. The council committed to it, so I'm all in favour of going ahead and getting the job done properly. You know, it's well documented what you're going to do. There's like new seats, and I think the auditorium floor needs repairs, and there's the stage, you're going to flatten that off, and the fly and out back and all the access and all of that type of thing. But and I think the other, I'll just diverge here slightly. I think with I did mention shops, though the two shops, but at the south end, you go from the Theatre Royal down to Walkham Street corner, all those shops are now full, which is good. And then there's the old kebab shop on the corner there, and you go up to the Caroline Motors, and there's that funny wee old derelict building there. So what could the council buy that and tidy up all that area in there? That goes right through, access right through to the Theatre Royal, you know, that's south exit. And it's third world in there, all the old derelict like the back, you know, could something be done about tidying that up? But with the museum, you know, when you have a look at the Hall of Fame out there, all the famous people that come from Timaru, like South Canterbury, it's just incredible. But when I go and have a look through the museum, I just can't see much there at all. There's Richard Pearce has got a model of his aeroplane hanging away up in that high piece. And they've got a cabinet there on the mezzanine floor part of it with the old original piston and cylinder. And then in that cabinet, there's Colin Murdoch's syringe gun, just half the gun, just the wooden part. So where's the rest of it? And then I thought I can't see anything there about Harry Wigley with his ski plane, Bill Hamilton with his jet boat. Well, these like Bill Hamilton and Colin Murdoch, they're huge on the international scene. Like with Colin Murdoch with his hypodermic syringe gun and his disposable syringes. Well, I mean, with these vaccines, they're making them by the millions. And I would like to see them more acknowledged in the museum. I think the only detail that I could see is that it's going to cost about 11 million, and that the virtually just going to have what's in there and spread it out a bit, and there'll be a bit of room for these travelling displays like from Te Papa. Well, I would far sooner see more of our heritage in there rather than going there and look at a stuffed albatross or a 1960s room. I think that's about it, I think. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Peter. Question from Councillor Booth.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So you see, sort of summing it up about the CBD, you're thinking parking's an issue for us. Is that what you're saying?
What the parking
Yeah.
issue? Yes, well, it is a problem. Like Timaru was never designed, was it? It's more like a dog's breakfast. It's all up and down and roads going in every direction, and it is a big, huge problem. But it's just that people go everywhere in their cars. You know, they drive to the supermarket. Some of them would drive right in if they could. And I know my wife, it's supermarket shopping is like an outing to her. She'd go every second day and she'd come back and say, I was talking to so-and-so and I met so-and-so, and this big tall fella, I asked him to reach up and get something I could reach. And see, this is what you're competing against in the CBD. So you've got to have shops that appeal to people. If you got that, and then they'll just come into the CBD.
So do you think that over a period of time, like 100 years, that the CBD might change and the use of the CBD, and therefore we need to reconsider that use and perhaps how it may need to evolve?
Oh, well, it's a huge problem with this earthquake strengthening. It's like the Tekapo building. See, I was with the senior net. We had the top level floor, and it's just, well, I mean, it's a nice old building, but it's never had a thing spent on it since the day it was built. And it's just a warren of corridors and wee rooms, and you're going through rooms and get the rooms, and it's because we used to talk about it up there, and they were saying, oh, but you could convert it into accommodation. I think get real, you know, it's got no rear access. It's in against a bank. There's no view. There's no sun. There's no nothing. But see, what on earth can you do with them? Well, I mean, that's a problem the council are facing. I sort of don't envy your job.
It's a tough job, mate.
Already, any other questions, Sam? You make and raise some really valid points about Heritage Centre and the focus on local though, and I think that's certainly been
Well, yeah,
well heard.
thanks. Yeah, no, I got the hearing aid and it's sort of hard to.
Oh, no worries.
Well, thanks very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Trine. So now I'm going to go to Trine. You can hear me all right, Trina?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, can certainly.
Brilliant.
Yeah, floor is yours. Thank you.
Trina Davidson. I'm a planner for Araki Environmental Consultancy here on behalf of Te Rūnanga o Arawhenua. I thought rather than read out my submission, I'd sort of largely take it as read. What I thought I'd say though is that the Rūnanga largely support, I guess, the actions that Timaru District Council are taking, and a lot of the submission is just about going that bit further and that step further. So things like with climate change and just general improvement in terms of stormwater management things, they're started, but the Rūnanga want to see it kind of, I guess, continue and improve. So I'll leave it at that and just take any questions is probably, or expand on anything if you've got any points you would like me to clarify.
Okay, awesome. Team, questions? Just from me, I just wanted to comment really and just said around the relationship, and we were mindful and very early on through this process, even back to when we started our vision and strategy session well over a year ago, and had Tawera and others as part of that. So we certainly did, and were very open and proactive around that. So I would say that, you know, from our side of things, I think we've been you know, very proactive, but we certainly do value the relationship we have with the Rūnanga of Arawhenua, but mindful that
Thank you for that. I'll pass that on to the Rūnanga, and I think it is recognising even the work that the council undertook to, I guess, ascertain, I guess, any concerns from the Rūnanga on the long-term plan is brilliant. And from my perspective, you were the only council that sort of spent that much time asking those questions of us, so which is much appreciated.
Thank you. Look, and we do really value the relationship. I think we've got a really proactive relationship, bearing in mind that any partnering can always be worked on. So any other questions from the team? You're all okay? You might have got away pretty easy on that one, Trent. So
yay. No worries. Oh, thank you so much for the time.
No worries, pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, take care, dear. Bye.
Cheers. Yep, so we can bring forward the cycling team. You look like you've semi-dried out there. Come forward. If more than one want to join us, we can grab some seats if you want to come up front. Sorry, this one is Cycling South Canterbury. Yeah. You should be able to get it. Are you on the day? Yep. Yep. Got it. I should just follow in the time slot at 11:30. So it won't be a minute team. Awesome. We're all good to go, and welcome, guys, and really interested to hear what the vision for Cycling South Canterbury and track, etc.
Well, yes, thank you for seeing us, Timaru District Council team. Great to be here. I'm Darren Cuthbertson. This is Paul Towler. Been riding a couple of years longer than I have. And on my right is Mark Ryan, obviously needs no introduction. World champion, Olympian, and Olympic medalist, of course. But obviously we require, well, our facility at the Caledonian Grounds was sort of looked upon for resealing, I think in the last long-term plan, which I think has possibly gone by the wayside now. So we've just got a wee PowerPoint presentation just regarding why we think we need a better option in South Canterbury. Right, so obviously with cycling has really taken off in the last few years. I think possibly with the COVID has sort of seen a lot more mum and dad sort of cyclists get out there and do a bit. But even our own racing sort of scene has really stepped up hugely in numbers. Riders travelling, every weekend from Christchurch, Dunedin, Central Otago, just to race our general club races. So from that point of view, it's, we've got a really good thing going here, and I think cycling in general is on the up as well. We obviously want to have a facility where we can, not just for cyclists, but it can be multi-use. The facility we're talking about, which is obviously a new velodrome. We've been talking with Bill Steens, and there is land out at Sir Basil Arthur Park, which potentially could be used. A bit more modern. The old Caledonian grounds is well over 100 years old, and it was fast in its day, but it's obviously gone by the wayside and deteriorating. Plus, it's just not modern. The modern tracks are generally very, very steep, 250-metre tracks, and very fast, and that's what all our anyone who's going to be competitive these days will be riding on. So it'd be great to have something like that here. And obviously, we believe it's going to benefit more than just our cycling club. Obviously, we're probably going to be the major benefactors, but there's plenty of opportunity for scope for other sports to either use the internal section of the track, particularly if it's covered, which is our ideal scenario, and benefit many members of the cycling of the South Canterbury community. As well. As I said earlier, the growth is exceeding our expectations. We think we run a pretty good club here in South Canterbury, but it's not just the racing scene; it's everything to do with cycling. You've seen the new track that's heading out towards Pleasant Point and then onwards to Tekapo. That is probably, if this track goes ahead out at Sir Basil Arthur, this could be a great wee focal point as a start point for that, for people to park cars and that sort of thing and head out on their way as well. Obviously, access for everybody, we believe it can benefit a lot of people in the community. So that's probably the biggest thing. Obviously, it's a fairly substantial investment, we understand that, but if it's more than one sport, obviously there's room for so many different sports in the centre of the track. The flat section on the outside of the track could be used for rehabilitation and that sort of thing, as well as any adjoining rooms, say like a conference centre, lounge sort of room, could also be used by the cyclists, the soccer club out there, and softballers and that sort of thing. So it could be a shared facility in that respect as well. And obviously the health of the community is probably is one area that is going to improve and is improving, I think, with the uptake in cycling. Definitely from a bike shop point of view, there's a lot more bikes getting out on the tracks and trails these days as well. So we think it's definitely money well spent for the future. Anyway, what did I just do? Nothing. And as I said, there's a lot more. We just come up with a handful of ideas of other people that could use the centre of the track or the outside of the track. There's room for futsal, netball, basketball court could be in there. There's a lot of walking, just for aged walking and that sort of thing. If they want to walk in the undercover, nice and warm out of the rain or whatever. Athletics training, soccer, there's admin areas out there, and options for like a cafe or something out there as well, like I said, for the start of that trail out there. And as we say, we believe it can become a sporting hub for a lot of events out there, whether it be soccer tournaments, softball tournaments, cycling events. It's a pretty good area to, if it's done properly, be a very good area to be utilised by everyone. Obviously, as I said earlier, the current facility, this is just a couple of wee photos, and I hope the councillors have had a chance to have a look at our full submission with quite a few more pictures in it. But the track has deteriorated quite rapidly over the last, honestly, even in the last 6 to 12 months. It's quite horrendous now, and it's making it quite dangerous to ride as well, particularly the cracks running longitudinally along the track. If your wheel gets stuck in there when you're going sort of 50k an hour, it can be quite dicey. But talking with Bill Steens, he has sort of said that the facility has seen its day, and he would support a relocation and a new track indeed. So, but yeah, it's getting to the stage where it has become a health and safety thing for our club racing, which we use in the summer. And obviously a new facility could potentially be all year round as well. So if it is roofed. Future, I'll just hand over to Paul. He was going to talk about a bit about the current facility and obviously the future as well.
Yeah. On the 30th of the 9th last year, I looked at the state of the track, considering that we were about to start a summer season. Walked around the track, photographed the gaps and took photos, etc., and looked at. We got a letter from the council regarding the contract of the use of the place. So I made sure that we were honouring those commitments, but also put in about the track and the state it was. It is quite serious, and I put to the club at the time that at some stage we will have to make a decision on whether we ride the track. Added to that, every night that we held a racing event, which was Tuesday night, we filled in a pre-event health and safety form, making sure that our people were equipped, etc., and also looking at the track because it had moss on it, had cracks, etc. We honoured that, and we did put those forwards, documentation into council. I went back, say, about a month ago and used the same criteria that I used to assess the track. And in my opinion, there was about a 60% increase in the cracks in the track, and they were offshoot of original cracks. So, and with this recent weather event, it's all taking its toll. Plus, I'm no expert, and I don't know what's happening to the land movement in the area of Petiti Point. But we may or may not get a year or two out of that track. But I've talked to representatives. We have in our club a representative from Fulton Hogan. So, give us his opinion on what the track was. The remedial things that have been done to the track have not been successful. But just to let you know that the future is reasonably limited on that facility, and also the state of the fence, etc. The surrounds are pretty poor. So, I don't know how long that will last, whether it will buy us the time or not. But, as regards the future and the future of the young people, hand over to Mark to sort of give his idea of what sort of prospects and that we've got, to use the facility.
Yeah. The whole idea about it is not only for cycling in general, but we've got huge development here and talented riders coming through who would gain massively from this, and probably wouldn't actually see them travel. Like the way the state of New Zealand cycling is at the moment is that basically if you want to make it, you have to move to Cambridge. So and having this opportunity to put a world-class track in central South Island is not so much for the elite, but it could create a huge hub for development throughout central South Island. So that's one big point, is having all the young guys not having to move away from home. And then you've got and Canterbury already has a strong track cycling program, which if you had a facility that was on par or at least to a world standard, that it's going to draw them all down here, and it's going to create like a big platform for them moving forward, not only for athletes in South Canterbury. And then you have, again, there's like so much other options that can come with a velodrome. Like I've seen in Cambridge, basically, we as the New Zealand team, we'd have to wait for people to finish their session on the track before we could even go out on the duckboard of the Côte d'Azur of the track. So, and corporate places up there, they get into it for like fitness, and they'll spend an hour at the velodrome just riding around together. And then there's heaps of other things that can go on in a velodrome. Like I've seen all around the world, like to keep a velodrome afloat, you have to have other options. You can't just have you just can't have it as a cycling facility. It's not going to work. So, and there are so many options that you can put inside a velodrome. Yeah, and what else would I say? To get a velodrome up to like Olympic standard or world championship standard, it costs a lot of money. So that's not what the club's basically looking for. It's something that's world class that can be done, that I've seen around the world as well. But it's just all the little extra bits that cost extra money. So it's like in Melbourne, I've got the Hyacinth Arena, I think it is, where they play the tennis in the middle as well. And that's only ever used for World Cups or World Championships. The other velodrome just on the outside of Melbourne is basically in a tin shed, and it was just seating that's just put up, so it's fast. So.
And I guess that's what we're asking is that we get something, I think with a roof over it would allow all year round use by club cyclists, by anyone else using the track. Plus it would be great for, as Mark was saying, that the young ones coming through, you don't have to cancel training or events due to the weather, as we've just seen in the last couple of days. But yeah, it's going to open up a lot more opportunities for a lot more young ones to get to the stage that Mark has been to during his career as well. We did have a couple more. I'm sure I'm smart enough to get this going, but a couple of wee videos there. Let's push play. Sorry, you missed the start of that. That's Shane Archbold, and he's over in in France at the moment, competing in the Critérium de Dauphiné, which is, as he said, the baby Tour de France. So it's a lead-in race to the Tour de France. So it just shows how far riders can go. Hopefully this one works as well. No, it doesn't. There is another video there from Holly. Not sure if we can get that one played as well. Double click it.
That's right. Well, just conscious of time. We've got some questions. While we're just waiting for that to load, we might go to Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Darren, Paul and Mark.
Oh, got it. I've got it there. Cool. Just conscious of time, we'll go straight to questions. Councillor Wells.
And amongst pretty illustrious people. So thanks very much for presenting today. I suppose I want to wind the clock back slightly. We went back to last long-term plan and we had money sitting here at the time to invest in your track and do it all up and we're ready to go, but we needed a contribution from yourselves. That never come through. That delayed the process. So what I want to do now is step forward because the vision is brilliant, absolutely supportive, I think it's a great idea. And you're asking for about $20,000 from Canterbury District Council. What is the cycling club at this particular stage going to contribute to it? You know, when we look at joint partnerships, when we look at hockey, athletics tracks, some of these other events.
Yeah, back to the contribution from previously, we did have the money through Trust Aoraki to contribute, and I think that was held up. It was all good to go, but then the erosion at Petiti Point sort of stopped the actual resealing itself. So that was the reason that didn't probably go ahead. But yeah, the cycling club is honestly happy to meet any costs required to make a feasibility study and see obviously the full costing of a New Zealand class track and indeed just a facility really. So yeah.
So at this stage here, we've got to figure that you're going to contribute as well.
No, we probably haven't discussed that that far ahead. At this stage.
Wonderful, fantastic, thank you.
And the funding you request from us is 20K, is that right, for feasibility?
Yes. We just want to see what obviously what the full cost would be and that sort of thing, and hopefully we can continue the partnership with the council and do something really positive to make a sporting hub in South Canterbury.
Yeah, look, and I think we'd all acknowledge, Caledonian isn't worth investing in now, so we've got to look to the future. So,
yeah,
and great presentation, Councillor Whittington.
It's always cool having a world champion in the room, mate. Lifts it, especially home ground. Hey, congrats, guys, on looking at Sir Basil Arthur Park. It'd be great to have a second sporting hub. Do you have any examples, Darren, of where something like this has been done in New Zealand and an approximate cost? I'm not going to hold it to you. Are we looking at 1 million? We're looking at 10 million?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know, as Mark said, I know Invercargill and Cambridge, they're both the only two indoor cycling tracks at present in New Zealand. There is two other steep tracks in New Zealand, which is one in Dunedin and one in Wanganui. Dunedin's one regret is they never put a roof on it right from the start because it does hinder them from holding events and a lot of cancellations. And Wanganui has just recently tried to put a roof on theirs or put a proposal to get a roof on theirs. That's probably what we would use with the feasibility money if we got some funding from the council to work out exactly what other sports are used by these other establishments, because I think that's like Mark said, it's the most key thing. You can't just run it as a cycling track alone. You've got to use it basically 7 days a week if possible, and make it fully worth it.
Thanks, Darren. 2006, Invercargill was built, had funding from the trust.
Yeah, cool. Councillor Booth, final question and we need to move on.
I'll just I'm looking at a picture of the perimeter fencing and it looks fairly dejected. Who's responsible for actually the upkeep currently? Is that the council or is that you guys?
It is council. It is a council ground. We have been offered. When we were going to do the resealing a couple of years ago, we were offered some paint and nails, and we were going to have a working bee, get the fence all looking ship shape. Once the new track was all sealed and that sort of thing. So. But yeah, I know Bill and his team, the Fulton Hogan lads, have been making sure everything, the gates are still on hinges and that sort of thing. So, but every now and then you'll get some clowns up there, as you do anywhere in New Zealand, and they'll be jumping on hinges and bits and pieces, trying to rip gates off for no reason at all. So that's why it does look a wee bit dilapidated.
It's taken a period of time to get to that state, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Alrighty, thanks so much. So considerations around funding will be Wednesday. So I really appreciate that and great to see your vision for cycling and also other codes. I think that you've recognised that's really important.
Right.
So thank you. I really appreciate
it, guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Louise. Tony's there, isn't he? He's behind the seat. Tony, come on up. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, and apologies, we're just running slightly behind.
That's all right.
I'll pass on to you, and I just wanted to acknowledge we have had conversations around this, and we are committed to doing a piece of work, but around the topic, specifically around rating differentials. But I'll let you speak to your submission.
Okay then. So I did write a couple of submissions, one on the sort of the in downtown sort of side of things, and one on rating differentials. And I don't know, I'm very happy to take questions, or I can sort of talk away a bit for a bit longer, I suppose.
Yeah, you go for it. You lead us, and we'll. Yeah.
Okay, righto. So I originally said, I mean, the CBD is sort of it's changing retail trends. We've got problems with earthquake strengthening regulations, and we don't seem to have had very much investment from the city council for the last 25 years. So I realise that's all changing at the moment, and we're spending $25 million on the Heritage Centre and the Theatre Royal, which is pretty good. The thing is, I just want to go over a couple of points there. I mean, the showgrounds is obviously pretty strong in our minds, at the moment. You've got another sort of development over there, which is going to have a lot of effect on the CBD, and we still haven't really been divulged the terms of the sale. And I'd like to know why have the terms not been given to us? I mean, it's quite important to everybody that's going to do some investment and future investment. And can anybody ask me that? Answer me that.
As far as majority of the terms are probably public, there's a couple of things that, and you can't specifically speak for TDHL, and so shouldn't, but sit within commercial sensitivity based on that relationship with the purchaser. So I know that feels like not the best answer to be giving you, but that's the reality of it. But the majority of those clauses of what were discussed as far as protections and around CBD and those sort of things, they are true to the agreement.
So are you going to release them at some stage, or what's going to happen there?
I can't actually answer the question. I'm not I'd have to go to Ian Fitzgerald, who's the chair of TDHL, based on that. And we have been requested in the past, but to this point, it's only been a redacted version, I believe.
Yeah, it's been
released.
You might as well not have given it to us or anyone, I suppose. That's the way we feel about that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It'd be great to see that.
And
then we sort of have some idea about what the future is going to happen. I mean, the CBD is going to look completely different in 20 years time, or 10 or 20 years time. The other thing I was trying to point out too was that the rates anomalies at the moment, you've got the warehouse paying 35k rates, and then you've got the shoe warehouse, for example, paying, was it say 22,000. Obviously, the warehouse is paying very little, and the shoe warehouse is paying quite a lot. They've probably only got 14 or 15% of the land. They pay sort of 2/3 of the rates of the warehouse. So what I'm basically trying to say is that you've got a development going out at the showgrounds, and they're probably going to pay stuff all rates if you base it on what the warehouse pays. And supermarkets around town and things like that, and what we pay in the CBD. It's quite a lot. I can't make any sense of that. I mean, why does the warehouse pay so little and the main street pay so much more comparatively? And I just think you've got to be aware, I don't know, how do you set your rates for the showgrounds, for example? I hope it's on some sort of capital basis rather than land value. Otherwise, we're going to get exactly the same, differentials or anomalies as far as all that goes. Basically, the main street, they are paying, pretty big rates in comparison. I know this is, the town's not in good heart at the moment. It probably is. You could probably say it is dying. Retail properties are now worth very, very little in Stafford Street. I mean, your basic rule of thumb probably is the last 2 or 3 sales that have come through. You take the government valuation, which hasn't gone up very much in the last 10 years. You divide that by 2. You take the land value and you take off the cost of demolition, and then you get a price of what the building's probably worth. I think if anybody that's invested in the main street over the last 10 years, they haven't done very well at all. Sorry, you guys over there. And with differential rating, the council's answer really is to pretend that our land values have increased, and we end up paying a lot more, and the whole thing just can't be sustainable at the moment. Residential and rural values have increased. They've probably doubled in the last 10 years. Whereas I imagine that the retail side of things down here in the CBD, they would have halved. Going back to that differential, I think when it first started with the amalgamation of the Strathallan Council, the differential for commercial was 2.8. So you pretend you multiply your land value by 2.8, then you pay 2.8 the amount of rates as a residential person is. Now you've put it up to 4.35. This you proposed, and I don't know whether you guys have. You say it's proposed in the long-term plan, but have you made a decision on this yet? You haven't. Yeah.
Decisions on Wednesday. This is part of the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not wasting your time.
No. We're here to listen. Yeah.
Okay. And I think and you talk about the farmers, they were at 0.4, and now they're going up to 0.67, which is, since the amalgamation, that's a 68% increase in differential. And you've got to look at what the differentials are telling you. They're basically saying that the land value is coming back down. The people that have those land values have got less ability to pay, and that does include the farmers, and it does include retailers in the CBD as well. And the residential has increased a hell of a lot. But there's been another 1,000 residential properties in Timaru, and they're still paying the same amount of the pie. You're asking the commercial people to pay, was it 30% of the total rates take? And they only own 6% of the land. And I know that's what differential rating is all about. I know I've got a property in Church Street, nice house on it, and I pay very little rates because of that. But I come down to the main street, I've got land values which are far in excess of what they really are worth, and the building's worth absolutely nothing. And that's the other side of things. Differential ratings, yeah, pretty gruesome, really. And I don't think it really is, I think you've really got to sit down and have a good look at it. I mean, as far as, I don't know what you can do, but I mean, if you rate it on capital values, and it seems to be most towns that rate on capital values these days, you wouldn't need those differentials, I wouldn't have thought. you know, if everybody paid their bit. What I'm saying is the differentials basically, they subsidise the residential a hell of a lot. I think that the other thing I was probably going to say is that, you know, you've got the long-term plan puts aside money for the next 10 years. We're pretty sure that the CBD is going to look completely different to what it is now, and you know, like 25, you're talking about 25. What is now? It's 29 million to do the Heritage Centre and the Theatre Royal. 33 million. You know, when you got to divide it up with Pleasant Point, Tomoka, and all the rest of it, and the Caroline Bay, is not going to go very far. I mean, the buildings that what you guys are thinking about doing, as far as from what I can gather, is that you're going to turn the CBD from a sort of a retail centre into a, what does it say, a hospitality precinct with more holistic living, whatever that means. But anyway, that probably might happen. But what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to knock down a lot of those buildings to be able to get the spaces that you require. And I think the buildings will be very cheap. And it's just like the south end of Timaru. I don't know what you're paying for those, but everybody's trying to get what they can for them. But basically, they will be very cheap. The price of real estate in town is very cheap at the moment. So I mean that's basically what I'm saying. If you want to question me,
yeah, no, I'm sure. No, that's cool. No, and we've talked about this before. Look, you do have a commitment for us too, and we have earlier indicated and discussed around reviewing the rating differential. So that is a piece we will do. It won't be done before Wednesday. It is a big piece of work. And also, just one question from me before we go to these teams, to Councillor Piddington, in and around that sort of transformation, all that, you know, further investment, which you've, you know, made clear. What do you think some of the things that we should be doing as a council, you know, outside of public realm? That's you know, obvious investment and sits with council. What do you think some of the things we should be doing?
Oh, well, I mean, there's, you know, like Dunedin City Council, we've got a lot of earthquake strengthening to do. I know that they don't charge any sort of building fees for doing earthquake strengthening. And I just paid for one the other day. I know it was only $3,000, but
yeah,
it puts it, you know, and then they charged me $420 for a building that's possibly earthquake prone. It's not, but it possibly is. You know, I don't know what you can do to convert a lot of those downtown to, you know, to residential, give more space and things like that. Very hard to change a shop that's zoned commercial into residential, because you've got to bring it up to 100% of earthquake in MBS, and that's, you know, you might as well knock them down, and we don't really want to knock them down. I mean, I love that Main Street; it's good. But, I mean, you can make it easier somehow.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah.
Make it.
No, I think
get rid of the red tape somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, that's cool. And we've had some good discussions with, you know, builders and contractors that are doing some of that earthquake.
I know a lot of these things.
So yeah, so we are
by the government. You can't do much about it. Probably a lot of these.
Yeah, but anyway. We've certainly got to try. So yeah, we're certainly conscious of some of the issues there. I'll go to Councillor Piddington and then Councillor Booth.
Hey, Tony, look, I agree. It's time to look at the differentials and how we do that. Giving into account, we need so much money to operate the town, but I think it is due to have a review. So I support your thoughts there. Look, just talking of values of buildings and other things, Tony, are you going to upgrade your buildings in Stafford Street?
I am, and I've got one in the council for a resource consent about a month ago, and I think I start on the 14th of June. That's the first one.
Yep, you seem to have concerns that a number will not do that. Would that
Oh, I
be-
would say, I mean, I look at, you look at all those empty, the CML building, the TNG building across the road from us. They're not going to do anything. And I don't know what's going to happen to them. I mean, you guys will end up probably owning them. I've got no idea. I mean, what will happen to them? Are you going to fence it all off so that we can't, in case it falls down? I mean, the council don't know, and I'm sure the government don't know either. But I would say, yeah, well, that's my. I mean, there are lots of them that just won't be bothered. It just won't be economic to sort of do it.
Yeah,
That's my feeling.
Yeah, because there is a cost that you need to recover, isn't there, on those structures?
Well, somebody's got to pay rent. No, I don't think there's been any rent increases in Stafford Street or CBD for 10 years. I mean, you've got a better idea than me probably, but I imagine that they haven't, and it's all based on the rent you can recover to whether how much you spend. And if there's no rent to come in, there's no way that you're going to do any alterations or earthquakes or anything.
I guess that's one of my concerns going forward with us spending money on Stafford Street, that in 10 years' time, when that time ticks down and people start handing buildings, or as you say, sell them for land value, it's going to look somewhat different, isn't it?
It is. I mean, and I think, and the council really has got to be proactive and saying, okay, we think, I mean, do you want the main street to carry on the way it is? I think, I mean, you don't have to, but it really is good for the town, and to encourage people into them, you've got to have some sort of a heart down here and things like that. But if you don't put any money in, nobody else is going to put any money in. And I think that's probably been the problem over the last, 15 years that the council, hasn't done very much. I mean, you're talking about putting 33 million in. And I don't reckon 33 million is going to go very far at all. By the time you repave the place and do some Strathallan Council, I mean, you can see what 29 million gets you. Not much.
No.
Anyway.
No, that's cool. Look, and we do acknowledge, and that's part of the, why we're consulting on the fact that we do acknowledge underinvestment in the CBD, and to that point, this is the first council in 25 years is that's put reinvestment back up. So we certainly are here in the community councillor booth, and then we're at that time.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I probably tend to share your frustration, the fact that I don't know what's in that agreement either. So, and I'm an elected member, so-called shareholder. Okay, so, but obviously you're keen to spend, the full Monty, basically. I mean, we need a big catch up, don't we? That's what you're saying.
We certainly do. I think we do. Yeah, we certainly do.
Yeah.
And I think, what you're doing down the south end, I think it's fantastic. I'd love to see the art gallery down there too, myself. And, I mean, that's what's got to happen, is the investment from the council, and you guys are doing it. That's great.
Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Booth. Councillor Wills, one more.
Just one quick comment, but also get your
a question.
Yeah, quick question. Just in regards to, you talk about council not spending money, but would it be, in your view, do you think also businesses have invested in the buildings and that themselves as well? So it's also failed in some aspect directly, not just council?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure, but it's all relates to what the return that they can get on it. If you can see the sort of the shoe warehouses and the Noel Leemings and the hunting and fishing and all these people going out to the showgrounds, I mean, it's inevitable there's no money going to be spent on it. I've got faith in the town, and I'm upgrading the buildings, and I don't know, I'm in a position to be able to do so. So there are lots of people that are not, I would think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Councillor Wills. Thanks, Tony. Really appreciate that. And we are listening to some key points, and we have committed to doing that work around the differential. So, yeah.
Okay. Oh, no. Thanks for the opportunity to come and have a chat.
Yeah, thank you for being engaged. We appreciate that.
Well. Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Bye.
some gears there, isn't it? So we go now to Gear. Can you hear me okay? We're just going to get you on.
Is that, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Gear. Floor is yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's good. Thanks very much. Yeah, no, thank you for the opportunity too. And I fully support Tony, what he's just been saying. It's very essential that to keep the town active and busy, that they need to be very careful about the charges that are put on the commercial property area, particularly like the differential needs to be thoroughly looked at. And no, I think the Timaru town actually doesn't look too bad at all. I think it looks all right, but we've got to keep the shops and the retailers and the offices and things in there to bring the people, because without the people, which you only get when you have the right shops and people and things there, it does look depressed. But those paving tiles, I know there's been a bit of discussion about them, but I think if they can avoid the slipping issue, I think that they're perfectly all right, and that would save a lot of money if they don't have to redo that too, because if they saves an enormous amount of hassle and work if they can keep them the way they are. But I think the council also needs to be very careful on what it allows to happen at the showgrounds site, because you know, if they allow too much to get up there, there won't be much left in town. And then you have this problem like Hamilton got with Te Rapa. And it certainly destroys the vibrancy of the main street. And I think any moves which some towns have been promoting of removing traffic and parking to make them better in provincial towns is certainly a no-goer, because provincial people come by car, need to be able to park, and they always like to park as handily as they can as well. But I think too that as you know, the previous speaker was saying, that the situation with earthquake strengthening is a real burden on commercial property owners, and it destroys the character of the town if they start removing all the nice old buildings, which are a feature of a lot of provincial towns. And that's where the council ought to also fight on behalf of the property owners to make it tax deductible, because not only is it costly and fees and consultants and getting the work done and everything, but it's non-tax deductible, which is a real nonsense and totally against what the government is forcing people to do. I think too that it is, as he said too, that the CBD ratepayers have been paying a far too great a share of the cost. And not only have they got this earthquake strengthening, they've got other compliance costs. And the problem, as he mentioned, was that if you do go to upgrade it, not only do you have to get it above 34%, if you change the use, then you're into more hassles and costs to get it to a higher rating. And that is not at all helpful. I also think that the council would be wise to tread carefully when it comes to climate change. A lot of places are getting very emotional and allocating a lot of money to it. But I think if things are done as and when they're needed and practically in a practical manner, and doing what is necessary rather than holding a whole lot of consultant meetings and engaging consultants and reports, I think if you get advice from a few practical people, that should also assist that. And like a lot of councils these days, they seem to think that money's cheap, well, let's spend heaps. But just in my experience over a large number of years, boy, when those interest rates go up, you then need to, it takes a lot of money away. And I think that needs to be well borne in mind. I'm happy to try and answer any questions, but I would say we're trying to do our wee bit down the lower end of town by doing up the old Butterfields building and things at the moment.
Thanks, yeah, and I walk past that fairly regularly, so it'd be great to see those being developed down the south end there. Any questions for Gear team? Look, I think you've well echoed some of the points that Tony's made as well. So we certainly are committed to work around the rating differential. So that's come through loud and clear. But really appreciate you submitting and also speaking to us today, and your continued investment into the CBD as well.
Oh, thank you. And I hope you're all not getting too beaten around with the weather down there at the moment, and doesn't cause you too many other costs for the poor council as well.
Yeah, we appreciate the sentiment. Thank you.
Good. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Bye.
So, right now, or yes. Okay. That's right. Okay, that's cool. So team, we're due a break and we're going to be coming back by 1. Yeah, 10 minutes, and all yours just for the for people on Zoom listening as well. If you just push the right button for the microphone.
Yep, that one.
Perfect. Thanks, Malcolm.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the council and to the long-term plan. What I specifically want to talk about is the redevelopment of Aoraki Park, and specifically within that, it's probably the allocation of the uses, which I identified through the plan on your website. The issue which I wish to put before the council is the removal of the current gym. That gym is utilised, I think, by Sports South Canterbury, and is a much valued part of the community, particularly for the older ones. My concern is that the space which was the current gym is now called New Sports House. And I suspect that is code for offices for Sports South Canterbury. I may be incorrect in this, but the plan does show that the gym has been removed. I would like to put before the council that its current use is actually a vital use. I think those attending the gym would have no problem with the redevelopment. I think the attraction for Timaru to have a vital sports facility, a recreational facility, is good for the region. I understand that for our area to prosper, then we do need new families into the region. My concern is that we have a growing population of older people that I think 2030, 25% of the population will be over 65. Now, that's not saying all those at the gym are over 65. But what I am suggesting to you is that we do not want 25% of the recreational space at the Aoraki Park. We simply want a space which is proportional to the size of the population that value that. The current use of the gym has nowhere else to go. The Sports South Canterbury, I'm assuming, have existing offices, and therefore if that space is removed and is no longer available for a gym, then actually that gym has nowhere else to go. The vital role which it performs is that it is a space that those probably over 50 can go get not only recreational needs met, but camaraderie, relationships. They can get cardio as well as physical strength. You might say, well, why can't they go and walk on the streets or go on the cycle lanes? But I think it provides a balanced physical exercise in an environment which they feel comfortable. In times gone by, then I think the council attempted to close that gym a number of years back and suggested that the members that go there should relocate and join CBAC. The members there found that that did not fit. The noise was too much. The heat was too much. The sort of circuit classes which are Les Mills style didn't suit. And so that didn't provide the alternative. And I think fortunately they won back the right to use that space. I don't think the voices of the people who attend the gym are actually being heard, because I suspect the representation for the redevelopment of that area was probably influenced by Sports South Canterbury. And therefore, I guess I'm here as a voice for them. The argument might be, well, they can go elsewhere, join another gym. I think I've suggested that the current gyms don't really fit. The membership of other gyms can be somewhere around the vicinity of $50 a week. And for the demographic we're talking about, who may be on a pension, that is just prohibitive. And so I think from a service point of view, then the gym provides that unique opportunity for that demographic. We might argue it's not a council's job to provide this sort of facility, and you may argue it's underutilized. The class there at 9 o'clock this morning was bursting at the seams. There were over 40 people there, and there was hardly enough space to contain them. And therefore, I would argue that it's well utilised. Simply because it's not used 8 hours a day, I don't think it's prohibitive. We don't expect the playgrounds which we provide for our young people, which again is appropriate use of council initiatives to provide those sort of services. But simply because they're not used 8 hours a day, we don't say, no, look, we won't provide playgrounds. Now, we're not asking for a whole lot of playgrounds. We're asking for a space for one gym, and therefore to see that prioritised alongside the other needs within the community. How's my times going? All right. That it is not council's core business to provide gyms, then I would probably agree with that in that, but having said that, CBay is already a precedent for that. This is not a council gym. This is simply what I'm asking for, I guess, is that the council will take the initiative and relook at the design which is on that plan and actually return the allocated space back to its current use, which is as a gym for the community. It's not only the older people that use it, it's there for sports groups as well. But what I'm asking for is that the current use is retained, and that all it requires from the council is simply to go back and ask that that be reviewed, and that strongly suggested that we have an aging population that needs community services as much as any other group. And when you consider that it's 25% of the population, and when you, or potentially in the coming years, and when you consider that these are people who have been in Timaru and frequently paid their rates for a long number of years, then I don't think it's excessive to ask that this be kept in mind, and that the council take some initiatives to ensure that its current role is retained. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Malcolm. Any questions or comments? You have it. Yep. Thanks, Councillor Billing.
Thanks, Malcolm. Look, I've attended one of the classes and I had a number of people one-on-ones. The plan that's gone out is a suggestion, so it's not set in concrete. In fact, we have to get the rest of the council to agree. And I think from the feedback I've got, we've obviously got to look at it. What we can't promise, it'll be sitting where it is now in exactly the same place. But I take your point on board that we need to provide something for people with easy access in the park.
And I think that its current location is actually appreciated greatly by its members in that there is car parking around it. It provides a social opportunity in that frequently the members who attend the gym will go for coffee down at the New World area down there, the cafeteria. And so its location is appreciated. There's no other gyms in that region. And although we hear that another place will be provided, I guess, Stu, we're not reassured by that. We have a current place, and it's easier to retain that than hope that the council will create another place, or even more indirectly, hope that Sport South Canterbury will put a priority on it and provide a space for them. I guess we're saying we don't have a lot of confidence in that as a solution.
Yeah, look, I mean, yeah, it's not Sport Canterbury's facility at the end of the day. So, I think the point's been made loud and clear, and also obviously the demographic that's going to the gym around parking and those sort of things. If it did have to be moved, those are things, easy considerations that can be taken into account. Bearing in mind that under the current proposal, there's lots of changes to parking, and there is multiple changes. So I think what I'd like to say is the point's been well made, and I don't think the voice of that demographic has been lost at all. And it will in some shape or form be incorporated. What that looks like now, I think it's just too early to tell. There's so much more to go under the bridge, so to speak. So at this point, but I think it's been well voiced as far as what that group need and how important it is to them.
Thank you, Nigel. And probably one parting shot would be that when it comes time to actually have to prune back the costs, can I suggest that this is one space that needs no redevelopment, and therefore costs can be saved there?
So which space is this space?
Yes,
oh, yes.
This space doesn't need any redevelopment. It can be kept as is.
Yes.
If you're going to redevelop it,
No. Yeah, no. Take your point. Yeah. Thanks, Malcolm. Appreciate that, and thanks for representing that group. That's really, really appreciated.
No, not these ones, Stu. So some of you may have already seen these before anyway, but these are just our fundraising brochures that give you the whole background to the project. And there's some other drawings that I'll just hand around as well. Obviously, as part of this C-Play project, we're still going through the design process, so we're still doing the first iteration of it. But these are the designs that John Rushton has put together with the Playground Centre, and it just gives you a better idea. I'm going to hand those along of exactly the layout as we see it at this stage.
Because we've grouped C-Play in your personal one, so
that's right.
You've got a bit of time.
Great, yeah.
So,
it's just going to be one presentation,
perfect.
yeah.
No worries.
So, Your Worship, the Mayor, esteemed councillors, members of staff, thank you very much for giving C-Play the opportunity to come along and talk about the development of a proposed inclusive destination playground. So why are we wanting to have a new inclusive destination playground down at Caroline Bay? Number one, it's dated. It's poorly equipped for children with special needs. It doesn't reflect in any way a unique local story. It's been known to flood. I haven't been down today to have a look, but I imagine there's a few puddles down there today. Lacks suitable shade. not required today, and in general doesn't offer our children the play experience that a purpose-built inclusive destination playground can. We learnt that from our extensive and ongoing engagement process with the community. And what we discovered from that is that there is an appetite for change. So we've spoken to experts in the industry. We came up with a whole lot of plans, and we've settled on a provider and had a look at the costings. And we're looking at around about a $2 million price tag, which we understand is not an insignificant amount of money. But what are the benefits from the $2 million investment? Number one, it's a unique play space of the highest quality to rival any in the country that tells our story with a nod to specific European and Māori heritage. It's an inclusive play space where people of all ages and all abilities can find fun and where no community member is excluded. It's a place for families and for groups to gather, learn, grow and connect. And it has economic benefits too, from attracting more visitors to the district and giving people another reason to stop in Timaru while passing through on their journey. And there are positive health and wellbeing benefits that enable the TDC to meet its commitment to the TDC Park Strategy 2012-2022, which says parks are essential community facilities that contribute to the healthy living and meet people's leisure needs. Quality is an essential ingredient to ensure users' safety and enjoyment of parks. It's also an exceptional community asset for the community to enjoy now and for the future, and it's a community asset that they get to enjoy for absolutely free. It's another great reason to want to work and settle in the Timaru district, and it's an exciting and non-inclusive way to learn a little bit more about Timaru's history and Timaru district's history, and be gently informed on what this great town and district has to offer. And finally, it's a wonderful open space to have fun and enjoy the sounds of laughter, and you can't beat that. So where are we at? Well, we've had some pretty favourable dialogue with the Timaru District Council, and we've had some discussions which saw a proposed $510,000 in the long-term plan for the project. Although it must be noted, this is the second year of the long-term plan, which wouldn't be desirable for our ongoing needs. But as you can see, or would have seen from our submission, we're proposing that there be $510,000 to be invested by the council in the first year, and $510,000 invested in the second year, which would make a total investment of just a shade over $1 million, which equates to 50% of the project's costs. Now, we think that that's a fair sum, that it is a council, or will be a council asset, an ongoing council asset, and that meeting 50% of that and allowing the community and the community group which we head to go out and raise the other 50% would be a fair equation. So a $1 million investment over a minimum life cycle. This is a minimum life cycle for the playground of 20 years, which equates to $50,000 a year to provide a playground which offers all those benefits which I've just run through. Your Worship, the Mayor and esteemed councillors, you have the opportunity to make a real difference in the well-being of your community, to help CPlay create a unique, inclusive destination playground where people of all ages and all abilities can not only play, but also learn, grow and connect. And as I mentioned before, do that for free. This is the playground that we deserve for our kids, our grandkids and ourselves. And on behalf of CPlay and the community, I ask you to treat our submission as a priority investment in the health and well-being of the Timaru district. Thank you. Any questions?
Sure there will be. Thanks, OJ. I really appreciate that. And I love that photo of Bill Steens back in 1995. It's the one, it's a keeper, that one, isn't it? Must be some questions, team. Councillor Pillington, thanks.
Just by way, earlier this week, I was in Christchurch and I went to the Margaret Mayhew Park, and then with the Mayor, we were in Selwyn, and they've actually got a very similar park in between their swimming pool and their new stadium. So it's pretty cool. And I guess as I wandered around there, it's pretty hard for groups. So I'm probably in favour of looking to maybe increase our share or contribution towards that. I'm not sure how much, but I just think seeing the kids play there and the benefits for the other councillors around there. Selwyn funded their whole playground to about 2 million, wasn't it, Nigel?
Yeah, was it? I'm not sure. Was that the numbers on the playground?
Yeah, 1.8. Yeah,
right,
something.
okay.
Right. So
They're very lucky, aren't they? Very lucky.
Councillor Burt.
Yes, sorry, Stu, Selwyn, as in the Selwyn District Council, or Selwyn Public funded though?
Selwyn District Council.
All right, fair enough, awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm on. Look, it is fantastic. Have you made any more inroads into some local contractors who might want to put some in-kind work and funding into this and work through, you know, what are the mechanisms by which we can construct this thing? And
Yes.
you have. Awesome.
You mean like a financial pathway towards the 2 million? Yeah, sure. So if the Timaru District Council was kind enough to give us the $1 million, we see that we'd raised $400,000 from other trusts, of which we've already got $100,000 from Trust Aoraki. We have $50,000 also from the Civic Trust pledged, and we have miscellaneous donations already to the tune of $25,000, which is lovely. We see that we would have hopefully business support. We're looking at $200,000 from the business community, plus in-kind work. And we think that we'd need at least $100,000 to $125,000 of in-kind work and a public campaign to the tune of $100,000. And we've also looked at a charity auction early next year as well, which we believe we could raise $100,000 from. So that makes up $2 million. Yeah. So yeah, that's ongoing for us, and it has been for quite, for a wee while now. So we've got lots more discussions and dialogue to have.
Councillor Riley.
Yeah. Thanks, OJ. Yeah, no, I applaud you in the way you're going about it, and I support it to again what level we go to, but overall I think the whole concept is great for the wider community, not just Timaru. I think it will enhance the bay and give it a good a good destination to go there. So.
Councillor Gilchrist.
It's not a question, sorry, but I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the fact that you're not doing the minimum for accessibility, you're doing the maximum. So thanks.
Yeah.
I know that's a really big step and it costs more, but I'm sure the people who will be able to use it will really appreciate having something that's good for everyone.
Thank you, Barbara. Yeah, we spend a lot of time engaging with the public and different special needs groups around the community to find out exactly what they needed. It was always a go-to thing for us anyway, to make sure that the playground was inclusive. And you're right, there's a lot more expense involved in making it that way. Yes, it is. Yeah. So we've gone down that track and we can't step back from that and wouldn't step back from that. So we think it's going to be a playground that will make us all very, very proud.
Yeah, and the consultation's been very impressive, isn't it? As far as who you've engaged with. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, OJ. I'm just wondering about we've been talking about a master plan for the Caroline Bay. Just wondered whether you had any thoughts around that, and obviously how that your proposals perhaps potentially going to work in with an overall master plan. Because if we do that, things may change.
Sure. So the Bay, Alan, we've had this discussion before about, the overall impact of the Bay and that it needs to have a cohesive front. And we sort of feel like we're making the first step in that direction, to be honest. We've gone a long way with our story to make sure that we tell a story of the Timaru district, where we came from, what we're doing now, where we're going to in the future. And that includes the history of the port, the way in which the port was shaped, the surrounding geology and geography. And you would like to think that by leading this way, others are going to follow and go, well, look, you know, these guys have gone down this path. It's worthwhile if we're going to be doing another project down there that we use that as a blueprint for the future. Yep.
Okay, so you'd obviously be quite happy to be part of the whole, even if it meant perhaps some changes, if the big picture came up that perhaps it need to be moved or something like that.
I hope it doesn't need to be moved, but yeah, if we had to, yeah.
Devil's advocate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think you've highlighted a piece of work that will, likely follow because just with the timing of this, but important that we have that master plan moving forward for full development and how that links to Timaru. So I think that's probably, I think we're well over this project. We're considering all the additions to budget on Wednesday, taking into account that additional spend also adds additional depreciation, all those extra hidden costs, which we all love.
Yep.
But we appreciate your submission and also passion in the work that you've put in behind this. It's great, great project.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, OJ. Cheers.
If you don't mind if I have my plans back, you can keep the brochures, but the plans would be quite nice. So thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you. Yep, absolutely. Yep. Thank you. I'll make that a carbon footprint, was I? Thank you.
Such efficient cheering. We have a small break till 10 to 2. So we come back. We've got a break now, team, just through some people not being able to come. So we've got Pete from Hockey South Canterbury at 10 to 2. So if we make sure we're all back, maybe at 12 to 2. Thanks. Yeah, no, we have. So we've got a.
So Farron can't make it now, but Jung is scheduled for tomorrow, and Sean's being covered later on the day by Sue Harris.
Yes, he's doing. Oh, Ashley.
Ashley, oh, say something, Ashley.
All councils email about rates at point of the year that's like pockets cheap and so on. One's got twice the value of the other, and the rates are for next year. For next year, the rates are twice the other. So it all makes sense. You've got it written. Cool. So you've got 20 minutes.
All done with that.
Yeah.
No, your worship.
I'm a bit easier than the judge on the other one. Righty, we're all here, team. Yeah. Ready? Councillor Wills, you're all good? Thank you. Welcome. Floor is yours. Thanks, Peter and Marie. We really appreciate you presenting to us.
Okay, thank you very much, Nigel and councillors. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. There's 3 of us involved. Myself, I'm the president of Hockey South Canterbury, and also Anne-Marie McRae is the chair of the South Canterbury Hockey Turf Trust. And on Zoom, we have Amanda Everett, who's a board member of the Hockey Turf Trust as well. This submission is on behalf of Hockey South Canterbury. I also have a slot at 10 minutes time for my own, which funny enough is relatively similar to what I'm saying now. So if we need 20 minutes, I assume we have it. Hockey South Canterbury supports our Raki Park and stadium development. For facility management reasons, we recommend option 3 with the 2023 commencement. Hockey South Canterbury governs all hockey in the South Canterbury region, from Rangatahi to the Waitaki rivers and from Ocean to the Alps. In 2020, we had about 1,000 registered players, made up of around 600 primary, 300, including 600 primary and 340 secondary school people, and calculated out to be about 3,000 stakeholders, particularly with such a young demographic. We had a 4% growth in total players in 2020 from 2019, and one of only 5 associations nationally to have an increase in player numbers in 2020. Most had forms ranging from 5 to about 15% due to COVID. In 2021, we've got 81 teams competing. We have 81 primary teams, 33 secondary and senior teams. So we're very heavily weighted towards the juniors and school children. Primary and youth hockey teams compete on a Monday, Tuesday and Friday evenings, meaning greater utilisation of the turf facilities and allowing players to also compete in other sports, which ties in with the Sport New Zealand's balance is better. So it allows the kids to play a lot of other sports, rugby, netball, Saturday netball, and also football, obviously. And our senior teams compete on Saturday and Sunday. As far as current facilities go, both our sand turf, which is the Alpine Energy turf, and our water turf, the Trust Aoraki turf, are approaching their end of life, with the Alpine Energy turf being assessed at needing replacement within 2 years. Extending the usage of this turf is likely to cause quite significant health and safety issues, as the turf will become unlevel and dangerous to use, particularly with splitting seams, etc. The practical utilisation of both turfs is approximately 100% or approaching 100%, including practices, matches, and primary school sessions. There's essentially no evening sessions left to allocate, so we're at full capacity. The 2 Aorangi turfs are the only plain surfaces available in our region, so it's fully consolidated. If one turf was withdrawn from service, as Hockey South Canterbury we could not deliver the hockey program we now do, and the greatest impact would be on the school-age players who are our key priority group. Hockey South Canterbury also owns changing rooms by the sand turf, and we lease the lounge, a small office and toilets from the Stadium Trust. We have a significant lack of storage on site, so basically everything that we have has to be stored by volunteers off-site. We have no changing rooms or toilet facilities on the Trust Aoraki side of the stadium, and players and spectators have to use the sand turf facilities, which is not ideal for distance. Using the stadium toilets proved to be cost prohibitive and cannot be used by the hockey public. As participation numbers increase, particularly in the junior level, the demand for these type of facilities is also increasing. And with the junior players, most of them are accompanied by at least 1 or 2 adults. At this stage, I'd like Anne-Marie to jump in.
So I'm Anne-Marie McRae. I am the chair of the South Canterbury Hockey Turf Trust, which owns the 2 turf facilities. And we are responsible for any upgrades to those facilities. We work collectively with Hockey South Canterbury so we can meet our hockey community needs. In 2019, we embarked on a 5-year plan to upgrade our facilities with 4 stages. The first stage was installing new LED lights, and we completed that in May 2020, last year, just post-COVID lockdown ending. Last summer of 2020-2021, our intention was to replace our sand turf with a water turf, the same as our one next to Morgan's Road. But due to COVID, we had to postpone the commencement of that. The next stage, the third part of our plan was to replace the carpet on the turf on our water turf. And the 4th stage was to build a facility on our water turf, which would see us get toilets, changing rooms, storage, office space, a social area for our players, because none of our clubs have club rooms. Would also see a viewing facility for spectators, and also having that facility would put us in line with most of the other regions and centres with hockey facilities, which would enable us to be better hosts for tournaments. And so it was in mid 2020, mid last year, that I was chatting to Councillor Piddington about our plans, and I was also familiar at that time with the Spaces and Places report that had indicated that basketball needed more courts and netball wanted covered courts. And I said to Councillor Piddington, could we not extend the stadium out and use, and so push out the changing rooms, push out the office space through to hockey, and we could have changing rooms closer to our turf with the viewing, and we could all then work off the same building. And so that got the ball rolling again for investigating what could be done to improve all of the facility for all of those sports. Unfortunately, to do that extension at that time, it wouldn't be big enough. There's not enough space in that thoroughfare there. So that's when Thompson's looked at going back onto our sand-based turf as an extension, therefore requiring movement of the sand-based turf to somewhere else, like the netball courts, which is in that current master plan. And so a building of a new water turf facility there, which would enable us to access the cafe upstairs, have viewing out for our spectators, changing rooms in the current existing stadium, modified where the gymnasium is. That would see us meet those requirements that we were wanting to do on our water turf, would see us with our new water turf that we were going to build. And the only sort of outstanding issue would we still wouldn't have toilets and changing rooms on our current water turf, the Morgans Road side, but with better facilitation, I think we could use, and with shutting that roadway down through the middle for safer access, we could perhaps use the changing rooms, existing changing rooms in the stadium, which at a cost-effective price for hockey. That's what we would like to see. So really, the plan that's in place does meet our needs if it is to go ahead as planned. And back to you, Pete.
Thanks. Just following on from Anne-Marie, both Hockey South Canterbury and the South Canterbury Hockey Turf Trust strongly endorse our Rangi Park Stadium and Development Plan. And we submit strongly again that option 3 be implemented, commencing 2023, which is year 3 of the plan. This submission is really supported by a national body. Our written submission included a letter from Hockey New Zealand, who are well aware of our intentions. This option reduces the risk to our hockey program from being disrupted due to the loss of a playing turf, as I mentioned, which would impact the junior hockey particularly. And we also see other key users of the stadium, such as basketball, netball, futsal, volleyball, would also have improved facilities. And generally, in the belief that the stronger the facilities in the region, the better the outcomes for people in the region, again, particularly the younger people. So thank you for providing our opportunity to submit to this plan, and we look forward to hearing the results.
Sorry, can I just, one more point I was going to make is when I was talking to Councillor Piddington about how we could make it work for all of the sports, I mentioned that I know that the funders in our region are more likely to support a multi-purpose shared spaces facility. I have another hat. I'm chair of Trust Aoraki, and I know that this type of project is something that would be very favourably seen not only by Trust Aoraki but the likes of Mid-South Canterbury Community Trust, lotteries, and I'm sure the other funders would like to meet any injection of funding that they see from funders like Trust Aoraki. So, and also Hockey South Canterbury and the Turf Trust would be willing to be part of any project working group looking at fundraising and development. Thank you.
Cool, thank you for that submission. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Pete. Just in regards to the funding modelling, and I know that we've got a number of different supporting groups also looking at some sort of financial support as well. You led into the funding just prior to COVID. Were you in a comfortable place where you were, I suppose, financially being able to submit and have some financial reserves back in this process up moving forward?
Yes, we had a budget. We have a budget, and that we were working to. We were going to be reliant upon grant funding as well as our own, but we certainly have enough funds at the moment to do part of that project. But we would have carried on working at raising those funds, and also from our hockey community. We're not just expecting grant funding. We would have been turning to our hockey community for fundraising.
Fantastic. Thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I just, so even you're saying the new one out the front is actually going to need to be replaced in 3 years' time as well, is that right?
Just the carpet just will need replacing. The carpet life of a turf is 10 to 15 years, and it was laid in 2009. So we're now heading to 11, 12 years. So yes, it will need replacing. The seams are starting to have
so
issues.
does the trust obviously plan to have money available for replacement at the appropriate time that they're consolidating?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? I think you've got a well-proven funding model that works towards replacement over time, doesn't it? And yeah, reinvesting in the asset base, which is obviously very important for your code. So look, no further questions. Thanks so much for your submission. We really appreciate taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did we?
Well, we've got a bit of a gap now, but there are some sport people here, but they're just waiting for some supporters to arrive. Yeah.
For those online, the day's a bit jumpy as far as people not being here, so appreciate your patience, and we'll have some other submitters here soon. Welcome,
Kia ora all.
Floor's yours.
Cool, thank you. No big timer today? No? Oh, I see, Karan, cool. For sure. Look, just thank you. First of all, appreciate the opportunity to come and address, I guess, our submission and all of you. I'm going to start off just with a quick thanks to Timaru District Council for your continued investment in community sport, recreation, play, physical activity, and whether that's investment in organisations, events, programs, or community facilities or grounds. It obviously goes a long way to support wellbeing through physical activity for our community. Look, we just want to really encourage Timaru District Council to move as quickly as possible to start the redevelopment of Airangi Park. The 2017-18 Spaces and Places Plan indicated that a plan was needed for this asset, and we just think now is the time to make some progress. A real once in a lifetime opportunity to get this sports hub correct, and so let's take it with both hands and make sure we get it right. We've done a needs analysis It's shown the importance of redevelopment, and I encourage the council from the 1st of July to undertake a feasibility study to determine what could occur at the venue, and how much operations or how much operating costs of this asset would be. It's a significant space, but I think we need to be open-minded to provide the best facility for our community that we can. As I said, once in a chance, but a real chance for us to future-proof everything and to be community leading. I think we just need to maybe widen the lens with our considerations as well. Make sure we establish an ideal budget and price to see what we can get in that value. We may be able to get more than what we've sort of already indicated through a needs analysis. I guess the question we do have is that most facilities of this nature have a commercial gym on site. It provides a regular source of revenue. So we need to probably evaluate that current position of whether operating a gym at this venue is correct, or does the mode of operation need to change? That's the question I have for you guys. Also want to challenge you on how you would go about maybe a tender process or procurement. Can we look at it? Make sure that when we go out to organisations, we give them the opportunity to not only fit our needs, but these are the people that do this all the time. So allow them the opportunity to bring a bit of wow factor. They're working in this space all the time. So give them the chance to think outside the square and give us something that we're really proud of. Yeah, and lastly, we just think it's the right decision to progress. So if we have the financial capacity, let's make it happen a wee bit quicker. Just in addition, Sport Canterbury, we're utilising, I guess, our spaces and places resource differently. We're looking to invest in projects that are of significant community need and that enable us to engage with the variety and of relevant skill sets to get the outcomes that we all desire. So we'd like to support different projects across the entire Sport Canterbury West Coast facility, West Coast community, so that we're able to be like nimble and provide some financial support to projects, but more to make the right decisions happen. So we want to invest in that planning and process as well. So if we can help, we will try to. We've utilised this fund already with the needs analysis of Aorangi Park, in addition to the current work we're doing with the South Canterbury Spaces and Places review. And I just want to encourage you guys as councillors to maybe have a similar pool of funds to be utilised to ensure that the correct research is undertaken and that we get to the right decisions. And maybe on occasions, we might be able to utilise both pools of resource in a partnership approach. I just want to touch on as well the Highfield Recreation Area. So in 2017, the Spaces and Places Plan highlighted that golf requires a golf facilities plan with the goal to maximise patronage and usage of all courses in the South Canterbury district. This could include rationalisation of some courses. I'd like council to move forward with a golf facilities plan, and Sport Canterbury offers our help at some level to proceed with this. Ideally, the golf facilities plan will enable decisions to be made, especially in regards to Highfield recreation space as future use. But that's it from me. Happy to take some questions.
Thanks, Sean. Look, I just want to deep dive. I think it makes really good sense with the golf facilities plan. Just understanding, I think in 2017, the golf was on significant decline, and it's probably worth us having a look at that. Has it been revised in the current Spaces and Places? There's been some.
So it'll be summarised here. It'll be highlighted that it's probably of high need.
Yes.
It's essentially in 2017-18, it was identified that we were oversupplied in golf courses, and that we needed a more coordinated approach to how we use it. So most golf members are talking the same, and that they just want more people at their course.
Yes.
So it's about getting everyone on the same page.
In always a challenge when it's club-based and people are passionate about their own
Yeah,
facilities.
absolutely.
But it does make sense. Otherwise, we're going to be looking to fund too many spaces.
Multiple.
And that's across codes. It's not just golf.
Yeah, and there's more, and that will probably be the things that come from this latest review of Spaces and Places is around probably a number of sports needing investment in that type of research to probably encourage them in the way that they're thinking going forward.
Yeah, okay. That makes good sense. Councillor Piddington.
Sean, you and I both met with the passionate group of gym users. I just wondered if you could just explain to the councillors how that works and how many hours they actually use that gym. So when we make our decision, we're fully informed.
Yeah, for sure. So at the moment, the gym is available for community hire. So it's operated by, it's owned and operated by Timaru District Council. So Sport Canterbury is the biggest user of the gym at the moment. And we, I guess, hire it for delivery of 7 hours of classes per week. There's another couple of users that come in. For example, South Canterbury Rugby run a couple of development squads through the gym, and it's sort of 2 to 3 hours per week. So at the moment, the gym's only used around, let's say, 10 hours a week at the moment. And it's basically, we book it, we hire it. If you book it and hire it, you provide a trainer or someone qualified to make sure everything's done safely. I think in lieu of that, I guess it's just the challenge whether if you're going to continue to, in my view, and in the research that we've undertaken already, if that's the continued way of doing it, it's probably not the best use of space. However, is that the best way to run the gym? Is the gym up there worthwhile? I think that needs further investigation.
And so what are your thoughts around, because it's an interesting demographic, it's, you know, around active aging, there's some of those ones that are using it. You know, do you think we should still be looking to provide space that demographic?
But there's no doubt that the program we run is incredibly popular with the demographic 55 plus, and I think that's a group we want to keep active, and we want them to be in their homes, and we want them to stay out of hospital. So everything we can do to keep them active, I think we should. I'm very committed to the program. Whether we have to run that somewhere else, like we'll work with them. I know that the user group we have would love to stay there, but I think there's an understanding of we need to make the right decision as well.
Yeah, and I'm confident we can probably look after that group, but just be flexible. And there's a lot of planning to be done yet. It's pretty early days, isn't it, in regard to that?
Yeah.
Taking into account that we haven't signed off any budget yet, being one of the key ones. So we'll go to a question from Councillor Booth.
So basically what I'm hearing is that you know, there's a couple of squads, rugby squads using it for training that could be potentially transferred easily down to the sea bay, our existing facility. And
yeah, I guess the beauty of it is the funding model as well. So essentially, like for our users, they're not having to pay a regular membership to come. It is very flexible around what they're able to do, and it's probably the same for the rugby group. They hire the facility as a whole, and if they're happy to bring 20 people or 10 people along, then it's up to them. But if Seabay were open to accommodating people that weren't regular members, I guess that I don't know how you operate that.
in regards to the Highfield Recreational, you're saying that you're supporting a golf facility in some form to remain there?
No, not saying I'm not. I'm saying we need a review of the entire golf facilities network. We need to have a South Canterbury view on that, not a Highfield v Gleneagles. It needs to be a South Canterbury review done.
An independent group though, for the betterment of
I think so. I think that would make sense. Yeah, I think it needs a plan of one, the golfing pathway and a golfing facilities network needs to be established for South Canterbury.
Any other questions? No, I think that's it. Pretty easy. Some really cool things there that we need consideration later. Thank you for all the work you do and keeping us all healthy and challenging us and supporting the community. So we really appreciate.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Cheers, guys.
We go to Stace, can we? Neat for South Canterbury. Yeah, might as well jump up. Thanks, Stacey. Karen, welcome.
Thank you. For those that don't know me, I'm Stacey Scott, and today I have the hat on of Chair of Netball South Canterbury. I'd also like to introduce Karen Naylor, who is Deputy Chair. So netball is a grassroots sport, and we continue to drive the importance of affordability and accessibility for our junior and secondary school age group players through to our senior competition. Netball South Canterbury and our netball community throughout the region are extremely supportive of the proposed development of Aorangi Park and the stadium. It's exciting for not only the sporting codes that access the park, but for all our community. The stadium needs investment for sports and community use. South Canterbury presents as an appealing option for national and South Island tournaments, thanks to being geographically central and easily accessed via road and air. The ability to attract regional and national tournaments and high-profile community events will in turn bring people to our town and will contribute to the economic well-being of our region. Netball South Canterbury supports option 3 to start in 2023. It is important for our young people and it is important for our community. We also wish for the council to reconsider the recommendation for a 3-court extension, as we do not feel this will be adequate to achieve fit for purpose recreational facilities for our community for the next 25 years. With growing numbers across most sporting codes, we need to be visionary and get it right. Netball South Canterbury owns the pavilion located at the park with a value of over $1 million. We acknowledge that this building may be subject to demolition under the current proposal. However, if the pavilion is to stay, we will consider and work with the redevelopment project working group to repurpose the building if it will be beneficial for the community and for all parties involved. Netball South Canterbury are willing and have the necessary skill sets to participate in the project working group to structure the build and the community fundraise to make sure that the Sports Hub initiative is achieved. We understand and acknowledge that there will be major disruption while the extension is being constructed, but Netball South Canterbury will be accommodating and we will collaborate with all sporting codes during this time so we can all deliver our sports programs. And just for a little bit of a fun fact, our current numbers across junior, secondary and senior netball is around 1,500 individuals and we are growing year on year. Any questions for us?
No, thank you. Councillor Wills.
Just in regards to your growth, we just heard some of the percentages with the group beforehand, etc. Have you got an idea on the growth of numbers over the last, say, 3 to 5 years?
I actually don't have those figures, but Karen may have the stats on the top of her head.
We're sort of, it is very dependent on age groups that come through netball. I think for the last 5 years, our numbers have remained steady at around that 1,500. So, and I guess with the choice that, you know, everybody has within the community of playing different sports as well. So, you know, kids these days, they love having to go at everything. So
one of our particular age groups that we are focused on is our 13 to 15-year-olds, and we're developing programs to support that age group because that's where we find our drop-off is. So they get to high school and there's so many more opportunities, academic parents pressure to think about the academic well-being as well as sport. And so there's a real focus within Netball South Canterbury, but also Netball New Zealand to start delivering programs to support that age group over a 12-month period, not just in the netball season.
So in regards to the financial side, you're talking about your building facilities currently. Have you got the sustainability financially to move forward if you need to build new, I suppose, facilities?
We haven't thought about building new facilities. Under this proposal, it's to bring it all together. So we would look to become part of the sporting hub within the stadium. So that is our vision, is that we collaborate together, bring our resources together, whether it's administrative, meeting rooms, all of that. So Netball South Canterbury would look to be part of that sporting hub. So at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying, is that building is either redundant or we can repurpose it for other activities or within South Canterbury. So there's some opportunity there and we'd be willing to have those conversations.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Karen and Stacey. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Being a parent of a netballer and having the cold run through my feet and through my bones on a Saturday morning, juniors aspirational goal of 6 courts plus the existing 3, is that enough to bring juniors inside?
Yes, it is. But one of the, you'll see on the proposal is that the end of the courts would be repurposed as a hockey turf. And so our numbers of outdoor courts would reduce under the current from 14 down to 8. So we would look at how we would deliver those programs and bring more of our sports into the stadium, whether it's half-size courts. Yeah, we need to think about how we would deliver our programs. But yes, that is, we know there's less injuries. There's, if we're playing inside, even playing field. So that is definitely the aspiration for netball to be inside.
Because the COVID netball program seemed to work all right, but was that with reduced numbers at that time or not? Because it was...
How we delivered those junior programs, well, sorry, Karen, jumping you again, was we staged that, so we had to obviously remove people from inside the netball. We brought some inside, but we weren't allowed parents, so that's how we kept our numbers down. We should keep parents away from sport. And also, but that's not part of this. And then also we just staged our program, so then people would come in and leave, and then the next group of people came in. So it was a longer delivery of the program. So that's the only, we managed to deliver netball under COVID restrictions, but it was a longer duration.
Highlighted a great point about exiting parents from sport across all codes. Councillor Bird.
You're making a connection there. We hear that basketball is one of the fastest growing sports around. Is there any connection or between that people cross over? I mean, the gym I go to, you see it all the time. One minute they're playing netball, they're playing basketball and everything. And that cohesion between the two sports could make it more.
I can't talk for basketball, obviously, because they're next. But we do know that, like, for example, they've just delivered their intermediate program, so that doesn't cross over codes. So year 7 and 8 and below have just come, so it doesn't cross over with our netball program as much. So there's a slight change. So I definitely think the advantages of this will be that collaboration with our sporting codes and getting more participation from our young people. So I think that is going to be a major benefit for everybody to be able to do that, because the more kids we have in sport, the more active our community is, and that's the ultimate goal.
Thank you. Councillor Biddington.
To you, Karen, just briefly, I mean, any stadium we built would be for community first, but netball have been successful in running tournaments, South Island and national tournaments. What do you think the benefits are for an expansion?
Well, for example, this year we are hosting the South Island secondary schools in late August, early September, which is up to 80 teams that'll be in town. We can only have A grade inside with the 3 courts at the moment, and those games start at 8 a.m. in the morning and run through to 8 p.m. at night. So, and then our B and C grades, they're outdoors. So to be able to have either 6 courts or 9 courts and have everybody together, playing together, I think would be really beneficial. And we are lucky that we do have the ability to host a number of tournaments here in our district. We have a great relationship with Netball New Zealand, and they see us as one of the provincial areas that provide great tournaments. So, and the facilities here are fantastic. We, the comments that we get from throughout the country after people have visited our district is certainly very welcoming.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
So that sounds really good, Karen, and I guess that fits right into our Venture Timaru is obviously part of this hub strategy for Timaru. That's sort of where we see some air advantage being central South Island. So that's obviously the reason why we're getting some of these tournaments.
Yes, definitely. We're 2 hours north, 2 hours south. So, and we are sort of, central. So for example, for netball, you've got Netball South and Netball Mainland, with the premiership teams that come here and have their pre-season games here, because we are the middle of the island. and just the logistics of having these types of games here certainly works well.
So the development of that facility on the basis that we're aiming to cater for South Island for
Absolutely,
events,
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
going to be beneficial to all the
Yeah,
sports.
and
really,
that's what we will drive to Netball New Zealand as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool, thank you. What's the, just being devil's advocate, what's the danger of us doing nothing and netball just being outside for the next few years? Would you look to go off on a tangent and develop your own facilities, or?
We have talked about covered courts, so similar model to even say what Roncalli College have done. So not obviously a fully contained court system, but that's what we'd need to look at as a covered option. So definitely we've been, the work, obviously I'm only a year into my role, but I know that that work has been done with Netball South Canterbury. My concerns too, if nothing is done, is that on a national level, there is a real drive to keep tournaments like South Island and national tournaments at the regional levels. So Christchurch, Dunedin, Wellington, Hamilton, Auckland, and we're very vocal at the moment on saying that is, we are a great provincial town that can deliver these tournaments. And so Karen quite nicely nominated me to be on that working group. And so yes, we are definitely saying and proactively saying we are going to have a state-of-the-art facility here and we cannot be left out. So,
cool.
Yeah.
Final question, Councillor Wilson.
Just one question, and you mostly just lead into it quite nicely. The concern I have is possibly where Christchurch is going now post-earthquake with the new sporting facilities, and they're investing millions of dollars into that. Has been some research done around that and how that may impact on us directly here in Timaru?
No actual research has been done, but one of the great things is being here, because we're so central, our accommodation, the travel times in between courts and our accommodation is what has always been the success to our tournament. You can go to Christchurch and you still have to travel 40 minutes across the town to get to your accommodation. And so that is one of the things that Karen talks about that is always written positively on feedback, is the location of our courts versus our accommodation, restaurants. It is a great place to be able to deliver these South Island and national tournaments because of how we just fit quite nicely in between all of that. So we, as I said, we are very vocal on these working groups at the moment to say, do not leave us out. We're an important part to delivering these tournaments.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Cool, thank you, and thanks for all the work you do. And it's such a well-run code. I'm really impressed whenever I'm up there, so well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Morgan's not here. That's cool. So we got Abby's not here, is she? Okay. No worries. Okay, talk amongst yourselves, team. Where's my volume? Yeah. Hey guys, we're gonna get going again. We've just got Abby coming in shortly in regard to basketball. We thought that might be a good opportunity while some of the other sport interest groups are here. They might want to listen to that. So we'll have her with us shortly, and then followed by Gordon. All right, Abby, so you can hear me all right?
Yes, Nigel. Hello, everybody.
Sorry, we're missing your sound.
Is that any better?
No, we'll just check that that's not us.
Okay.
Try one more time, Abby.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, that's it. Perfect.
Fantastic.
We'll pass it on to you, and we're just getting the handout here in front of us. So the floor is yours. Thanks, Abby.
No worries. So, hi, everybody. My name is Abby Ross. I am from South Canterbury Basketball. I live in Timoka, and I am a mother of two. My toddler's just trying to run over now. Apologies. So I live and breathe basketball when I'm not working or being a mum. And I coach, I referee, I play, and I administrate as the president. So I've got a pretty good handle on all levels of the game, and it is definitely my passion, and my second home is the Southern Trust Events Centre. So representing South Canterbury Basketball today, we are strongly advocating for option 3 for fast tracking the development. And we're also requesting that the council consider more courts than what's been suggested. So I wanted to take you over today a little bit of our growth that we've experienced over the last 10 years and where we project that to keep going. And the fact that the capacity of what's proposed just might not keep up with where we're going. And what's happening with our sport is a really wonderful thing. It's happening nationwide. And it's really important for us that we can provide programs of quality, which we're struggling to do at the moment. So you'll see on that sheet in front of you, from 2010 to 2020, we've experienced a growth of 52% in participation. So from approximately 1,800 players in 2010 to 2,720 players recorded in 2020, despite COVID. That's not including the 100 or plus athletes that are part of our representative program, as well as 440 athletes that attended our grassroots clinics from September last year through to today. We held those across different stadiums in Temuka, Timaru and Waimate. So the most significant area of growth for us is grassroots, with our year 3 and 4 competition up 104% over the last 10 years, year 5 and 6 up 100% over the last 10 years, and 7 and 8 up 51%. So in order for us to accommodate our current participation levels and the growth that we have experienced, we've been really creative in how we deliver our programs. We use numerous gyms that are available to us in Timaru, as well as accessing facilities in Temuka and Waimate, as we said, for those skills clinics. So for example, on a Friday night, secondary schools basketball is an absolute institution in Timaru. And we fill the stadium from 4 p.m. till late. We also use Roncalli College and Craighead as well. So the addition of Craighead Gym has been fantastic for us, because it is a full-size court with regulation runoff. Roncalli College isn't a full-size court with regulation. It's a full-size court, but not regulation runoff. So it's still a slightly jeopardized playing opportunity for those kids there. It does the job good enough, but for us, it would be ideal to have the competition centralized, to be able to manage without having those little satellites operating. So we currently entertain 67 teams on a Friday night across those 5 courts. We have been experiencing growth still at secondary schools level as well, and we expect that to continue. So I guess one thing I wanted to highlight is our growth hasn't been hindered or influenced at all by the population statistics that are available for our region. And in our target demographics, we don't see a lot of growth from primary school, secondary school, young adult age, yet we're still experiencing growth in our sport. So we're confident that's going to continue. So for us, our junior programs are our shining light. So our current year 7 and 8 competition, we have 37 teams in 2010. That's grown to 56 teams last year and 59 teams this year. We were due to hold our final tonight. Unfortunately, with the current situation, that's not going to happen. And with Queen's birthday next weekend, we're sort of up against it for that to happen. But we currently run 9 rounds starting at 4 p.m. over the 3 courts. And I know you may have read in the submissions and had some feedback from the general public that we have to start these young kids at very late times to be able to accommodate all the teams in our competition. As we continue to grow, we either have to keep making these kids play late into the night, which is not acceptable to us, cut down their game time, which again is unacceptable, to continue where we are. The expectation for most kids playing basketball is that you would expect 2 20-minute halves. Tonight, those that took the court that weren't playing a final would have been given 2 11-minute halves, basically halving the time they're there to play basketball for the same amount of money. So we want to make sport accessible for all, financially and geographically. So for us, we do need more courts. We're at capacity already. We're being creative on how we manage that. If we follow our growth trends, we would exceed the proposed 3 additional courts, so 6 in total by 2026. So I don't think the stadium might be being built and opened and we're already at capacity. So it still leaves us no room for growth with those additional 3 courts. That's if we run 6 rounds, starting at 4 p.m, finishing at 8:30, 36 games a night, 72 teams in our competition. We're also seeing an even faster rate of growth with our 3, 4s and 5 and 6s. And we would expect that we would exceed the 6 court capacity before construction was even completed, even with compromised playing times. So we're really up against it at the moment. I read a little bit in the submission commentary that there wasn't a lot of evidence around the urgency. So even though it had a small majority for option 3, there wasn't a lot of evidence as to why. Yes, we all think it's a good idea to add some more courts, but why do we need to fast track it? And I hope that these statistics can help you understand our perspective of the importance of that, to be able to give the opportunity to as many kids as possible in our community. And so for us, a bit of a cherry on the top then becomes the appeal of tournament hosting. We do host as many tournaments as we can at the moment, but it's not a particularly attractive opportunity offering 3, possibly 4, if Craighead's available courts for use. So at 6 courts or even potentially 9 courts, we're a very attractive destination, being geographically central and accessible for all. Research that we've accessed from our governing body, Basketball New Zealand, suggests that hosting the under 13 regional championships that's been held in Ashburton for the last 3 years would bring 22 teams to the region with an estimated value of $550,000 new money to the region for that weekend. Hosting an even larger tournament such as secondary school nationals, which 6 additional courts would allow us to be in the running for, would bring 64 teams to the region and then an estimated $1,728,000 of new money to the economy for that weekend. So the last point, I guess, to address is that we struggle with as an association is the conflict with events. So not having a designated event centre here in South Canterbury, it's difficult. Our seasons are very disrupted. We do run Friday nights, we do run Sunday nights. Our representative program is mostly on Sunday, and we're really limited at the moment. Our representative teams can access 1.5 hours in the stadium a week, and that's it. High school gyms are typically booked up for high school sports and clubs to be training on weeknights. So there isn't much flexibility, and there isn't too many other places for us to go that we haven't already gone down that route. The competition for events, we understand there's a need to coexist, and the Arangi Master Plan recognises that need to coexist. 3 additional courts is a great step in allowing that to coexist, but as I've already explained to you, we would be at capacity with those 6 courts and still being disrupted by those events dramatically. So that's, I guess, our big push here. We're really grateful for the opportunity to be talking to you in a short term about 3 additional courts. It's really greatly needed for our sport. And we're really hoping that during the feasibility study, we can give you as many statistics as you need, and we can review perhaps the participation's growth that's been happening, and hopefully incorporate perhaps a little bit more space and efficiency into the stadium proposal.
Awesome, thanks, Evie. So just in regard to a question in regard to the master planning, were you involved in that from basketball? Basketball had a representative, did they?
In the master plan, I don't believe so. So I've been the president for the last 3 years, and it's I don't think so. Not me.
Or consulted? Yeah, would have been consulted. So I'm just wondering how we've got up with those numbers of 2.5 courts versus the need of basketball of 6. Have you got info on that, Stu?
Sean is probably best placed. It's based on a Scottish formula, which Alan will disagree with because it's based on population.
I'll jump on the microphone, Sean, actually, and then Abby can hear you. Thanks. We don't always trust the data from the Scots, do we? Especially around infrastructure.
So I guess it's still based on using that network approach of Craighead to Boyce High, Roncalli, probably even wider to Temuka, etc. There was data collected by Sport England, which we've sort of mirrored in New Zealand, and a lot of planning around one indoor court for sort of every 9,000 people.
Okay, gotcha.
So we would probably refute that data and appreciate the opportunity to refute that data, because as I've already outlined, not all of those courts are full-size facilities that offer the expected performance. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Point noted, Abby. Thank you. Now, team questions. Councillor Puddington.
Oh, mine, Patty just asked me on the early drawings whether it's possible to get 6 courts on that hockey turf. That's easily done with all the international runoffs. Just so you know, should we go that way, there is the space on that existing hockey turf. It sticks out a bit, but no problem if the council decides to do that.
Okay. Cool. Anyone else there? Questions for Abby? No. Look, great submission, and love to see your passion about in and around basketball. Certainly noted. Thanks, Abby.
No worries. Thank you very much for the opportunity today, Council.
Cheers. Right, now we've got Gordon. Slight change in tack, but still recreational facilities. So looking forward to your
button on the right there. Go on.
Thanks.
Yeah, hi, I'm Gordon Collister. I'm the Commodore at the Canterbury Yacht and Powerboat Club. And I'm just here today to talk specifically about the jetty that we own, I suppose, and the work that is required to be done on that. And then in the wider context of it as a community amenity. So the community use of the facility is significantly greater than the yacht club's use. So at the moment, the jetty's in a pretty degraded state. We've patched it up enough to get us through another season, but we'll be looking to do significant repairs to the existing structure over the next couple of years. So as I say, as the beach has eroded, the public access to the water is increasingly via our facilities, either through the yard and the slipway or from the ramp. So there'll be some significant opportunities as you look to upgrade, whatever you're going to do in the Marine Parade to enhance the facilities. So we've got a need to go, and I probably can point if my pointer works. There we go. So you can see that it takes a bit of a dog leg about there. And we probably need from the dog leg about another 20 metres around the corner. There's an existing fence there if any of you have been down there. Beyond that, there's a row of piles that could be used by the community for swim platforms, maybe kayak access or whatever from the Marine Parade. We did have an access from the Marine Parade to the jetty about there at some point. But it's had to be removed because it was getting a bit dangerous. So there will be an opportunity to reinstate the access from the Marine Parade, and so to further enhance the use of that area. So at some stage in the reasonably near future, we'll be probably looking for some assistance in funding this. We haven't got a price yet, but it's away with an engineer at the moment, waiting for a final design of the repairs to the existing structure. But I can't see it being less than $100,000, and I'd imagine it'll be closer to around the 200,000 mark. If anybody's bought a piece of 4x2 recently, they know how much timber costs, and I'd imagine we're going to use a fair few 4x2s or similar. I think that's probably all I need to say. Is any questions?
Thank you. Do you know much about accretion of the bay in regard to future use of that facility and where the slipway is, etc.?
Yep. So I've been sailing out here for about 25 years, and obviously that's getting shallower and shallower along the wharf. Once upon a time they could have used that entire length for trailer yachts. Now at the bend in the jetty at low tide, the bigger trailer yachts can't put their keels down now. They have to sail off into the bay. There is, we believe, there's a current runs circles in the bay and runs up that side of the Marine Parade, and that's kept us, afloat, kept us out of the sand to some extent, and we hope that's the story. I'd have to say, in that 25 years I've been here, it hasn't got hugely worse at that corner. So we believe those facilities in that launching area has got 20 or 30 years to run at the current rate of aggregation in the bay. But as we all observe across the Waimataitai side, you can walk across the Waimataitai stream culvert now, so it's going to be an ongoing issue. But the repairs we're looking to do, I'd would have a lifespan of 30 to 50 years, and I think that we will be able to use that jetty for most of that time.
Councillor Booth.
Probably just a wee bit of background, actually. Who owns the yacht club, and I assume the yacht club is responsible or owns the jetty as well? Is that right?
Yes, yeah. So the club and compound is on Timaru Holdings land, and it's a fairly long and involved process. And if we had an hour or two, I could talk you through the tenancies that we've got from about 1960, when the port company shifted the club from the base of the number one out there. But look, it's interesting. We don't want to start anything that's going to get too difficult, but clearly the jetty is not on our piece of land. The slip is, but not so much the jetty.
So considering the accretion that's going on, what's the future for your club?
As I say, I don't believe it's going to be an issue for a long time. There's probably, if you really wanted to push it out, there's probably the opportunity to go, if you have a look up here, at the other end of the club, to push out another finger jetty, another finger rock wall, and shift the whole process out there, and you'd shift it back another 30 or 40 years. Beyond that, I've done a bit of hydrology, but not a lot of hydrography. So, I don't know at that point, but the community is going to continue to need access to the water with boats. There's nowhere else you can launch a boat between Akaraa and Oamaru safely. And so, I'd assume that the community will want to maintain that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, I use it a lot. You don't get sand on your feet when you come out of the water garden. But you've got a fence on the jetty at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking just to maintain from that fence back to the yacht club?
Correct.
And what's going to happen with the rest? Are you removing it, or does it just still sit there?
That's open to whatever. I mean, I do think that there's an opportunity for the community to use that. You can imagine a series of platforms at various tidal levels with some of those fancy new grids on it would be really good.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's a long walk for a swim.
Yeah.
From the low tide mark even. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Piddington. Any other questions? No, that's cool. And so when are you looking to move forward on, you've done the work around the piles, that they're still fit for purpose?
Yep, sure. So we've had the piles surveyed again just recently, and they're fit for purpose, yep. And we have it away with an engineer, and so we're waiting for initially estimates on the cost of the repairs, and we'll proceed as soon as we have those.
Cool. And you mentioned outside sources of funding. The Yacht Club has some sources of funding already and has some money aside for this project, or?
Yeah, we've got some there, but of course we'll be looking for grant money and and we think it meets the requirements for community access, junior sailing training, and that's used by the Sea Scouts, Sea Cadets, Coast Guard. So it's not just the yacht club that's using these facilities.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, final question, Alan, have you
Have you looked at the enhancement of your club and perhaps trying to work out a way of being commercially sort of?
So you're talking about restaurant or something like this?
Yeah,
we've
self-sustaining.
Yeah, we've certainly talked to. We've been approached regularly by people who thought it might be a great venue for a restaurant, and it certainly would be. However, the issues that go with it, with the people in this room, over access, wheelchair access and things. So it would require a significant financial, input to get a lift to the first floor, perhaps, and the requirements for wheelchair facilities, access, and the commercial kitchen thing. Other commercial activities, there's some, like the fishing boats have approached us to use the slipway for bringing their boats in, and we quickly run into problems with having to impound the, if you're cleaning off the boats, the anti-fouling, the water has to be captured and treated, and so there's a really significant cost in that. So we've sort of put them off, and so there's nothing simple, but we've just recently installed the security gates. Obviously didn't keep out the burglars last week, but the security gates have, and that's already brought us in quite a bit more income from the use of the slipway. People in the past have been slightly less than honest with the honesty box, and slightly more honest now. So we'll be doing our best to bring in a bit more money, but none of this stuff is very simple. It might may well require a change of use, zoning use as well. So it's not something you do in 5 minutes.
Righty, thanks, Gordon. Really appreciate that.
No worries. Thanks for the time.
No worries. Oh, that's right. Tina, you're up. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, brilliant. You're coming through loud and clear. The floor is yours, Tina.
Thanks. First of all, I'd like to thank the team that are busy out there working in the emergency, because they're doing a great job. I know they don't get seen, but it is a huge impact for our community. So thank you very much for that. There are some items in my submission that I'd like to elaborate on. First of all, talk about fiscal restraint. For a number of years, the council has purposely had lower rate increases and has severely depleted the reserves built up for the purpose of reducing the rate increase. The cupboards have been raided, and now I can't tell whether anything's been left. I therefore question why councillors consider it appropriate this year for a 10+% rate increase, even more exacerbated in the rural community. This weekend's events highlight the need to have reserves. It was disappointing that weren't any reserve balances shown in the financial information included with the LTP, not just in the consultation document online, to show what's been projected to be used over the 10 years. Secondly, I note there's been no discussion on options to reduce costs in any areas. Overhead costs are increasing at an exponential rate and are an issue that councillors seem to ignore year on year in the impact on the rate increases. There's been no business cases presented for any additional expenditure items, and therefore wonder on what basis councillors agreed to these increased costs. From what I've seen over the last 3 years, there have been a number of areas of wasted expenditure. Items include consultants' costs for temporary positions, all the accountants that are having to be employed and contracted in from large firms on an ongoing basis. Recruitment costs due to the revolving door of the leadership team. The lack of females and any diversity in the leadership team is now obvious and shows the unhealthy state of this team. Huge delays in appointing positions. 12 months for a leadership position is unbelievable. Restructuring costs. An annual restructure is unhealthy for finances or for staff engagement. The number of new positions being created in the most recent restructure. Special counsel workplace law is a worrying position to be needed. Having low staff morale as measured by independent regular staff engagement surveys results in increased costs. Disengaged staff who find the lack of decision-making makes their jobs difficult. This is a cost. The new position of culture and engagement won't help that situation. I believe overall that this LTP has been poor for financial information. Having the budget only being made available the working day prior to the budget meeting for councillors is poor management. Also, the lack of financial information available with no information on the individual rates provided or the reserves funds concerning. On a more positive note, I read somewhere that the new Caroline bleachers are due to be completed by April next year. For this to be done, the plans must be well developed and it would be good to be able to see them. So they're my comments that I want the councillors to consider, but that's it.
Thanks, Tina. Now, any questions for Tina? No, it doesn't look so. Thank you, Tina, and appreciate your ongoing interest. I think that's really key that you still have an interest in the success of the council. So we appreciate that and certainly have heard and taken on board your.
Thank you.
So I think, team, we've got now a break until the youth arrive. It looks right. So we've got the youth and they're going to join us sort of informally. So we'll all get a chance to have a chat and then they're going to present from 10 to 4. So a wee bit of time now. So you're due at 5:30?
3:30.
3:30, sorry.
No, 3:30. Well, there might be you might be able to start early.
We may make some flex on that.
We do actually have the first entrance here, so I don't know if
Well, maybe we'll have we might have a 10 minutes break and they can come and have a chat with us if you like. And then if we can get them together, that might be more beneficial, I think. Not sure. Yeah, they do, yeah. Yeah. Cool. So a bit of a break and we'll have the opportunity to have a chat.
Change it for some reason. It's wrong.
So we might go with, we'll just go Ollie first, eh? And then we'll present these afterwards. Alrighty, I think we'll get started, team. Everyone back in their seats. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, and thanks for those that have been involved in the youth part of our engagement for coming along today. I think this is, and for those that were involved with the judging, myself, Councillor Riley from Temuka, and Councillor Gilchrist, who's our climate champion, if you like. I think this is probably one of the favourite parts of the process, wasn't it? What we were presented with judging on was quite different and really hard to compare, would probably be fair, but really energised, really impressed with the quality and also the passion, I think, from some of our youth, or extend youth, so through to 25, that wanted to engage. So it was really exciting part of the submission process. So what we're going to do is we're going to get you both up. We'll start with Ollie to come up and present, and we'll show you video. So come on up, Ollie. Don't be nervous at all. I think you don't come across as being very shy at all. So you'll, especially with the video we've already seen. So it was a lot of fun, but we'll pass over to you and then we'll discuss afterwards. Yeah, perfect. That would be great. Thank you.
Before I begin, I've got some pamphlets that I'm just quickly hand out to everyone.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ollie. And feel free to pull up that seat and have a seat as well.
Okay.
Just give them to Gavin, we'll just pass them around.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll take some of this. one.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Awesome. Floor is yours, Ollie.
Cool, thank you. Good afternoon. Before I introduce my ideas to you, I feel like I need to tell you just a little bit about myself and where my love for renewable energies and electric transport originates. My name is Ollie. I am 14 years old and I am a Year 10 student at Roncalli College. 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with high-functioning autism. You probably know that people with this diagnosis often develop intense passion for certain subjects, mine being our environment and, more importantly, understanding how we can all live better, healthier lives without harming our planet. The first part of my proposal for thriving together is solar for schools. I propose that Timaru District Council contribute significantly towards solar panel installation in Timaru District schools. Harnessing electricity from the sun, the most powerful energy source, makes so much sense, and it is the future. Why solar for schools? Installing solar panels on school roofs is an ideal scenario. The schools are daytime institutions, so they do not need power at night. The power generated will be used straight away, and consequently, schools save a lot of money in the process. The generated power can also be gifted to anybody on the grid. Therefore, Timaru District Council is not only supporting schools, but also the wider community. The cost of solar panels has reduced substantially in recent years. To me, this is a no-brainer. Everybody benefits, including our environment. Please refer to my pamphlets for more details, and I'd also like to thank my mum for helping me make them. The second part of my proposal is electrifying public transport. Electrifying public transport in Timaru should be a top priority to help combat climate change. Not only does this type of transport benefit the environment, but also shows leadership in our transition to cleaner transport to the wider Timaru community. Please refer to my pamphlets for more details. I believe my proposals are very achievable, even within a relatively short time frame. So let's all get together and help our region thrive. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Don't run away. That was too good. And thanks, Mum. Well done. That was awesome. Really impressed by that, and really impressed by some really practical initiatives. And I do know from discussions the other day at the Canterbury Mayoral Forum that Environment Canterbury, who are running the My Way service around town, are constantly looking at ways to electrify their fleet. So that's a real practical use. And so that is and will be happening, which is great. And we'll be sharing your presentation with them as well, because I think that's really important. And also I think it's issued a challenge for us around, we specifically might not look after schools, but we can certainly advocate for them through the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority, or normally known as ECA. So we can help do that work. And I think it's a good challenge for us with some of the projects that we're looking to do. If you look at the stadium with a lot of roof space, I know the Selwyn Stadium have just done some solar work up there. We're looking to our waste minimisation, our new contract to do better and more efficient things there, and lots of solar use is going to be incorporated there as well. So there's a real challenge around some of our projects, and we're pretty keen to take on that challenge, and pretty keen for you to be maybe involved along the way over the next couple of years as some of these things come to fruition as well. So we'd be pretty keen, if you're up for the challenge, to stay in the loop with us and come on board with some of these projects as they go forth. How about that?
Oh, that sounds good. I'd love to stay in the loop, and I'd love to help contribute to future projects. And I also just want to say thank you for taking my ideas into consideration. I'm very passionate about our environment, and I hope we can make a change.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I know we're going to direct credit, because checks don't exist anymore, some money into your account, but I've also got a certificate which I'll award to you now for your work with this competition. So thanks, Ollie.
Cool, thank you.
Nigel, you just got one question for Ollie. Well done, fantastic effort, but Mr. Camo wouldn't be pleased if I let you go without asking one question. If you had to choose one or the other, Ollie, which one would you tell us to do first?
Oh, that's a tough one. Honestly, I can't choose. I'm sorry, but both are equally important. I know from hearing what solar for schools, of course, is a bit more of a logistical challenge, but I know that it may happen. Yeah,
Good answer, mate. You could be a politician in the future with an answer like that. Well done.
Well, thank you for asking that question. It's important.
Does that sound like a
It's important, but unfortunately I cannot answer it.
Oh no, that's good. Sorry, any other questions, comments? Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, well done. That was awesome. I know from my own school in Geraldine High School, they've put solar panels on the roofs and
good on you.
Some wireless solar panels on the roofs in Geraldine. And enabled them to take away the cold water. So they got taken out. I think might have only just been a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
And put in heat pumps for the kids and got rid of all the hot water radiators and stuff. So it's an awesome way. Believe it or not, the way they funded that was that they asked the parents to buy one solar panel. And 5 days I ran my buy one on the whole site.
Wow.
So believe it or not, if you can make it cheap enough, and the solar panels are about $100, I reckon you can get one Kelly to have solar panels on there.
That is a good idea.
Yeah, and that group.
Really not a bad idea.
Good. Yeah. Congratulations, Councillor Oliver. And that was the Lions. Was it Lions out? Rotary, sorry.
The project and gave solar panels, and then they offered them for sale, and then they've done another lot since they had such big uptake. So I think we've got massive solar panels on the roofs there now.
Awesome.
There's some good community groups that would take up that that challenge as well.
It's not that hard actually to get on board. Get them on board, and I'll tell you what, mate, I reckon you've got no problems getting them on board.
Great, and look, and other schools as well.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. Thank you for that idea. Very important, that one. Not a bad idea. Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
I'm up for $100.
$100. Yeah, maybe even 200.
Councillor Burt and I will both put in $100, so you've got your first 300.
You've got a few Roncalli ones here.
Make our family bankrupt.
Councillor Gilchrist.
Ollie, thank you so much. As one of the judges, it was really difficult. It was really exciting to see all the great ideas. And I'm just so impressed by the way you use really innovative thinking, come up with clever ways to fix complex problems and other things that I've seen you do as well. And like I said, I really hope that you will stay involved with the council, and especially with some of our climate change and sustainability things, because you're just what we need to help us have a more sustainable future. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'd be really glad to help with future projects.
All right, we're going to do a slight opportunity for a photo op.
Would that be okay if I took your photo, Ollie?
Yes, that's
And we
completely
might put
fine.
that on our Instagram and Facebook later in the piece.
Sounds
after
good.
this one's hopefully.
do you want to do that?
I mean, I think yes, sounds good.
Yeah, no, yeah. If you want to take a photo.
Take photos. I feel like
Yeah,
we
yeah.
feel like we're grass.
This is my life. This is
Thank you very much for spending time. So thank you, place. There you go.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now, Bronte, that's easy to follow, Bronte, isn't it? But we know how awesome you are, and you've presented in front of us and have some amazing ideas. So, I know what was great about this competition is the submissions were quite unique and different and brought their own really cool flavour, and you bring an awesome flavour to this as well. So we're looking forward to a presentation.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. My name's Bronte Davenport. I'm a graduate architect. I work just over the road at DLA Architects, and I grew up in Timaru, so moved back after studying in Wellington. So I'm quite passionate about Timaru. It's a lovely place to live, and my submission focuses on the city hub, which is probably something I'm quite passionate about. With design, architecture, it's all sort of related. And so I've got a couple of slides up here. So this first one, I've just got a wee drawing I did of Timaru. And then on the next slide, I've got, am I able to change it here? Oh, okay, great. Perfect. So I just tried to visualize sort of a few ideas that I've had, friends and family, like I've talked to quite a few people and been involved with a couple of things at the council in the past year as well. Just sort of thinking about what we're going to do in the city hub and how all the different ideas can be interconnected with each other. And one thing that I would sort of pick out of this that I personally think is quite important is this idea around like tactical urbanism, which is short-term pop-up interventions that you can put into place quickly and sort of get people excited about starting to see some change in the short term, and, you know, get them want to get involved and see what happens over the next 10 years with the long-term plan. Yeah, and then I've also got this kind of just a quick visual map of the CBD area and sort of the different spaces that I think are important, with anchor points of like Caroline Bay, Strathallan Corner, the library, the Heritage Centre and the theatre, and just linking those all up through various means to create a CBD that we all love to spend time in. I guess I think it's the most important thing. Yeah, so that's sort of the gist of my ideas and presentations. So I'd love to hear any comments from anybody.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you again. And I think we're right on board with the tactical urbanism, and Rosie's going to take up that challenge, isn't she? So,
Meet you the other week. Yeah.
So you're keen to have you involved through this process as well. Great to have your energy, enthusiasm and passion for this. So questions, team? So Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Bronte. I was one of the judges, and it was a privilege to be involved in it, because as our worship said, that it's a diverse lot of people that put, young people that put their ideas forward. So that made it a lot more interesting. Question I have, visualize the overhead bridge and cycle access. I'm just looking down that street. How do you foresee that?
I was mainly just trying to pick it out as that's the sort of safest route into town, the Church Street overbridge, with crossing the state highway. And so just the idea that, I don't know, I'm assuming there are already cycle lanes there, but if you use colour or something to just make it a bit more obvious. And because I think people cycling, it's always sort of an idea thrown out of like, if more people cycle, then it's good for the environment, but people don't really like to cycle, so you've got to kind of try and convince them to.
Yeah, I think it's that safety thing though, isn't it? And so colour actually, whether it is more safety.
Somehow prioritising cycle over driving, just to get people interested, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's safer or not, but when you are in a zone that is colour, there's a perception of perception of safety at least.
Yeah,
so,
well, I guess you feel
yeah.
more visible
Visible,
to
yeah.
drivers, so
Yeah,
maybe it would
fantastic.
increase safety. Yeah.
Councillor Booth.
So obviously you want us to spend plenty of money.
All the money, yeah. Only the CBD. Don't do anything else.
And I see Strathallon Corner, you're thinking that's sort of like the centre.
Yeah, yeah. Real heart of the town. I think could be a good spot for that. And then also linking back towards Caroline Bay, which is, I guess, less the CBD, but maybe the heart of Timaru itself, Caroline Bay, and then Strathallon Corner, the heart of the CBD. Yeah.
And what about accessing, I guess, to the wharf area as well, or access to the water?
Yeah, I think that's sort of Timaru's kind of key thing that kind of sets us apart from some other towns our size would be Caroline Bay and the beach and that sort of access to recreation. And I think it's kind of important to have that link between the CBD and Caroline Bay. I mean, it's right there. So it would be good to get sort of more visual and physical link between the two and get people down into that area more.
Yeah, connect with recreation and play as well. It's
Yeah,
cool. Thanks, Councillor Booth. Councillor Wills.
Thanks, Bronte. Would you be able to give me an overview? How many hours did you spend on this project? Because obviously, but I'm just really interested. Because obviously a lot of passion and energy into it.
not too many putting it together. Just because like the degree I did, I learned to do all this visual stuff quite quickly. But in terms of talking everyone in my life's ear off about it, probably a lot of hours. Yeah.
Oh, no,
they're all sick of hearing about it. So.
Because it's good. Because you've obviously got a real passion for it,
Yeah.
and especially here in Timaru as well. So look, just want to acknowledge that. So well done. Thank you. Brilliant.
Next, Councillor Wills. Councillor Gilchrist.
Oh, Bronte, thank you so much. It's fabulous. And I really appreciate your creativity combined with your design knowledge. I think that's a really powerful combination.
Yeah, I wanted to try and use the skills I've got to get it across rather than just writing a bit of an essay or something.
Yeah, it's great to see it like that. Yeah, you know, for those of us that are quite visual people, I think it's a really exciting opportunity for us to have you involved in the City Hub strategy, which hopefully you'll get really stuck into. And I particularly love your idea of the tactical urbanism and just kind of a bit of sort of guerrilla tactics out there, changing things. And so thank you so much.
No, you're welcome.
Try out some bean bags in the chamber one time a week, just before they go out on the streets. No, that's awesome. Thanks so much. We really appreciate your passion. Great to have. What's that, sorry? Oh, right. Don't know if they make bean bags for. Oh, they do. That saved me from saying anything. Okay, back on track, team. Easy to get off track, but thank you. Really appreciate that. And we've got a wee certificate to acknowledge that as well. So thanks, Bronte.
Fine. As well, it was great.
So where is not a break, probably. Yeah. So thanks for that, team. It seems to be a day of breaks just due to the floods. We've got lots of people that have can't come in person, and we might have a busier day tomorrow because of it. But that's all right. We will work through that. So no one. Oh, is this one? No. Okay, no worries. That's all right. So we do have a wee break now again. And so we don't have anyone due until 20 past 4. And we'll just see if we can make some changes to that. Unfortunately, a bit of a patchy day. I'm not sure if we've got it with us, but yeah. But we'll maybe put them online or something. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so 20 past. So sorry for those that have just arrived. Got a bit of a patchy day, so another wee break until around 20 past 4, which is Peter Bennett talking about blue penguins. I'll push the right button. Or other, yeah, that's it.
Testing, cool. Right. So my apologies for not adding the little bits on the picture up there, the shop, the suggested coffee shop and Wi-Fi locations. At 11 o'clock at night, I woke up the next morning to remember what I'd forgotten, sorry. But that should be self-explanatory now as I just read through this. Cool. So good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. After practicing my speech for 10 minutes, I felt like I was a contestant on The Chase. Peter, your time starts now. So my name's Peter Bennett. Timaru resident for over 60 years, ratepayer and Timaru Penguins coordinator in my 8th year. My submission is broken into 3 parts. So part 1, obviously, is the little penguins. They've now been residing at Marine Parade Rocks for many decades and around 10 years inside the rope area constructed when it became non-tidal. While stage 1 was to rope off an area to give some protection from the public and dogs, it is in need of attention. Let's call it stage 2, as per the photo shown on the right-hand side, the yellow bracketed area. The time frame, as soon as possible and hopefully before the next Dogs on the Bay bylaw in 2023. The sooner we can fence and enhance the penguin area, the more I can accept the council is serious about their value to the people of Timaru as a tourist attraction, bringing long-term financial benefits to our town and district. To me, they are actually a gold mine, sitting on our back door requiring a very small investment for a great return. As I noted in my submission, the last 2 years before COVID, I calculated based on recorded nightly visitor counts over the 6-monthly breeding season, in excess of 10,000 visitors or tourists to watch the penguins arrive and feed their chicks nightly. A simple calculation of 10,000 people times $100 for one night stay in Timaru is $1 million. Imagine if we had 20,000 visitors, or we could attract 10,000 visitors to stay for 2 nights. I've spoken to quite a few community groups over the last 3 years about vision. I love telling the history of Phillip Island from a promotional article I read in 2018. It was a journey that started in the 1930s when the landowners on the Summerland Peninsula gave 10 acres to the state of Victoria for the protection of the little blue penguin. By the 1950s, fences and viewing stands had been built as a main observation point at dusk for the arrival of the penguins nightly. A visitor centre was built in the late 1960s. In 1985, the state government took the extraordinary step and decided to buy every piece of land and property on the Summerland Peninsula and return the land to the penguins. The buyout of homes and batches was completed in 2010. From 1985 and 35 years later, the decision has yielded great long-term results. In 2019, there are now around 30,000 breeding pairs of little penguins, the largest colony in the world, up from 10,000 in the 1980s. Phillip Island is the most popular and #1 tourist destination in the state of Victoria. Before COVID, the penguin attraction had around 750,000 visitors in 2018. That's 750,000 people. Closer to home, the Oamaru blue penguin colony, which started with a vision over 35 years ago, before COVID, was attracting around 75,000 visitors every year. Without large visitor numbers at present, both sides recently started live streaming the penguins arriving at dusk nightly. We could do this in Timaru quite easily. All I'm asking is for a small financial input for the penguins area upgrade to a more suitable and improved protection standard going forward for when the tourists return. The hand-drawn plan is my practical answers to the next stage, stage 2, after observing and encountering many problems with the public and dog owners over the last few years. Photos I sent for your perusal show the issues I am encountering with suggested solutions. Fencing on the footpath side is to aesthetically incorporate netting or mesh between the existing posts with a rail along the top. This will give the penguins safer protection from public. It will stop them venturing onto the footpath and unfortunately onto the road area, which has happened over the time. As you can see by one of my photos submitted, the sooner the better. That photo was given to a couple of members of the council, but we decided not to proceed with it. Fencing on the bench side runs from the right-hand side of the beach vehicle entry gate along the rope enclosure side of the suggested boardwalk at a height of about 1.2 metres. Once again with a rail on the top, the fencing is very similar to the children's playground fencing at parks around Timaru. So it's not to look ugly, it's to look nice. Basically, the total enclosed area will give a defined, tangible area protection, a no-go zone. The overbridge to the beach is not necessary as part of stage 2, but ultimately may be required at some stage to stop the lazy public and their dogs from entering the beach down through the rope area, shown in the photos, or down the rocks over the nesting burrows. Stage 2, for me personally, would also go a long way towards defining dog owners where they can exercise their dog, because the actual end product of that boardwalk and over fence brings them out into around a 10 and 15 metre line, which already is on the K9 newsletter being a no dog area, but it actually defines the line of where they should be and where they shouldn't be. And generally when I'm down there now, I must say it's taken a year or two, I do see a bigger difference than I did earlier about people knowing not to walk their dog straight over to the rocks. Unfortunately, there is a minority of people who I've used the word don't care, and basically when I've said something to them, I've been told where to go. So they'll always exist. I accept that in any community. But as I say, I just like to try and point out, and there are signage in that, but yeah, that's life. Part 2 is the beautification, which blends in with everything really. As you can see, I like coloured pictures, but my yellows and my trees and my log seed all sort of match up and line up, but it's to show something that I think would look very nice on Caroline Bay in the future. And I must point out, I know we've had heavy seas recently and I was down on Sunday observing, but the area I'm talking about is where the sea ended. And as I say, that's at a very high sea. I'm talking about the edge of the fence line where the vegetation is, and that's what I've shown. So it's a non-tidal area of the beach. The boardwalk from one side of the bay to the other was a brilliant idea. A lot of visitors to Timaru watching the penguins have commented on it. But what I want to see is a bit more character and colour added to the beach. I do remember as a young lad, only a few years ago, of course, when the sea came up to a rock wall and at high tide, the cars parked on the grass up above. Those photos have been on Facebook recently. I could have been 60s, 70s, but if you do remember the old piece before we extended it, it was different, but you just climb down the rocks onto the beach. So we begin with a low-level rock wall, and that's along that fence line, maybe 2 rocks high is all I'm suggesting. So it basically becomes a defined line if the sea did get to that point again. against the vegetation frontage with the existing exits off the boardwalks onto the beach transformed into resting or picnic spots. And by that, I'm talking about some low level platform. I'm not talking about high platform. I'm only talking about the height of the boardwalk, just walking onto it. The enhancement of the beach area as per hand submitted will incorporate low level platforms as part of the beach exits for families to picnic on as well. Not everybody wants to picnic on the sand, and yeah, I've noticed that over time as well. Plant pahutakawa trees, and I think they'd be quite suitable for the beach here. I've done a wee bit of investigation and talked to some people involved with trees, and they are in beach areas around New Zealand, and they colour in the summer. That would be quite impressive. Red. Yes. Have I got my 10? Oh no. Okay, I'll have to hand this in to everybody and you can read the rest. So yeah, that was my intention. All I'm saying is it would give it that wow look. I don't think the beach here at the moment is impressive to a lot of people, and the word I've been given is drab. So that was the words coming back from it. Yeah, as for the coffee shop, I've written in here about the coffee shop, so you can read about that. And as I say, there's parts of the coffee shop I think you would need to look at Curio Bay as an idea. So just my last part of my summary, just to tell you that the penguins do need some help. They certainly haven't increased over the last couple of years. We've only around about 15 nests, about 30 chicks again, but they are hard to breed. They will return again, so our additional penguins will happen in years to come, but like on Oamaru and everywhere else, it takes time. I can report that they've early breeding, and in Otago and Timaru, they've already got eggs. So unfortunately, we do have a connection down there with other things, but we're putting up with that. The bay beautification, it's time to make Timaru, like I've written in here, one of the top 10 beaches in New Zealand. I think it's missing at the moment, but I think with beautification, we could have that wow factor again. Apologies that I didn't think that was 10 minutes, but I do appreciate the time. And as I say, I do have a report that I can leave for everybody to have.
That'd be great.
Is that all right?
Yeah, no, that's great.
And I did have an idea of some log seating, which I'll put on it, which is like down at Redbreath Park. And they are quite nice seats. They're different. Yep. But I think they're sort of the base style. And if there is some sort of committee or group that wants to get together to talk about advancement and changes at Caroline Bay, I'm happy to spend my outside of work time generally helping. I'm free. It's not going to cost a lot.
We appreciate that and appreciate the passion. And one of the things we are doing and tied to under the City Hub strategy with linkage. So we're spending some money on a strategy around Caroline Bay, and and a lot of your ideas will tie into that. So that'll be well picked up. So cool. Future conversations, but really quickly, any questions? Okay, Councillor Piddington.
Right, Peter, a big fan of the penguins, but also use that marine parade quite a bit. I'm one of those guys that climbs down the rocks. And I guess on a summer's day along that point when the northeasterly comes in, that's where a lot of people are. And a lot of people access the beach from that point off Marine Parade. That won't be able to happen under that plan, will it?
That's where I said that overbridge that I've shown at the first bit that goes from the footpath down onto the beach will actually make much better access than people have got at the moment. As I say, at the moment, it's an accident waiting to happen if you fall down over the rocks. Okay. But if it's stage 1, 2 or 3, as I say, I think you'll end up with it because the beach keeps receding. We're way down to that pillar or that yacht club pile now, so it's not like it's a short walk down to the beach at low tide.
Thanks.
Cool.
Thanks,
Councillor Piddington, and thanks, Peter. Really appreciate that and appreciate the passion in your work.
I've done 4 copies.
Yep, just leave one. We'll copy it if you like. Or
all right, okay. Well, I'll leave that with.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks so much.
Cool.
We're moving on now. Mr. Jackson, it's on his way already. That's all right. Thanks, Chief. We're all yours, mate. Right button.
Hello, everybody. You've obviously read the original submissions, and just basically what I come along to do was add a few notes to some of those things. Pretty much everything I'm talking about is relative to the city hub here. For those of you that don't know, I've lived in the main street for coming up 26 years now. The only person that's been there longer is the proprietor of the Carlton, better or worse. And pretty much used to walk down to Wickles every day and get the paper and the mail. I've still got a PO box and that, so I've worn a fair track up and down that footpath. You get to sort of know what's happening in the main street. The thing with the slippery tiles, a lot of you guys, when you were the last election, had stuff on your, when you were campaigning and that about the tiles, and yet in the 18 months since the election, it's never been mentioned. And much as you can stick your head in the sand all you like, at the end of the day, it is still an issue. It came in here for a submission 3 years ago regarding this, and Damon Odie said, well, maybe I was wearing the wrong type of shoes. I wear hiking style boots pretty much every day. And if that's the wrong sort of shoes, I don't know what, when it's surely not a bowling alley, you don't have to bank your shoes at the door and put on the right type to walk down the street. But from what I see, from the last 25 years, you've caused an entire generation of people older than us to just not to bother coming to Timaru downtown on a wet day because they know they're slippery and they've never been changed, and everyone knows it's like that. And I'm not saying every shoe is slippery, leather ones, whatever, some might not be. But there wouldn't be many people in this room, whether a listener or a councillor, that hasn't had a wee moment on the tile somewhere along the line. And on a wee side issue, what the council needs to look into is where your gutters, where the people's drain pipes come down by their buildings, where they go underneath. In 25 years, I'm 100% sure that no effort has ever been made to clean those out. And every time the street sweeper goes down the street there and it pushes, and some of those outlets have got bottles and everything jammed up in them, they've been there for years. And then you wonder why the verandas leak on a rainy day, because the pipes are backed up under the footpath and up the thing. And I know the veranda is the landholder's issue, but the piece of pipe under the footpath is surely the council issue. So maybe you want to get your contractors one day to actually go and stick something up every one of those and actually make sure they're clear so the water can get out and isn't flooding onto the verandas. Because I can tell you specific ones that I've kept an eye on in the last 25 years and they've still blocked up. Another thing I'd like to mention is if you're doing your planning for the upgrade, when it was actually done, a lot of those little, I don't know the official description, but your little short stumpy posts that you have down the side of the street, by default, they were put at the same spacing back from the dividing line of the car park that a parking meter used to be. Now that's fine because the parking meter was that high and it used to be that you looked sideways across your bonnet. I drive an old car, I can still see those little short posts, but most people nowadays drive an SUV or a ute or a van or whatever, and those things are pretty much invisible, and they're right at the point where you open your door or when people are backing into their thing. If they over back into the thing, they're swiping the side of their car. The panel beaters around town must love those posts, the amount of damage that they've done to cars over the years. And I see the council last year, without any sort of explanation, mysteriously in the middle of the night took away all the little guardrails that were around the trees down the street. There used to be little tiny wee short posts with wee bars, and they just disappeared overnight somehow. So someone's obviously realised the damage that they were doing. But I'd like to see, I think the posts and that look good, but surely they could be shifted so they lined up with the actual line dividing the parking spaces, because you see people back into a park and then they're looking out, they open their door and they're looking out to see whether they're into someone else's park or whatever, because they're thinking that that post is the demarcation line. So just something to be considered when you're doing your planning. One of the other things that was pretty obvious when the street was planned for the last upgrade is, as I said, I was already a resident of the street by then, and I've got a set of the original plans. There was an awful lot of planning done relevant to the particular premise that it was outside. So the original plan, there was a whole lot of more of those pokey out bits like you've got outside the Excelsior and Hector Blacks and things like that. There was going to be a whole lot more of those, and they cut back on them. But they were all specifically put out of places that were cafes at the time. And as stuff's gone on, I'm just saying to the council, be wary of saying, oh, that's a something or other, and putting some specific feature in just for that, because that premise might change and then all of a sudden it's a white elephant sitting in the middle of your street. Parking things, I think the actual number of parks, and that's fine. I've never ever, I don't know, these people that say there's no parking in the main street, they must be bloody blind, because there's always parks there somewhere. What else we got here? Sorry about this, I should be more organised. I've been away photographing the flooding over the weekend, so the front page of the New Zealand Herald this morning of the Winchester damage. Could the council look at some more security cameras in the CBD? Because we have an issue on the weekends that the boy races, they come around the corner by the Oxford and they go up and they realise that the minute they crest the top by Wilcombe Street, they're out of any camera view then. And that's where they play mighty havoc down past Shell Station and everything, because the police station's got a camera on it, and you guys now have a camera outside the Theatre Royal fixed on their veranda, but neither of them look up over the brow of the hill as such. So that becomes boy racer time at night at the weekends, which none of you guys see, but believe me, it's still happening. So it might be nice for a camera, say down the south end somewhere, that can actually look either down Stafford Street or back up towards the police station or something, just because if the boy racers know it's there, it's going to hold them up. We don't want to see speed bumps in the street. A couple of other things here. The airport, I hear the council's talking about potentially extending the runways or doing work on the runways to allow more traffic at the airport. That's a marvellous thing. But it costs $45 one way for a taxi there. And I don't really believe that every person that comes to Timaru sits there and Googles beforehand how they're going to get from the airport to the town, or they just presume they'll be away. And I think that's probably quite a rude shock when nowadays with grab a seat and that, the airfare to get into town is going to cost you as much as the flight on some days. Surely in conjunction with the regional council, maybe it's not as though there's a huge amount of flights, but maybe at least look into the possibility of even say the first and the last flights each day, having the availability of the, what do you call it, you catch a bus thing? Yeah, my way. Couple of things here, and I've been specific in my original submission, but just to explain things like your rating. Now, when I originally bought my place, it was zoned 100% commercial. Then 10 or 15 years ago, you guys changed it and said, right, oh, well, you live upstairs, so that's now zoned residential and the bottom's commercial, and I don't know how you guys divvy it up. But I find it very frustrating when there's only me in the building, there's only one water pipe coming in, that I pay a water supply for the commercial part of the building and another water supply for the residential part. So if and that same goes for sewers, you pay for 2 lots of toilets, there's a whole lot of multiples because of that setup. So if the council really is serious about trying to get people living in the CBD, that's just one example of little rules which probably no one's realised until you're part of it, that works against that happening. Other than that, that's pretty much me. But one final note, February 2020, I actually told a specific person in this room about the flag on the outside the information centre looking pretty tatty, and it was immediately taken down. In 18 months, there's still no flag outside there. How hard can it be to put a flag up? So, and I've actually, and it wasn't just that one person. I've spoken to multiple people about this room, but if you can have a bit of pride in the town, send them out to buy a bloody flag. Yeah. Right, that's my lot.
Noted.
I'm early.
Thank you. Hold on, you haven't got off yet. we're about to grill you. No. Questions, Councillor Wick.
Well, I was just saying, you want the My Way people to go out. What about poor old taxi people? We've sort of taken half their business now, haven't we?
Well, I mean, I think that's sort of irrelevant. I'm looking at it from the point of view of you know, you could say that, what about the poor old terrorist people with COVID? Life happens. But if you're really trying to encourage people to come in town, that's a big, steep thing. If they haven't booked a rental car, expect turning up at the airport to all of a sudden go shit and find out that they're stuck for paying for a taxi.
Well, there's always a taxi sitting out there waiting though, isn't there?
Well, I don't know. I'm usually flying out, not going the other way. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, eventually, yeah, but
Any other questions? Comment for me just around the mixed use. I think that'll get picked up with the work that we'll do around differentials and stuff. So that's a piece of work that we'll be doing in the new financial. And just other comment, we've obviously talked about this, but around the tiles, and I take your point, but we can't do anything with no money in the budget. So this is the process that we have to work through. We can't move any quicker. It's legislated. It's a 10-year plan, and that's what we're trying to do. Another question, interested, you've ticked enable, and you're a real pro CBD guy, you live in the CBD, but you've gone enable versus transformation, which is quite...
So without the thing in front of me, what is...
Yeah, so enable was sort of 30 million versus a larger 85. So it's more probably council public realm investment versus the extreme version of investment.
I'm just a bit worried what the extreme might entail, based on some of the other things over time. We hear them saying, "Oh, turn the street pedestrian wise," and da da da. And yeah, I think there's money to be spent fixing the issues before you worry about getting too glamorous over it. I'm just wary of rising rate costs. We could all go out and tick the top box for everything, but sooner or later, someone's going to have to pay.
Yep. Cool. Any other? Oh, councillors.
Just a quick one, Stuart. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Just in around the businesses that you've identified issues with the drainage, have you got a list available?
Oh, not written down, but I could walk with someone one day. I'm quite happy to spend an hour of my time and walk from one end of the street with another and just point them out.
We'll just supply a list and that'd be good.
Well, no, it's easier to actually go with someone relevant. Why should I actually spend my time? You got people to do that rather than me walk down the street and actually.
Oh no, I just seen you you highlighted, made it an issue, and I was thinking, well, you could help support the council to fix
Well,
and
we'll
change
use
around it.
supply someone, and I'll walk with them down, and I'll show them. I'll point them out, show them all the issues.
Just got Ashton's hand up. There you go.
Yep. We'll keep in contact, Ash. All good?
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate
your time.
it, Stu.
Cheers.
And thanks for your passion in the CBD. We appreciate that. Alrighty. Yeah, here we go. Oh, just leave it on. Just pull it your way a little bit at the top. Yeah, the neck. Perfect. Thank you. We're all yours.
So I wrote my speech. I timed it as well. It was 8 minutes. So, dear Mayor, dear Councillor, and dear CEO, is it okay like this? Can you hear me? Closer. Yeah, I have very soft voice, no? Yeah. Yeah. And by reading the recent Together We Thrive publication, I felt positively impressed by how this publication has been put together and by how it has been presented to us. Obviously, I have made a submission and I'm grateful for this opportunity. First of all, I want to briefly mention something about my background, which I feel may give you an understanding of my vision for Timaru's future. My mother was from Vienna, Austria, whereas my father was from Alkmaar in the Netherlands. Both my parents had a love for art, for music, for travel, and were also very interested in the deeper questions of life. From a very young age, my background and education have been in the visual arts, while at the same time, I also fostered a strong interest in philosophy, which resulted in me both practicing and teaching yoga and meditation, which I still do today. From the age of 22, I lived for 5 years in an international spiritual community in Amsterdam. Although I consider myself to be from Austria, I mainly grew up in the Netherlands, but naturally I have also spent time in Vienna and Austria. Furthermore, I have traveled to 20 different countries and also lived for 9 months in Australia. I came to live in South Canterbury in 1994. 13 years later, I moved from Waimate to Timaru and started my business, Atma Spiritual Gallery in the Royal Arcade. Other than casting a vote during the elections, I have little interest in politics, and for me to be sitting here is rather unique. However, at this stage of my life, I'm 64. And with my background, I do have a vision that I like to share with you. I see a town center, and that is the center of our community, a place to meet, a place to shop, and a place to eat. The town center is the heart of a town, and it needs to be a place both of pride, but also of comfort for the community. Timaru's town center already has so much character. This needs to be the time to bring it all together in a long-term plan, but with the environment in focus. Therefore, my vision for Timaru's CBD is to be free of motorized traffic, naturally with exemptions for deliveries and emergencies, but with small electric vehicles for public transport to take people to and from public car parks that will need to be created at sites that surround the CBD. This may sound like a revolutionary idea today, but think what can be possible. Driving cars from door to door has been in New Zealand's psyche for generations. And although not entirely comparable, were not plastic bags at the supermarket just what we expected only a few years ago? And don't we feel a lot better for bringing our own reusable grocery bags? You may think that I want to go back in time, but no, life can only go forward. And with our individual willingness, we can move to a future in a clean environment. We need to change the way we think, and we need to start today. If we cannot do this, then what is the use of making a long-term plan? Any long-term plan we make today needs to evolve around the way we deal with our environment. I am in favor of planning a new art gallery for the future near the current Theatre Royal, also because public art galleries are tourist attractions. Keeping tourists longer in Timaru and longer in the CBD is better for everyone in Timaru. However, I'm much in favor of a long-term plan. Many of humanity's economic decisions are short-term decisions. And as nature is still roaring out there now, we must also wake up now. Furthermore, I would like to add my recognition for the progress the Council has been and is making environmentally. Through zero waste, I often think that the Council is ahead of many people within the district. And I admire the Council's ongoing commitment to educate its citizens. I also want to share something else with you. Perhaps this is as much an idea as a suggestion or even a question. It is based on my own enjoyment of fundraising for Nepal, which I do through my own business. South Canterbury is known for its strong community spirit. People come together for many good causes and generate tremendous events. To mention only a couple of great examples, Timaru's Festival of Roses and Rock and Hop. Would it be possible to create a people power presence of professionally gifted and qualified people, like technical people, architects, designers, artists, town planners, and environmentalists, etc., from our community that would be willing to come together and work by giving their expertise and their time to further work on developments in Timaru. My vision with this is as follows. By a professional giving their time, the council would then generate a donation, but not a wage, for her or his time. This donation would go to a cause that this professional would choose. For instance, South Canterbury Hospice, Westpac Rescue Helicopter, St. John's, etc. A donation-based people power presence would need to be coordinated by the council. Professionals may need to commit themselves to a certain time frame to make it workable. I imagine that this people power presence to consist of professionals that are still in the workforce, but also of retired professionals. In my submission, I have made a suggestion that a small amount of the budget could possibly be used to research and set up such a people power presence. As I said, it is a suggestion and an idea as much as it is a question. To conclude, I'd like to once more express my gratitude for this opportunity and to thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Well rehearsed too, you're bang on time. Any questions? No, really thoughtful though. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pennington.
Hi, how are you? Good presentation. The spirit of the people. Do you know whether it works anywhere else? Have you seen it, or is it a unique idea to yourself?
Yes, it's an idea and came to me. And so I don't know if it's an existing idea anywhere else. Actually, I was wondering whether it was an existing idea or not. And, you know, sometimes we have ideas and they exist elsewhere in the world and we are not aware of them. Certainly.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, well, it's a interesting concept, and getting people involved with the appropriate skills that have the time and energy effectively. So yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity in that. Any other questions? We're all good. Thank you for submitting, and yes, thank you for coming along. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So, yeah. Cool. So you'll do yours first, Sue?
Sorry?
Do you want to do yours first?
Yes, I'll do mine first.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. The floor is yours.
And those of you who don't know me, I'm Sue Herricks. A little bit about myself. My husband and I own some buildings down the main street. We've lived here 30 years. I'm a member of the CBD group. I'm also on the board of the Timaru Senior Citizens, and I belong to various other bits and pieces around too. So I've always been involved as much as possible in Timaru. Right, I will start off the gallery and I'll just read. I would have loved to have retained the old building as it is, as it was gifted to the people, but I think the cost of bringing it up to a satisfactory standard of earthquake proofing would now be prohibitive. A new building on the site that fulfilled the needs of the art gallery for now and the future would be a better option. It is a fantastic site and perhaps incorporated with the museum as well, as the two go hand in hand. The storage of our art and museum pieces that are not on display should be held on the same site as the building or buildings. To have the storage on another site would mean insurance would be prohibitive, and also there could be a cause of damage in moving the stuff around town, and this is not a good practice. So I think common sense needs to prevail there. Now getting on to the Aorangi Park. Sorry, I'm flitting all over the place, one end of town to the other. The people of South Canterbury over the years have poured a lot of money into the stadium and surrounding venues like the all-weather track, athletics track and the hockey turf. Actually, I was on the all-weather track trust when it was built. I was the fundraising coordinator and my husband was the overseer of the building, and between the two of us, we actually helped build the track. And we formed a business with the Italian company and we ended up working all over Australasia, building all-weather athletic tracks. So that's just an interesting side bit to that. The community has put in a lot of money. A lot of the seniors of this community use the gym at the park. The park is in the right end of town, has easy access, plenty of parking and very user-friendly for the elderly. We have a very vibrant community up at the gym, and by keeping us active as part of the government's initiative to keeping the elderly in their homes longer. This is supported by the ACC accreditation that the gym has, and also the South Canterbury District Health Board with the Green Card scheme. We have amazing instructors and the vibe that comes out of that gym is exciting. We have also become very social and frequently have a coffee at Highfield. It would be great to see all of you come along one Monday and see how vibrant we are. We are a great group of people. Some of the members tried to use the sea bay when it first opened, but it's not age friendly. I am asking that we stay in the same site, but I am agreeable to being moved, perhaps to the netball area or rooms in that vicinity. If you are going to move us so that the basketball courts can be extended, could you please do the gym reconstruction first? Set up the new gym and improve it and then move us over so you don't interrupt our program. This is common sense once again. This is just so that you get us and you don't get the old people around the town or more senior people around the town bitching and moaning because they're being pushed out of their gym. Because honestly, we use it all the time. It is really well used. So, right, I've covered that. And I must say, we have the most amazing instructors. They are really good, top notch, South Canterbury Sports, right up there. Right, the City Hub. Here is the opportunity for this council to put Timaru on the map. We are an amazing town, and I, over the past 5 years or so, have taken the opportunity to speak to many visitors to this town, and these people are blown away by everything we have to offer. It is a shame that some of the locals don't see what we have. Where in New Zealand do you have easy access to a beautiful bay, close proximity to the port, boutique shopping, beautiful buildings and amazing views of the mountains and sea? Our CBD is looking very tired. We need to bring it up into the next 30 years and beyond as it is time for our town planners and council to look outside the box and put this place on the world stage. We have something very special here and a lot of you don't see it. Use local professionals who know this area, who work here, live here, are passionate about here to help with the planning of this town. We have the expertise right here in this town. Why shop somewhere else for what we already have? Why use these big companies? We have people here who are so keen to put their stamp on their town. Use them. They might save you a bit of money too. We have to link the bay to the CBD. This could be done with a shuttle system of a bus up the loop road and to North Street and return, running every 15 minutes, or get very adventurous and put in a monorail. The parking at the bay then becomes part of the CBD parking, allow camping at the bay in the summertime and do up the sound show and area. Cut the red tape and allow building owners to put apartments in their buildings. We want people to come and live in the CBD, but there seems to be a lot of regulation for this. Make more user-friendly spaces in the CBD. Revamp Strathallan Corner so that people can listen to music, eat their lunch and meet up. Allow cafes, restaurants and bars to spill onto the pavement. Assist the struggling building owners to maintain the painting of their buildings. Put up lighting on our heritage buildings and the beautiful street art that was recently being done. Make the main street one way with angle parking. Make the parking for 2 hours and mainly for elderly and disabled. Have it metered and then free parking for 2 hours outside the CBD area. Get rid of the bloody tiles. Sorry, you are becoming a joke. What was that? Well, I mean, I've slipped on them just recently. No amount of trying to fix will solve the problem. The rates are disproportionately high in the CBD compared to the rest of the Timaru district. So it is time you spent this money in getting this place up to scratch. You have put a competitor to the CBD on the Showgrounds Hill and their rates should be comparable to us, so as to put us all on an even playing field. In other words, their square metre rate bill should be the same as Stafford Street Central, no mates rates. This long-term plan is a real opportunity to make Timaru great, whether it is for its arts, sports venues or CBD and infrastructure. Let's not miss this opportunity. Okay, I'm open to questions on this paper.
Thanks, Sue. And appreciate your passion because it comes through in everything you do, and for all those other things that you do for the community. It's pretty cool to see your involvement. We'll go to questions first to Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Sue. Great submission. The question I have for you, you talked about CBA being not age friendly for elderly people. Can you give me some examples what you mean by that?
Well, I've never actually used it as a gym, but what I've heard from other people is very hot and stuffy. Parking is so-so, you're on a gradient. A lot of people bike to the gym up at Aorangi Park. They wouldn't bike, like a lot of the people that go to the Aorangi Park gym actually live in that area. That is where the elderly people seem to be more based and live. So it would be sort of more the travelling and access and that, but they do not like it. Those that tried it did not like it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Councillor Oliver.
Oh, hi, Sue. How you doing? You mentioned camping at the bay. How do you envisage how you'd have that set up for camping
Well,
at the bay?
camping, yeah, just not like a camping ground as such, but when you bring camping into the bay, you bring people right into the centre of town once again. In Nelson, what they used to do, not Nelson, Picton, they had a great big car park there that people could use, and they had set up toilets and showers and the thing, and people used to freedom camp or motorhome and that, and they were right in the centre of Picton. I assume it's still doing that. It's, yeah, I haven't been to Picton for a while. A really great setup used by a lot of people. And it was people, yeah, a lot of people used it. They dined in town, most of them dined in town. And it was a really good setup. But they had the like just big toilet blocks with showers and stuff like that and set up. Yeah, great. Could be something like that.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. What do you propose would be a fairer, and we are doing, and take your point around the rates differential, we are doing a review of that in the new financial. What's a fairer, rather than your mates rates version that we've got currently now? What do you think's an option around fairer rates?
Out at the showgrounds.
What I'm saying
Well,
is
I
what's
would
fair
like to
about it?
see them paying exactly the same as what I'm paying in Stafford Street for their square meterage.
Instead of, so you're wanting a square meterage rate versus the current land value. That's what I'm trying to pick up.
Well, yeah, because Yeah, well, we're on, like, it's like chalk and cheese really, because they have a huge car park and they have this and they have that. But we pay a lot of rates in the CBD, a lot of rates compared to housing and compared to a lot of things. Like, I've had country rates, and all I ever got for my huge rates out in the country was my road was graded once every 2 months if I was lucky, and very badly at that. I mean, and then you've got your town rates where you get, and all my rates I pay for the library, the pool, everything. Doesn't matter where I'm rated, I pay for the same thing whether I use it or not. But I think the showgrounds in particular, because you have put them in competition with the CBD, that they should pay a comparable rate to what the CBD does.
I don't think we have done that, but so currently all commercial is rated on land value.
Yes.
So a square meter, so a square meterage rate would affect the likes of your businesses out at Washington. That's probably a good example.
Yeah.
So
well,
you should pay a square meterage rate. I just want to dial down because we're doing a review on this.
Yeah.
So I think it's worth.
Well, I think there's a difference between residential, commercial and industrial. I think we have a different sort of balance, if you understand.
Because commercial is commercial currently.
Commercial, yeah. Well, do you not differentiate between?
No. So if we applied square meterage rate as an example.
Well,
currently
square meter rate is not the thing, but I would like to think that they are paying the same for their buildings on that thing as what I'm going to be paying in town.
As a square meter.
Passed on.
Yeah.
The same amount.
But not washed out.
Not washed out. No.
So that's different.
It's different.
So, how's that?
Well, it's different than the fact, but it is different in a sense, because farming, residential, main street of town is different from washed out.
Yeah. So look, I think to be fair, I'm just trying to get your view, and I think they're all important things that we can pick up in the review.
Yeah, I think
But currently commercial is. If we were to go to
I know where you're going
at the moment. I'm just saying, so that's what it is.
But I don't want to think that out there they are getting a lesser rate, being charged a lesser rate on the showgrounds, and I'm only talking about them.
That's fine, but I don't think you can just talk about one.
I do understand that, because you've got all the other buildings around, you've got the Wrights and you've got Harvey Norman, you've got it, and it's all But there should be they should be comparable in how you do it, comparable to what I'm paying in the main street.
Perhaps we should tax new business in Timaru. I'm just teasing with you now.
Yes, I can see that.
Just
Nigel.
No, look, I appreciate your passion and around this, but it is not easy. It is what I'm trying to get across is it's quite complex. So it is a piece of work that we're going to do, but it's not going to be easy. And there's winners and losers that come out of a review, and unfortunately, some of those that think they might be winners may not be. We don't know.
I actually have read quite a few of the submissions put through, and what I found quite interesting when reading them, and I know I'm getting into other people's time, is that there was not a mention in many of them about a rate increase. Like, that didn't seem, people said, oh, don't do this because our rates are going to rise. It just didn't seem to, people know. I think people understand now, to be quite honest. You want something, you got to pay for it.
Yeah, I agree. And that's
I think that is the fact of life. Unfortunately, can't have one without the other. But that is not a license for you to put up the rates too high.
I'll go to Councillor Booth for a question, and then we'll go on to the next
a couple of things further. Just to reinforce what you're saying there, people's expectations are that if they want these things, they actually need to pay for them. And so therefore, what we've been talking about, we've based our budget around a rates increase of 10.5% this year. So that and this is what it is. for what we're talking about. So I think there's in the fact that it didn't happen last year because of COVID, so things have changed. But probably just reinforcing what you're saying about Caroline Bay and Tahuna are up, and they have a pop-up sort of a camping area for the summer period, which is very, very successful, and it utilises the beach and utilises the township, and it just creates that space for those families to. Sorry.
What solution you're making?
Well, I'm just sort of trying to,
Just making a point.
yeah, okay. So it just utilises that space, and that's
Yeah.
what you're getting at, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Lots of opportunities there for more discussion. So thank you, Sue. And now I'd like to welcome Sue.
Right.
So
This
separate
time-
submission. Thanks, Sue. Pass over to you again.
Yeah. Right, this next one is on behalf of Sean Stockman, the chairperson of the Timaru Town Centre Ratepayers Action Group. I'll call it the TCRAG group, TCRAG in the submission. You'll have to excuse me, I'm doing my best. It's just a shame that Sean can't be here today. Right. Key issue, Timaru City Hub. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am speaking today as chair of the TCRAG, which represents both business and property owners in the CBD. I would like to speak to the highlights of my written submission. I would like to congratulate the council for proposing to invest and to commit to the future regeneration of our CBD. I would also like to thank you for the investment and forethought in the south end of Stafford Street, which has been slowly dying for a long time. If allowed to continue, this decline would undoubtedly creep up the main street. The CBD is at a stage now where it needs serious planning and major investment to create a vibrant and appealing city hub. Only the council can invest in the public realm, access, parking, streetscape, green space. And this is most definitely required to give confidence to the business community to invest property, retail, commercial and residential development. The CBD is the heart of our district. It is our primary commercial and social centre and our community gathering place, the place where many of us work and where we socialise and shop. It's the place where we can access a range of critical services and a place where we can learn about culture and heritage. Timaru as our home, the CBD is our living room. People are crying out for improvement and a true, vibrant city hub. The current established city hub group needs to continue with haste, purpose and intent to achieve all that is required. There needs to be connectivity with council and the greater community to achieve this result. There is a lot to do. It is not hard when you look around the CBD to see there has been historical underspend. With the bulk of the improvements done some 25 years ago, it's clear it is now well overdue. Of the three options proposed for the city hub, TCRAG support option 3, transform. I would like to imagine that a lot of the funding for option 3 would come from commercial ratepayers with a differentiator of 4 to 5 times for commercial. Using this strategy, commercial landlords and or business owners both pay for the benefit from the spend, which is advantageous to the greater community as a whole. A major investment from council over the next 10 years will help to contribute to the renewal and regeneration of the public realm, the streets, footpaths, lighting, parking, street furniture, public access and public spaces, etc. in our CBD, which will improve its viability and attractiveness as a social meeting space and enhance its reputation as the district's primary retail centre and the heart of our community. On a personal level, I have been involved in the Christchurch City Business Association for some 12 years now. Pre-quake, we advocated for business, ran events and promoted the CBD. Post-quake, we established the container shopping mall to keep the city mind of awareness. It's been hard work ever since and will be for some time. The CCBA is council funded and gives connectivity between council and the business community. It is my firm belief that the Timaru CBD needs exactly this if you are serious about transforming it. There are case studies such as Newmarket that demonstrate transformation with either bid or funded model. T-Crag support this proposal. The age of many of the buildings within the CBD means that there will need to be significant private investment required by building owners within the next 12 years to bring their buildings up to seismic strengthening requirements. Whilst many existing building owners have already done the strengthening, others are finding it difficult to justify the enormous expense without seeing a sizable investment in the upgrade of the CBD's public realm by council. This level of investment by council, option 3, transform, will give building owners confidence in the future direction of the CBD to invest in upgrading their own buildings. I have raised concerns around EQ strengthening the CBD buildings before. This is critical not just for the CBD, but for the Timaru district. There needs to be a bigger game plan in place to address this with connectivity between council and building owners. With 12 years to go, it goes fast. We could end up with not only empty buildings, but demolition and a dead CBD. We must face the future and its challenges together. If we don't address the serious rejuvenation of earthquake strengthening in the next 10 to 12 years, the result will not only be a dead CBD, but a dead district. He really wanted to emphasize this 12 years. This 12 years is going to go really quickly. So, yeah, but that was Sean. And no, I'm not happy to answer questions on his paper.
No, that's
very awkward because it would have been great to have had him here.
Oh, no, I agree. And we really appreciate Sean's involvement in the steering group and other things within the City Hub. But raise a really good point. We all are very conscious around the earthquake strengthening, and I think the point's well made that it has to be a joint collaborative approach in which we're well aware of. And
I think being a building owner and talking to other building owners, there are a lot of them really actually scared, well, really concerned about the cost. But my husband and I have just had ours done, and we used a local engineer here, a very good engineer who's lived here most of his life and thinks outside the box. And our buildings have come up to 55 plus over the whole lot of them, which we were quite staggered at. We thought we would have had a few, 2 of them anyway, less than that. His work has all been peer reviewed by Christchurch. I think, and if some of these people, and I can think of a couple of them who are really concerned about it, should be talking to other engineers and other people, because our cost was not that high. You know, it just it blows me away. There's a lot of this concern about the cost. Some buildings will cost a lot, but others.
Yeah, look, I think you raise a really good point in that we've certainly picked that up, and we can certainly help in education around that, because sometimes the costs, it's the fear of the unknown, isn't it? And some, you know, until you know, you don't know. So
a lot of unknown unknowns
Yeah.
out there.
But no, it's a good point that some of those costs aren't as bad as you think sometimes,
Yeah,
aren't they?
yeah. I am trying to spread the word.
Yeah, one person at a time. Hey, look, so we appreciate it, and I just really want to dial in. I've seen you with the works that you do with some of the seniors, and that I just think it's great. It's great to see you so passionate and doing such so many voluntary work within the community. So thank you.
You know, looking around the room, some of you aren't there yet, and some of you are. Remember, 50 is the age that you become a senior. Thanks for that.
Thanks. So I think we'll go through that. That's brilliant. So Donna's here. Yep. All right, cool. Welcome, Donna. Yeah, seen you, mate.
Yeah.
Oh. Welcome. Thank you. Floor's yours. It's ready to go. Yeah. No, it's all good. Still on. Yeah. Thanks.
Tēnā koe, ko Donna tako inawa ikua. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to be in this whare and talk about mainly our rako, our trees, and kia ora to the people behind me as well. Kia ora. Okay, so I have over the years, for many years now, have advocated for nature in several different ways. As an individual, I work really hard to make sure that I am role modelling, and I would really like the council to role model this as well, that if we don't have nature, we don't have anything. We can't make money, we can't breathe, we can't eat, and we can't survive. So if we're not looking after this whenua and the moana, everything that's in this area or any area around the world, we have nothing. So this is about nature. This is getting back to tin tax. This is about our lives as well as everything else. This is about biodiversity. This is not just about trees. This is about everything that exists, and importance of the water and everything else. For me, talking about trees in particular is around the big trees disappearing, whether that be for economic reasons, when sections or anything else have been sold and the trees removed. The biodiversity, the effect on the environment, especially around lately when things are just disappearing, botanical gardens particularly, and I have had a conversation email-wise with Stephanie Ford, I'm not sure she's in here or not, but about this, but also around the large development and the impact, environmental impact of whatever we do. So there's an environmental impact of that, and especially at on the hill at the moment, the effect on the wildlife out there, and there is wildlife out there. And we tend to look at the things that we can make money on, like sort of the penguins, but there's all this other things. There's all these other things as well, like the geckos and the owls and everything else that's being affected out there. And then I see by the reply from the council to the submission was about that the trees in Bridge Street to Blair Street. Well, you've evicted all that biodiversity, and now not only that, but further down the road, they're going to be gone as well. So where are they going? Where do they live? So it's something to think about, because it affects us and we affect them. Everything we do affects everybody else or everything else. Okay, so the main thing was about the botanical gardens, and the feedback as well was about the fact that they're rejigging the botanical gardens, but the trees, big trees are disappearing, and I understand, not happy about it, but the large trees that were removed because of the helicopter, but there's also suddenly whole gardens gone, particularly around the Aotearoa native New Zealand planting area, gone, and all it is grass right now. And yeah, so thinking for your mokopuna or your children and everybody else, we're leaving this land for them. So it's just something for everybody to think about. With that is around my opinion on the museum and the theatre and everything. And if you've already got it, you've already got that asset or that piece of whenua, use it. And also, but protect what you have. Because once it's gone, it's gone. You can plant 44,000 trees, but you're not going to get back the diversity of those large trees that will be well and truly, you know, I'll be well and truly gone when they're old. And yeah, so that's thing. Also around the penguins as well, particularly the penguins, which are awesome. And thinking about how we affect them. So if we are saying we're using them as a tourism pool, which is fabulous, anything we do, we need to think, how are we affecting them? How can we make this better for them? It's not all about us. So that's another thing to be thinking about. And I think, again, as I started with, role modeling and educating. Get some education out there. You get people out there, and I know there are some greats that are doing amazing stuff out there as well. And I myself volunteer to take tamariki and their whānau out every week, apart from this week. So all that educate people about things. If you're not sure about, ask as well. Education is important. Education is key to this world and making people more aware of what is actually happening in this not just in this town, but in the whole of Aotearoa, New Zealand. And that is really what I have to say, apart from manaki whenua, manaki moana, manaki awa, manaki tangata, haere whakamoa. So if we look after the land, we look after the moana, we look after the awa, then the people, we can move forward. Kia ora.
Righty, questions? Thank you. Look, I think you made some really good points. For me, I think, you know, some of your passion around biodiversity, I totally respect. And I think, you know, it's that overarching some of the climate considerations that we need to have when we're making decisions around infrastructure, all those sort of things. I think your point is well made around having considerations for biodiversity, indigenous species, those sorts of things. And I think there's acknowledge that we're not perfect and there's lots of work that we can do, but your point's been well made. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Cool. So thanks everyone for coming in today. Class adjourned. Meeting back here at 9 o'clock for day 2. Thank you, and thanks